Audiobook title Aircraft Warfare starting from Gundam OO Chapter 251 to 300 Part 01 New name Aerial Mecha Warfare. Chapter 251 to 300 Chapter 251. Refugees who can't leave. Yang Hui led Nadal Badgerul through the dingy corridors of the scrapyard outpost, his boots echoing off the metal grating like distant thunder in a storm. They were here to haggle over the refugees with Madok, that sly old fox of a scavenger, but one of his grubby underlings ushered them straight into the boss's office without so much as a by your leave. The moment they stepped inside, a thick haze of stale smoke and oily fumes hit them like a slap in the face, making both wrinkle their noses in disgust, eyes watering from the acrid sting. Madok, you reckon this is the sort of gaff to chat business in with your punters? Yang Hui snapped, his voice low and edged with irritation, arms crossed like a barrier against the filth. Can't be helped, innit? We're just blokes what pick through the rubbish, yeah. What do you expect, a bleedin' palace? Madok shrugged casually, his broad shoulders rolling like a wave, but he cranked the ventilation system to full blast anyway, sucking out the murk and letting a faint whiff of cleaner air creep in, though it barely scratched the surface. Pack in that rubbish probing, Madok. You think I'm some mug what'll fall for it? Yang Hui shot back, his tone sharp as a knife, refusing to budge an inch into the room. He stood firm in the doorway, waiting for Madok to come out, knowing full well this wasn't the spot for proper talks. The real reception room might not be posh, but it was spotless compared to this pigsty. Course not, I ain't trying to pull a fast one on ya, Yang Hui, you little scamp. You're our top-drawer regular, most valued and all that. But her... Madok's eyes slid over to Nadal standing beside Yang Hui, a cold chuckle escaping his lips, laced with suspicion that hung in the air like unspoken threats. What's that supposed to mean? Nadal frowned deeply, her voice firm and clipped, a woman's edge of defiance cutting through, her hand twitching instinctively towards her side. Nothing much, love. We're scavengers, yeah. We'll do whatever it takes to scrape by, but we ain't blind or deaf neither. Some deals look like a right tasty bit of grub, but they're proper hot potatoes, know what I mean. A Miss Earth Force's soldier. Madok's words dripped with knowing sarcasm, his grin widening like a predator spotting weakness. Nadal's eyes flashed with fury, her hand darting for her pistol in a blur of motion, muscles tensing like a coiled spring ready to unleash. But Yang Hui's arm shot out swift as lightning, blocking her draw with a gentle yet unyielding grip, his face a mask of calm control amid the rising tension. How'd you suss it out? He asked, his brow furrowing into deep lines of concern, voice steady, but laced with the weight of secrets he'd buried deep. He'd gone to great lengths to cloak the Archangel and Nadal's true colors before they even docked here. Nothing special, just picked up a few juicy bits of gossip, that's all. Madok shrugged again, but then his laid-back swagger vanished in an instant, replaced by a dead-serious stare that pierced like laser sights. So Yang Hui lad, who's the one doing the deal here, you or her? It's me. Right, you are this way then. What's going on? Nadal whispered urgently to Yang Hui as they followed, her question double-barreled, probing why Madok had clocked her identity and why he seemed so frosty towards Earth Forces types, her voice carrying a woman's quiet intensity, laced with confusion and a hint of vulnerability. Tell ya later, yeah. Let's sort the refugees first. All right. They settled into the clean, orderly reception room, Yang Hui and Nadal plonking down opposite Madok, the air now crisp and free of grime, like a fresh start after a downpour. What's surprised I know who you are. Madok caught Nadal's burning gaze fixed on him and shook his head with a wry smile, leaning back in his chair with the ease of a man holding all the cards. She didn't say a word, but her silence and that piercing stare screamed the answer louder than any shout. 7 hours back, Heliopolis went up in smoke. Rumors say it was the Atlantic Federation and Zaft what done it. Madok's voice dropped low, matter of fact, but it hit like a bombshell, painting pictures of chaos and destruction in their minds. Nadal's face paled as the pieces clicked, realizing she'd underestimated these scrap merchants. They had their own web of spies and whispers, sharper than she'd ever imagined. All right, Madok, we've got a load of refugees aboard. I want you to take him off our hands, ship him back to Orb. Name your price. Yang Hui leaned forward, his words direct and businesslike, eyes locked with Madok's, carrying the quiet desperation of a young man burdened by too many lives. Can't do it, what's gone wrong? Yang Hui's heart sank, but he didn't buy it as a bluff, Madoc's flat refusal rang true, not some haggling ploy, his voice heavy with genuine regret. Last regular shuttle left 2 days ago. No ships heading earthwards for a while, not a single one, nope. We've got our own messes to sort, you know. Fair enough, got it. The chat wrapped up sharpish, and young Huey hustled Nadarl out, but just as they turned to go, Madoc tossed him a nugget of info like a parting gift. If you're in a rush, cut through the wreckage zone, might find a nice surprise waitin'. Cheers, no worries, mate. You're our most honored guest, after all. Once outside, Nadarl couldn't hold back, her words tumbling out in a rush. Hang on, what the hell's happening? Did it all go pear-shaped? Was it cause of me, ain't about you, love? Sure, Earth Alliance, especially the Atlantic lot, are the least welcome punters for the Scrap Dealers Guild, but they just mess you about and jack up the prices, not flat-out refuse. Then what's the score? Why can't they take the refugees? Her voice rose with frustration, a woman's plea for clarity amid the confusion, eyes searching his face for answers. Didn't tell you lot before, but the guild's split into 2 crews, Earthside and Spaceside. Each one's got their own setup, both fancying themselves the big cheese, so relations are proper dodgy. They ain't cut ties completely, still swap and trade, but they've drawn lines you don't cross lightly. Every so often, a batch of regular ships shuttles between M. Miss that and you're stuck, no crossing borders. That's the rule, and break it, you're out of the guild for good. There's that kinda setup. Yeah, but that bloke before. She meant Lo, the one young Huey had roped in for an Earth run, and he'd agreed without a fuss. He's the odd one out. Lo's the only geezer without a clear side, but he's mates with both crews. You had to hand it to the lucky sods, they got perks everywhere. Take Lo, his legendary streak of dumb luck kept turning up rare gems for both factions, stuff they'd never find otherwise. Plus, his fortune helped smooth over loads of rows and scraps between M. And his tech skills, top-notch, recognized by every scavenger out there. Both sides had called on him for fixes, so he was pals with everyone, making him the sole exception to the rules. So could he tricky in net? You saw his ship, it's tiny, can't cram in that many. No way to shift all the refugees. Gotcha. Nadarl dropped the idea of bugging Lo again, her shoulders slumping with reluctant acceptance. Handling refugees was a minefield, one wrong move and it'd spark rows. If you couldn't take 'em all, who gets picked? Who stays behind? How do you even decide without it blowing up? Better to keep 'em all aboard for now, especially since some volunteers could plug the gaps in the Archangel's crew, their willing hands a small silver lining in the mess. Back on the Archangel, Nadarl reported into Meru, her voice steady but weary. Course this was on the bridge with ears everywhere, so she stuck to the basics. Supplies topped up, but refugees couldn't be offloaded. Hey, we can't get off the ship, how's that possible? But you said we could disembark here. Liars. You're all bloody liars. Quiet, Nadarl's sharp bark cut through the uproar like a whip, silencing the squabbling crowd in an instant, her commanding tone brooking no nonsense. A woman's authority ringing clear. I'll explain. Young Huey stepped up then, his young frame straight and resolute, knowing these were orb folk, his people, and the weight of that connection pulled at his heartstrings with quiet emotion. A kid? Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to spout off, my dad's young hong you? That qualification enough. Young Huey shot an icy glance at the yapping bloke, the one who'd kicked off the whole ruckus, his voice cool and laced with the quiet fury of a youth forced to grow up too fast. Young Hong Yus. Who's that? Don't think you can just. You're the Yong family's young master. The loudmouth kept ranting, a bottom-rung sort who didn't know the big names, hopping to snag some perks in the chaos. But while he was clueless, others weren't. Among the rescued, there were a few with clout, like the Dark who'd patched up Meru's gunshot wound after boarding. A top medic back in Orb. That's me, Dr. Brunart. Long time no see. It is you, young Master Yang. What's all this about? Why are we stuck on an Earth Forces ship? The doctor's voice trembled with worry, eyes pleading for truth. It's complicated, mate. No ships heading to Earth from here anytime soon, so we can't hand you over. But I promise, I'll get every last one of you back to Orb safe and sound. Young Huey's vow hung in the air, sincere and heavy with emotion, his young eyes burning with determination that belied his age. All right, young master, I trust ye. With one on board, others followed suit, nodding and murmuring agreement to Yang Hui's word. But some still fancied stir-in trouble, their grumbles bubbling up like storm clouds. Yang Hui shut him down with a single chilling line. "You can hop off now if you like. On your own head be it, jump ship themselves." What a joke! They knew sod all about the Scrap Dealers Guild, C&M as packs of hyenas scavenging junk. Better to stay put on the ship, safe from those shadowy figures, than risk it out there. Refugee crisis sorted, Yang Hui retreated to his quarters for some shut-eye, exhaustion weighing on him like lead. He'd been flat out since boarding, barely snatching a moment's rest, his body crying out for reprieve. Nadal yearned for the same, but duty called. She had more to spill to Maru and Mu, her steps heavy with unspoken burdens. "What? Orbs in on? Yeah, that's right." Nadal's report left Maru and Mu reeling, their faces paling as shock rippled through them. If the guild's ways had stunned Orb developing their own mobile suits was pure horror, a revelation that twisted their guts with dread. "What's all this madness? Is Orb gearing up for war or summit?" Mu groaned, rubbing his face in pained frustration, his voice rough with a man's weary exasperation. Then, after a hesitant pause, Nadal laid out Yang Hui's full explanation, her words careful, almost reluctant, painting the picture with reluctant strokes. The pair fell silent, digesting it all, the air thick with unspoken thoughts. "Heh, what a remarkable lad, eh? Is he really just 16? Mu chuckled bitterly, self-mocking, his laugh hollow with admiration tinged by envy. "It's the position he's in net. Hard to picture what kind of world he grew up in." Maru sighed deeply, her voice soft and empathetic, a woman's sigh carrying layers of sorrow and understanding. Those words struck a chord in Nadal, born into a military clan, drilled with iron discipline from the cradle, robbed of a proper childhood. While other kids mucked about with mates, she faced mountains of study and endless drills that never ended. But she reckoned her trials paled next to Yang Hui's. His savvy, his cunning, they outshone hers by miles. Thinking on it stirred a strange ache in her heart, a pang of pity for the boy thrust into manhood too soon, making her question her own role as a soldier. What was the point if lads like him bore such loads? "Captain, do we report this intel up the chain?" Nadal asked, rare uncertainty cracking her usual steel, her voice wavering with inner turmoil this time. "Report it. Don't forget who we are." Maru's reply came tired and resigned, no choice in it, duty's iron grip, her tone heavy with a woman's fatigue from the endless grind. "Understood. By the way, didn't you pick up any other gear? You mentioned loads of intact mobile armors, could beef up our firepower, yeah." Mu piped up hopeful, but his words earned him stares from Maru and Nadal like he was the village idiot, their eyes rolling in unison. "Who's gonna pilot em? You got the dash for it." Mu flushed, sweat beading on his brow, realizing the Archangel's proper pilots boiled down to just him. Kira was coerced into driven the strike Gundam, and without volunteers, they couldn't even staff the Mech teams. And he'd nearly forgotten the ship's supplies. All on Yang Hui's tab, the lad's generosity a quiet lifeline in their storm-tossed voyage. Chapter 252. Bait you can't turn down. The Archangel's holds were bursting now, crammed full of fresh supplies that'd see em through to the lunar base no matter which starry path they charted across the void. No more fretting over empty fuel cells or rationed grub. The ship hummed with a rare sense of security, like a weary traveler finally spotting a safe harbor in the endless cosmic storm. But that relief was short-lived in net. Cause now, the real headache loomed large. Which bleeding route to take through this treacherous expanse of space debris and lurking foes? "Debris field, eh? Yeah, it's the quickest way, but..." Mullah Flogger muttered, his brow furrowed deep as he stared at the holographic star map flickering in the dim glow of the bridge console, the ethereal blue light casting sharp shadows across his rugged face. From their current drift, punching straight through that chaotic graveyard of twisted metal and shattered hulls looked like the straightest shot. But blimey, that field was a right nightmare. Earth's gravity had herded colossal wrecks into a deadly cluster, where one wrong nudge could turn the mighty Archangel into just another floating corpse amid the ruins. Veering off on some detour meant looping round the long way, dodging the immediate threats but stretching out the journey like a never-ending night shift. They'd shaken off those Zaft pursuers for now, their engines still echoing with the thrill of escape. But who knew when those green-uniformed bastards would pop up again, lasers blazing. Taking the scenic route. That was begging for more scraps, more heart-pounding dogfights in the black, where every extra hour ramped up the odds of a fatal clash. And then there was Madoc's parting gift, that cryptic nugget of intel dangling like a lure in murky waters, begging the trio to chew it over with wary minds. A surprise, is it? Tell you what, mate, the last thing we need right now is any more bloody surprises. Mu shook his head, his voice gruff and laced with a man's bone-deep exhaustion, running a hand through his tousled hair as if to shake off the invisible weight pressing down on 'em all. But, Lieutenant Badgerall, you reckon that bloke's properly sussed out who we are? Murray Ramius turned to Nadal, her tone steady yet threaded with a woman's quiet concern, eyes searching for certainty in the younger officer's face under the soft hum of the overhead lights. Can't say for sure. Nadal shook her head, her voice firm but tinged with a subtle edge of self-doubt, like a blade nicked from too many battles. Even if those scrap merchants had their own sneaky intel web spanning the stars, the Archangel's specs were locked tight in Atlantic Federation vaults, top-secret stuff, untouchable to outsiders. But pairing Madoc's sly jabs with her own knee-jerk reaction, it might have handed him the confirmation on a silver platter. Thinking back, she could have kicked herself, her cheeks flushing with regret that burned like a misfired thruster. But it's highly likely, she added, her words clipped and professional, though her fingers clenched subtly at her sides, betraying the inner turmoil churning beneath her composed exterior. Right then, Murray trailed off, her mind racing like a ship in hyperspace struggling to plot a course. She nodded in agreement with Mu. The Archangel, battered and brave, couldn't afford any wild cards in this high-stakes game of cosmic chess. Hang on, I've just clocked something, Mu exclaimed suddenly, his eyes widening with a spark of revelation, leaning forward as if the idea had zapped him like a live wire. What do you mean? Murray pressed, her voice risen with hopeful curiosity. This bit of gossip. What if it was meant for us all along? Mu pondered aloud, but doubt clouded his features quick as a solar flare shack in his head. Nah, that don't add up. Young Huey said them lot ain't exactly chummy with the Atlantic Federation and their style. They don't hand out freebies to first-timers. Young Huey maybe, but us. Nah, how about we get Young Huey in to suss it out? Nadal suggested, her proposal hanging in the air like a fragile alliance. Muru and Mu blinked, their faces twisting into odd masks of surprise, exchanging baffled glances. What's up with that look? Nadal asked, a hint of defensiveness creeping into her tone. Nothing, just. Didn't peg you for wanting Young Huey's 2 pence on this. Mu replied, his grin crooked with amusement. Yeah, Muru echoed softly. Nadal's call floored him, really knowing her no-nonsense vibe. Discussing the Archangel's next move was pure Atlantic Federation biz. No room for an orb bigwig like Yang Huey to butt in. If he'd tried, she'd have booted him out with talk of internal ops or classified intel, her voice steely as reinforced hull plating. I'm just thinking he's the one who knows 'em best. Better than us 3 guessing blind in knit. Course final say's yours, Captain. Nadal explained, her cheeks tinting pink, her words tumbling out a tad quicker, revealing a rare flicker of vulnerability in her otherwise ironclad demeanor. Muru and Mu shared a knowing look, chuckling softly in unison. All right, let's bring Yang Huey in for a gander, Muru decided. Yes, ma'am. Before long, Yang Huey was roused from his much-needed kip, dragged bleary-eyed by Nadal into the captain's office, the sterile lights buzzing overhead like distant stars. Captain Ramius, Captain Laflaga, what's the crisis this time? Yang Huey grumbled, his voice thick with sleep-deprived irritation, rubbing his eyes as he slumped into a chair. He'd been running on fumes for ages, only to get yanked from his bunk mid-snooze. Muru and Mu exchanged stunned glances, picking up on his gripey tone, then shot quizzical looks at Nadal, wondering what fresh beef she'd stirred up. And it's urgent, all right. The ship's course is critical, sleep can wait. Nadal defended, her voice brisk and authoritative, though a woman's subtle apology lingered in her eyes. Oh, they got it now. The lad was catching some Z's when she hauled him in. Look, Yang Huey, we do need your brain on this. The Archangel can't just float here forever, so bear with us, yeah, Muru offered, her tone warm with genuine remorse. Sigh, the Archangel's next moves are your internal affair. Me, an outsider, crashing the party. Really kosher? Yang Huey sighed, a mix of helplessness and wry humor in his young voice, glancing at the trio with raised brows. The 3 paused, chuckling at their own paranoia. They'd fretted over him snooping or pulling strings, yet here he was, dodging involvement like a pro. Here's the thing we called you cause. Muru laid it out, spilling their dilemmas and the reason for dragging him in, her words flowing like a captain navigating choppy waters. Young Huey listened, his brow creasing deeper, lost in thought for a couple of minutes before delivering his verdict, his eyes sharpening with insight. Maddox's the type who don't show his hand without seeing the goods first. No free intel from him, always some angle, Young Huey stated, his tone matter-of-fact yet charged with the weight of experience. A trap then, the trio's brows knitted tight, ready to scrap the debris-filled jaunt, but Young Huey's next words halted em cold, injecting a pulse of uncertainty. Could be, but Maddox ain't one to fire blanks. With his cunning, if it's a snare, there's bait, proper tempting stuff, too juicy to ignore, big enough to hook us all despite the risks. Bait that massive. What could it be? Moo Landon, voice husky with intrigue. Dunno exactly, something that pulls at both sides. Hang on. The debris belt. The ruins of Junius 7. Young Huey's eyes lit up, a surge of realization hitting him like a plasma bolt, his heart racing with sudden urgency. At the heart of that forsaken wreckage zone lay the shadowed remnants of Junius 7, and in this pivotal moment, for Young Huey, one lure shone brighter than any star. Lacus Klein. Having shuttled between orb and plant for joint ops, he'd rubbed shoulders with the top brass, Sigil Klein, Patrick Zala, and he'd crossed paths with Lacus plenty. Truth be told, after a few deep chats, they were solid mates, sharing laughs and confidences. If the original plot held, and she was heading to Junius 7 for that memorial gig, she was in proper peril right now, drifting amid the chaos. But something didn't sit right. In the old storyline, Kira Yamato stumbled on her before Zaft Recon Jin swooped in for the save. Without the Archangel muddling things, she should have been whisked back safe by her own lot. Unless some twist had thrown it all off kilter. If so, Lacus was in dire straits, and Young Huey felt a fierce pull in his gut. He had to bolt to the debris field, no question, his loyalty burning like a fusion reactor. For him, it was Lacus, that ethereal songstress whose fate tugged at his heartstrings with unexpected force. But for the Archangel crew, what was their irresistible draw? If Maddox had pegged the Archangel as an Earth Forces beast, he'd know Young Huey couldn't steer its course solo. So that intel wasn't just for his ears. He wanted the whole ship divin into the debris, meaning, what bait would Muru, Nadal, and the rest bite on no matter the danger? The 8th Orbital Fleet, the Advanced Squadron. It clicked, not from raw data alone, but from Young Huey's insider knowledge of the unfolding saga. Upon hearing of the Archangel's vanishing act, Dwayne Halberton had dispatched that vanguard to link up, only for the Crusette team to ambush and wipe M out before rendezvous. The Archangel, rushing to aid, barely escaped by Nadal holding Lacus hostage, otherwise it'd be space dust too. But timelines, routes, events all shifted now. Would it play out the same? Or worse, a total catastrophe? Young Huey pondered, his mind whirlpooling with possibilities, emotions swelling like a tidal wave of dread and determination. Seeing him deep in the zone, the trio held their tongues, treating him as their anchor in this storm. Even if he wasn't Earth military brass, they hung on his words like lifelines in the void. Let's go. We'll see what's what when we get there, Young Huey decided at last, his voice resolute, infused with a young man's unyielding resolve that masked the storm of worry brewing inside. But if it's a trap, what then? Murray fretted, her eyes wide with the captain's protective fear, hands clasping the console edge. Spot on with the Archangel's current firepower, we wouldn't last 5 minutes against a Zaft assault. Moo added, his tone grave, fists clenching with frustrated powerlessness. Then we rustle up some backup, beef up our fighting strength. Young Huey shot back, a spark of cunning light in his eyes. Backup? You mean friendlies? But right now, Murray started, confusion creasing her features. Nah, not Earth Forces, not Earth Forces, they echoed, brows arching in surprise. Spot on. Gimme a sec. With that, Young Huey strode out of the captain's office, returning swift as a comet with a sleek, unfamiliar gadget in tow, its surfaces gleaming under the lights like forbidden tech from a distant galaxy. What's this? Moo eyed it curiously. Snuck it aboard with the Strike Gundam, my own quantum comms rig, for real-time chatter across vast distances. Still in testing, so not widespread yet. I only handed em to folks I'd need in a pinch. Young Huey explained, fearing it up with deft fingers, the device humming to life with a soft, otherworldly glow. Long-range, real-time comms. Murray gasped, her voice a mix of awe and disbelief. Oi, oi, oi. This for real? Moo blurted, leaning in closer. You built this yourself. It's revolutionary. Nadal murmured, her eyes wide, a woman's wonder breaking through her stoic mask. The three gawked, hardened soldiers who'd tasted isolation's bitter edge. They knew this tech could slash their perils in half, linking M to the 8th Fleet from the off, turning desperation into dominance in the endless space opera. ZZZT, got a job, ZZZT, received, respond, ZZZT. Connections through, Yang Hui grinned, hearing the crackling voice from the other end, his heart lifting. This prototype pushed the limits on range, and the contact's position was a moving target, macking linkage a gamble. But luck held, and relief washed over him like a cool nebula breeze. This is Yang Hui, acknowledge if you copy. ZZZT. This is Serpent Tail. ZZZT. Didn't think we'd use this one day. ZZZT. Job details. Head to the debris belt near the Junior 7 ruins. How long to get there? Plotting course. ZZZT. Takes 3 days. 3 days, eh? That'll do. I'm officially hearing you lot to rendezvous with me at the Junior 7 site for escort duty. Payment. I heard from Lo you've snagged that machine, yeah. That. Scavenger. ZZZT. Yeah, rewards a custom overhaul from Dawn Society for your rig. Sound good. Deal. I'll launch right away. ZZZT. My life's in your hands this time, hack. It's a contract. ZZZT. It'll be done. Chapter 253. Wang Liu Mei's solo act. The comms link fizzled out with a final spark. The device's surface crackling like a faulty plasma coil before it let out a pathetic PFFT and went dead. A thin wisp of smoke curling up like a ghost slipping away into the void, marking the end of its short, heroic run. Bloody hell, good thing it held up, or we'd be proper stuffed. Yang Hui muttered. Jivin the Charred remains a fond pat, his voice thick with relief that echoed the weight lifting from his shoulders. Eyes glinting with that sharp, boyish cunning that belied his exhaustion. Who was that on the other end? Mercs, Murray Ramius asked, her tone steady but laced with a woman's cautious curiosity. Leaning forward in the dim glow of the captain's quarters, the holographic displays casting ethereal shadows across her determined face. Yay, the serpent tail outfit, top-notch, mercs them. I've teamed up with them a few times, and their success rate's spot on, never dipped below 100%. Yang Hui replied, his words calming out in a casual drawl, arms crossing as he leaned against the bulkhead. The hum of the Archangel's engines vibrating through the deck like a distant heartbeat. Hang about, you mean our backups, a bunch of hired guns. Can they really pull their weight for us? Nadarul Badgerul shot back, her voice sharp and skeptical, a lieutenant's edge cutting through like a laser sight, brows furrowing in doubt as she paced a step. Her uniform crisp but her posture rigid with unspoken fears. And don't forget the Archangel and the G-Series are classified, I get it, but... Yang Hui threw her a helpless glance, his young features twisting into a wry grin, voice dropping low with a hint of exasperation. Reckon how long it's been since Zaft nabbed those 4G units? The data's been ripped out ages ago, probably beamed straight back to Plant Heartland for M to poke at. So is the G project still some big secret then? Nadarl fell silent, her lips pressing into a thin line, the sting of logic hitting her like a cold blast from an airlock, leaving her speechless and fuming inwardly. Plus, proper mercs know what to nose into and what to leave well alone. Serpent Tail's the cream of the crop. They stick to the job, won't go sniffing round the Archangel's secrets. Yang Hui added, his tone firm, eyes locking onto hers with a steady assurance that carried the weight of hard-won trust. Serpent Tail and their leader, Guy Murakumo, world's finest merc crew, small in numbers but packed with elite talent, success rate hovering steady above 90%. They only cared about the gig, never prying into the rest, which is why Yang Hui kept them on speed dial. Otherwise, even if Guy was the star of another thread in this vast Gundam saga, Yang Hui wouldn't risk it. His merc jobs were the shady sort, best kept in the shadows of the cosmic underbelly. Even so, how much punch can mercs really pack? Wait, that machine you mentioned, is it the one from before? Yeah, I still can't get on board with this. I'm with her sounds dodgy as hell. Merc outfits ain't exactly got a sterling rep. Mullah Flogger chimed in, his voice gruff and world-weary, rubbing his chin with a pilot's habitual skepticism, the scars of past battles etching deeper lines into his rugged mug. That's settled then, we're tacking the shortest route, straight through the debris field to the lunar base. Murray declared finally, her decision ringing out with a captain's unyielding resolve, slamming her fist lightly on the console, the soft whir of systems responding like an obedient steed. Captain, oi oi oi, this ain't a joke. I trust Yang Hui, he's not one for messing about and he's on this tub with us, Meru explained, her voice softening with a woman's quiet conviction, eyes meeting theirs with a warmth that cut through the tension like a guiding star. Heading to the scrap dealers for supplies sounded mad too, didn't it? But we shook off Zaft hounds and stalked up proper. I reckon this'll pan out fine as well. Her words hung there, unanswerable. Maybe it was all about perspective. They're stuck in rigid military grooves, while Yang Hui's wild schemes danced like rogue asteroids but landed with pinpoint precision. Right, that's the plan. Meru pinged the bridge straight away, ordering M to recalibrate the course, and the Archangel lurched into motion, engines roaring to life with a thunderous growl that shook the hull, carving a path through the star-strewn blackness toward uncertainty. Deep down, Meru had another reason she kept close to her chest, a sense of security she found in Yang Hui, like a shield against the void's chill. When assault hit out of nowhere, he'd stepped up. When she was thrust into captaincy, he'd backed her play. Now, with another bonkers idea on the table, she chose to believe just like before. She couldn't pin down this trust, this warm anchor in her gut, but she followed it, letting her heart steer through the cosmic storm. All right then, I'm off for a kip, I'm knackered. Yang Hui yawned, stretching with a bone-deep weariness, his youthful frame sagging under the strain of endless vigils. Yeah, you've earned it, mate. The trio nodded, not pushing further. Yang Hui wasn't brass, but he'd pulled more than his weight, slogging away like a trooper. And now it was time for him to crash out, the ship's hum lulling him toward much-needed rest. But back in his quarters, he bolted the hatch tight, fishing out his PAD and tapping out an encrypted missive, fingers dancing over the screen with calculated precision. This was his real ace in the hole, a shadow play hidden in the stars. Over with the Crusette team, things unfolded like some scripted holodrama. No sooner had they veered off to chase the Archangel than orders crackled in from Plant High Command, yanking M back. Heliopolis had crumbled, Orb was kicking up a massive stink, plunging the plant council into a frenzy. They needed Crusette and Aslan Zala, the only one on site during the collapse, back for a grillin', the air thick with political static like a storm brewing in the ether. Now, regarding the collapse of Heliopolis, territory of the Orb Union Emirates, we convene this emergency hearing committee. Sigil Klein, as speaker, took the gavel, his voice booming through the sterile chamber like a decree from on high, introducing the wildcard guest with measured poise. For this session, Miss Wang Liumei, representative from the Orb Union Emirates, joins as a special invitee. Pleasure to be here. Wang Liumei rose from her end-of-table seat, bowing gracefully to the assembly, her voice smooth and composed, a young woman's poise shining like polished alloy amid the grizzled politicos. So young, just a kid in knit. Orb's gone to the dogs, sending a nipper for diplomacy. What a joke. The murmurs rippled through the room like static interference, most laced with sneering contempt, eyes dismissing her as a mere girl playing at grown-up games. But Wang Liumei didn't bat an eyelid. Anger was a mug's game, the lowest tool in the box. She was Orb's voice now, and once she unleashed her true chops, clawing back gains for her homeland, they'd feel the slap of reality stinging their smug faces. First off, Raoul Le Crusette, we'll hear your report. Affirmative. Crusette stepped forward from his flanking position, delivering a meticulous breakdown of the Heliopolis debacle, uploading battle logs that flickered across the holographic displays like ghosts of chaos past. That covers the lot. From this, you'll see my unit's actions weren't aimed at Heliopolis itself. The root cause of its downfall lies squarely with the Earth forces. Report done. Crusette retreated, cool as a cryopod, while the members piped up, their opinions tumbling out like debris in a solar wind. Say, Orb's in bed with the Earth lot. They broke the treaty first, so Orb got nothing to say for itself. The pressure zeroed in on Wang Liumei, but to her, it was lighter than lunar gravity. If it was just Crusette's word, easy to swat away but with battle records. Ironclad facts, no denying. Tampered logs. That'd just hand her more ammo to smack him down. Data in their hands, sure, but she had her own stash, didn't she? I object to these accusations. I contest the claim that Orb breached first or colluded with Earth forces. Wang Liumei responded evenly, her smile unwavering, a serene curve that masked the steel beneath. HMPH, facts are facts, and she's still arguing, just a kid after all. Age aside, I represent Orb here. Sir, might I take that as disdain toward Orb itself? Wang Liumei queried, her expression unchanged, voice light but piercing like a precision beam. What did you say? The speaker slammed the table, leaping up, his face twisting in rage. Her steady smile felt like the ultimate taunt, a mirror to his own bluster. Order! Councillor Elsman, mind your manners. Elsman's outburst wasn't just gifting her leverage, it disrespected the whole shebang. Sigil Klein barked the reprimand, his authority crackling like a whip. TCH, very well Miss Wang, share your views. Now, bar the chastised Elsman, no one dared treat her like a child. Even the bullish Patrick Zala perked up, not least for that unflapping smile. A slip of a girl, surrounded by sly old foxes in enemy territory, holding her cool. Sounded like a tall tale from some space opera yarn. Firstly, Orb has never colluded with Earth forces, nor violated neutrality. Assisting in MS development was pure international trade, a deal struck with the Atlantic Federation, nothing more. What a load of bollocks. If developing MS is just trade, what's left that ain't? On the 12th of September in CE 69, Orb inked a deal with Plant. Dawn Society Techs helped Zaft refine the mass production Jin MS. Orb got heaps of rare resources in return. On the 3rd of January in CE 70, another pact to aid Earth-specific MS development, with advance word on the neutron jammer deployment as payment. On the 14th of February in CE 70, out of humanitarian concern, Orb tipped off Plant about an impending Earth assault on Junior 7. Your distrust scuppered prevention, but one of our key members whisked away a certain someone's kin from the fray, securing verbal goodwill as recompense. In March of CE 70, deal after deal, from petty resource swaps to high-stakes rescues and MS or warship R&D, each one nailed down undeniable truths that no one could dodge. Faces around the table, moderate or radical, soured like curdled synth milk, growing darker with every revelation. Above lists all Orb Plant collaborations, including multiple MS and ship dev assists. So pray tell, has Orb been in cahoots with Plant all along? If yes, why no Plant aid when Earth Alliance leaned on us? Why wreck Orb's own colony satellite, Heliopolis? Wang Liumei's questions landed like orbital strikes, leaving M all mute, rebuttals vaporized. The hearing turned into her one-woman show, the rest reduced to gawking spectators in this grand political theater. Regarding the Heliopolis collapse, Captain Raoul Le Creuset has reported it wasn't our attacks that caused it but Earth forces. On that, I hold a different view, Wang Liumei interjected, cutting off radical heavyweight Eileen Canaver mid-sentence, uploading a fuller vid log that bloomed across the screens like damning evidence from the wreckage. This footage I pulled from Heliopolis ruins, more complete than Captain Creuset's submission. The playback rolled, key frames highlighted, Zaft commandos rigging internals for demolition, Jin storming the spaceport control hub, Jin hauling fortress-busting heavy ordnance into the heart of Heliopolis. These visuals shredded their prior claims, sealing off any escape route to blame Earth forces, the truth exploding like a supernova in their faces. This is, therefore, on behalf of Orb, I lodge a formal protest with Plant. Explain your destruction of our colony satellite Heliopolis, lead into its collapse and provide fair compensation. Wang Liumei's voice rang out, powerful and unyielding, echoing in the hushed chamber like a slap across collective cheeks, hammering into their cores with the force of unescapable judgment, her poise a beacon amid the shattering silence. Chapter 254, Wang Liumei's Triumph. Blimey. She's proper amazing, Athran Zala muttered under his breath, sitting there on the sidelines, eyes wide as saucers, his heart pounding like a drum in a zero-grav storm. He was just auditing the whole shebang, waiting for his cue to pipe up, and the nerves were gnawing at him like cosmic radiation eaten through a hull. Wang Liumei, with her petite frame making her look even younger than him, was holding court in this high-stakes chamber, cool as a cryopod, fearing back salvos that left plant-top brass speechless, their faces twisting in stunned defeat amid the sterile glow of holographic displays, and the hum of life support systems echoing off the metallic walls. Wang Liumei, the sole heiress of Orb's diplomatic powerhouse Wang family, rumors say she's a right genius, and seeing her today it's bang on, Raoul Le Creuset whispered to Athran, his voice low and smooth, carrying that enigmatic edge of a man who's seen too many stars explode. Yet knew her when we were kids, never reckoned she'd have this side to her, Athran replied, his tone a mix of awe and nostalgia, a young lad's voice cracking slightly under the weight of admiration. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Rao's lips curved into a subtle smirk, unfazed by the plant counselor's predicament, In fact, he found it all rather entertaining, his eyes glinting with mischievous delight as the tension crackled like static in the air. In the hearing committee, silence hung heavy as a neutron star, until Patrick Zala rose to his feet, his presence commanding the room like a battleship dropping out of warp. "So what compensation's Orb after then?" he demanded, his voice deep and authoritative, a father's stern rumble laced with political steel. The others might have squirmed under Wang Liu Mei's accusations and Orb's protests, but Patrick Zala and Sigil Klein had tangled with Orb. No, with Yang Hui, plenty of times before, knowing full well the endgame was reparations. All that guff about explanations and apologies was just window dressing. Orb wants what it lost, nothing more, nothing less so. Wang Liu Mei began, her voice steady and melodic, a young woman's poise shining through like a beacon in the void. "Out of the question. Plant ain't said in territory, not now, not ever." Patrick shot back, his words thundering like a railgun blast, eyes narrowing with unyielding resolve. "I think you've got the wrong end of the stick, Chairman Zala. Orb's only asking for Heliopolis rebuilt, with Plant footing the bill for all manpower, materials and dash. We've never fancied Plant handing over a whole colony satellite." Wang Liu Mei countered calmly, her petite form unbowed, a serene smile playing on her lips as she met his gaze head-on. "No dice. Building a colony satellite chews up massive resources. Plant can't swallow that." Eileen Canaver objected, her voice sharp and insistent, a seasoned politician's edge cutting through the debate, her hands gesturing emphatically in the dim light. The war between Zaft and Earth forces was heating up fiercer than a solar flare. And now the Earth lot had cranked out their own mobile suits. Success meant mass production wasn't far off, piling more pressure on Zaft. No way could they spare the grunt work, gear, or credits to bail out Orb's loss right now, not with battles raging across the stars. "Then pray tell, what compensation can Plant offer? Something equal to Heliopolis' worth?" Wang Liu Mei fired back, her question hanging like a charged particle beam, eyes sparkling with unshakable confidence. "This," Eileen faltered, words drying up in her throat, unable to muster a retort that held water. If Wang Liu Mei had been chatting nonsense or demanding the moon, they'd have slapped her down easy, but her claim was fair play, even generous. No extras tacked on, just equivalents for the shattered Heliopolis. It was a concession, plain as day, leaving M cornered in their own logic. "All right," Patrick Zala conceded, but with a caveat, his tone grudging yet firm, like a commander sealing a treaty under duress. "But not now. Chairman Zala, kindly give a firm timeline." Wang Liu Mei pressed, her voice polite but insistent, a diplomat's grace masking the steel beneath. "A year from now. Fine by me, but do us the courtesy of issuing a formal apology and compensation terms post-meeting plus rare resources for Orb. Here's the list." Wang Liu Mei knew the score. Plant and Zaft were in the thick of it, stretched thin on manpower, kit, and funds to rebuild Heliopolis anytime soon. With both sides slugging it out like titans in the void, even if Plant agreed, Earth forces wouldn't sit idle watching M reconstruct without lobbing a spanner in the works. And if it got built, in wartime, a lone Heliopolis drifting outside Orb's net would just be a millstone round their necks. A year later, judging the war's trajectory, even if no ceasefire, it'd simmer down, prime time for Orb to surge ahead like a phoenix from the cosmic ashes. The assembly scanned the resource roster, nodding in reluctant agreement. It was all within reason, a bit painful on the pocket, but nothing they couldn't stomach. Their faces creasing with the grudging acceptance of a hard bargain. "Right, settled then. Tomorrow I'll hold a presser and announce the apology and terms officially," Sigil Klein affirmed, his voice warm and statesmanlike, a elder's reassurance cutting through the chamber's chill. "Looking forward to it then." With a graceful rise and a slight bow to the lot, Wang Liu Mei swept out of the hall, her mission nailed, a quiet triumph burning in her chest. Sigil hadn't called time, meaning their docket wasn't done. She'd no place eavesdropping on the rest. Once she'd cleared out, the room's vibe soured like a faulty reactor, faces dark as deep space. This was a diplomatic gut punch, especially those vid logs slapping M silly. Rao's submitted footage was doctored, Zaft dirty laundry scrubbed clean to dodge blame. Who'd have thought Wang Liu Mei could snag pristine records from Heliopolis' ruins so quick, catching M flat-footed like a stealth ambush in the black. But the die was cast, no point stewing. Next item on the agenda was crucial as a warp core breach. All right, on to the next bit, Captain Crusette. Are these Earth forces MS really worth the blood price to snag? Patrick Zala queried, having pored over the data dumps already but airing it here to wake the moderates to the grim reality. Earth had beastly mobile suits and the war was about to get uglier, a storm brewing on the horizon of stars. On their jaw-dropping specs, my unit's got a pilot who's flown one and tangled with the last uncaptured beast. I reckon this Mech jockey Athron Zala should brief you all, Rao suggested, his voice even masking the intrigue dancing in his eyes. Permission granted for Athron Zala to report. Affirmative. Athron stepped up, launching into his spiel, his voice steady but laced with the raw edge of battlefield memory. First off, about the Aegis unit. Wang Liu-mei didn't head back to the digs plant had sorted for her. Instead, she loitered by the ancient fossil outside the conference room, the relic's eerie glow casting long shadows in the corridor. A silent sentinel from eons past amid the futuristic hum of the station. This was all par for the course. Sigil Klein and Patrick Zala would want a private chinwag, no doubt. Any chance you could patch me through to Miss Klein? She asked the guard flanking her, her tone light and friendly, a young diplomat's charm warming the sterile air. May I ask what you need with Miss Klein, ma'am? Nothing major, me and Lacus are mates, and since I'm here in plant, fancied catching up with her. Terribly sorry, but Miss Klein's off preparing for the Bloody Valentine Memorial at Junior 7's ruins. She's not in plant right now, the guard replied respectfully, following orders from Sigil and Patrick to indulge her whims, long as it didn't touch military or state secrets. Ah, what a shame, I was proper missing her. Wang Liu-mei sighed, a genuine flicker of regret softening her features, her voice carrying a woman's wistful lilt. And it wasn't just talk, she and Lacus were proper pals. Back when Yang Hui snuck into plant, he'd brought Wang Liu-mei and the Empress along, sometimes both, sometimes one. And over those clandestine meets they'd bonded with Lacus. Maybe cause Lacus's status kept normal friendships at bay. She'd warmed to M quick as a flash. Oh, and she knew Athron too, but with the gender gap and engagements on both sides, they kept it distant, no funny business. About 15 minutes later, the chamber doors whooshed open, counselors streaming out like debris from a hull breach. Sigil Klein approached with Athron in tow, his steps measured, a paternal smile breaking through. Been a fair few years, hasn't it, Miss Wang? Yeah, nearly a year gone, Athron, long time no see too. Aye, long time, Athron nodded, his greeting warm but reserved, a young man's politeness shining through. Parted ways a year back, and blimey, you've sharpened up something fierce. Makes me feel proper ancient, haha. Sigil chuckled, his laugh rich and avuncular, easing the corridor's tension. Chairman Klein and Chairman Zala, you're both in your prime. I've got loads to learn from you lot. Wang Liu-mei demurred, her humility graceful, eyes sparkling with respect. I wouldn't say that, you've just schooled the lot of us speechless. You're already one of the sharpest diplomats going, Patrick Zala interjected, strolling over with a rare soft smile replacing his meeting scowl, his voice booming yet tinged with unexpected warmth. You're too kind, am I really? Heh, your style's the spitting image of that lad's. Follow the rooster if you marry the rooster, the dog if the dog, though still his fiancé, he's fated to be my hubby. Even if you can't have him all to yourself, Chairman Zala, kindly don't stir trouble between me and my sister Empress. Heh, that cheeky sod's got some luck, eh? But he earns it, Patrick roared with laughter, his mirth echoing off the walls like a victory salute. Your orb laws are a queer lot, allowing polygamy, Sigil quipped, eyes twinkling with jest. Only way to keep both me and the Empress happy. Ha ha ha. Athron stood there, worldview teetering like a ship in turbulence. Sigil was always the kindly elder in his eyes, but his dad Patrick, usually stone-faced, barely cracking a grin even for his own son, now laughing like a jolly uncle next door. It proper threw him, his jaw slack in disbelief. Speaking of which, Chairman Klein, Chairman Zala, leaving me hanging here alone, got something on your minds to chat about. Wang Liu-mei steered, the chit-chat done, time for brass tacks. She wasn't buying this as mere catch-up. That belonged at home, not here in the sterile halls. I reckon this deal with Earth forces netted Yang Hui a tidy haul, eh? Not bad at all, you two know him, he never comes out the loser in a trade. Seems Orb's ambitions are sky-high, Patrick probed, his gaze sharpening to laser precision, the air thickening with intensity. Just looking to safeguard our homeland, Orb's neutrality's rock solid, always has been, always will. That's exactly why I say his ambitions are massive, you lot not worried they'll burst ya. Patrick pressed, his smile vanishing in a flash replaced by a stern, iron-willed glare, his dominance crashing over her like a gravitational wave, raw and overbearing. Course not, Wang Liu-mei stood firm as an asteroid, unflinching, her reply swift and defiant. a young woman's resolve burning bright against the onslaught. Chapter 255, Positions, Differences, Conflicts. Yeah, well, we'll see about that, won't we? Patrick Zala eased off the pressure, slipping back into his usual steely calm like a ship dropping out of warp, his voice deep and commanding, a father's unbending authority echoing through the sterile corridors of the plant council chambers. Athron, father, Athron replied, his tone sharp and dutiful, a young soldier's respect cutting through the hum of distant life support systems. Miss Wang'll be sticking around plant for a few days. You're on Hoston duty, yeah. Affirmative. Sigil Klein and Patrick Zala, baying the big cheeses as speaker and military chairman, had a mountain of cosmic red tape to wade through. They couldn't babysit Wang Liu Mei forever. Lucky for them, Athron knew her from way back, and with no immediate Zaft ops on his plate, he was the perfect bloke to step in, his boots clacking softly on the polished floors as they wrapped up. Long time no see, Miss Wang. Same here, Athron. It's private time now, you can drop the formalities and call me by my name. All right then, Wang Liu Mei, how's things with you and Lacus? What do you mean, ain't you two engaged and all? That. You know how it is. I'm in Zaft spending most me days drilling with the troops and she's got her own plate spinning, so proper shame that. You're in the same boat, ain't ya? Yang Hui. The pair strolled along, chatting about family and the like, but when Athron mentioned Yang Hui, he clammed up sudden like, his words trailing off into the artificial breeze of the station's vents. Something up? Wang Liu Mei asked, her voice soft and inquisitive, a young woman's gentle probe laced with concern, eyes searching his face under the glowing overhead panels. No, nothing. Athron hurried to shut it down, though curiosity burned in his gut like a misfiring thruster. He was dying to know why Yang Hui popped up at Heliopolis, but with ears everywhere in these crowded halls, it wasn't the spot for it. Wang Liu Mei clocked his dodge and let it slide, steering the convo back to safer waters of chit-chat, their footsteps echoing as they made their way to the Zala family pad, the vast expanse of plant artificial skyline stretching out like a glittering web of stars beyond the viewports. You, Liu Mei, blimey, it's been nigh on a year, hasn't it? You're looking more stunning by the day. They arrived at the Zala residence, and out stepped a warm, gracious lady, the picture of kindness, none other than Patrick Zala's wife and Athron's mum, the very kin Wang Liu Mei had referenced in the hearing as the rescued VIP Lenore Zala. Her voice was soft and welcoming, a mother's embrace in words, as she pulled Wang Liu Mei into a hug amid the sleek, high-tech decor of their home. Long time no greetings, Mrs. Zala, come on in, quick now, you should have given me a heads up, love, I'd have sorted something proper. No need to fuss, Mrs. Zala. I'm here on plant for official biz, is it? About Heliopolis. Yeah, Lenore Zala, though just an ag scientist by trade, knew the score as Patrick's missus. Politics and peril went hand in hand. After a brief pause, heavy with unspoken weights, she skipped over it like a deft pilot dodging asteroids. Liu Mei, what do you fancy eatin'? I'll whip up a feast tonight to welcome you proper. Anything's fine, I'm not picky. Rido, you make yourself at home, I'll sort it. Athron, mother, look after Liu Mei, yeah. Will do. Lenore Zala gathered her staff and headed out for supplies, planning a right spread to honor their guest but also giving the youngsters space. From the moment they crossed the threshold, she'd spotted Athron's hesitant glances, figuring he had private words for Wang Liu Mei, her maternal instincts sharp as a laser sight. Once the place cleared out, Athron shooed away the remaining help, double-checking the room was empty before diving in, his voice low and urgent, a soldier's whisper cutting through the quiet hum of the household systems. How'd Yang Hui end up at Heliopolis? How should I know? Yang Hui's proper busy, we barely catch sight of each other these days. Wang Liu Mei replied casual as you like, but Athron saw right through the brush-off, frustration bubbling up, until he caught her next move and held his tongue. While talking, she fished a sleek black box from her handbag, extending 2 antennae from its edges. Red lights flickered like warning beacons, then switched to steady green after a few ticks, and only then did she plonk it on the table, her actions precise and calculated, a diplomat's caution in every motion. What's that? Signal jammer, Athron. Blimey, you ain't changed a bit, still as careless as ever. Wang Liu Mei sighed, her tone teasing yet scolding, a sister's gentle ribbon with an edge of wisdom. But this is my home. Why jam the signals? Unless, exactly cause it's your gaff, we gotta be extra careful. Chairman Zala's a sharp one, isn't it? This. No way. How'd you know? I don't, but I'm reppin' Orb now. Every word, every step's gotta be spotless, no slip-ups. Whether there's bugs or not, better safe than sorry. Wang Liumei explained, her voice firm but patient, knowing full well the next chat was sensitive as a live wire. One leak could torpedo all her hard-won gains from the hearing. You? Fair enough, you're proper on it these days, am I? Reckon I've still got miles to go, you. Whatever. Can you answer me question now? You've seen the Aegis's OS, right? Wang Liumei countered, her words slidden in smooth as silk. How do you know the Aegis's name? The GAT series, what Earth calls the G Project, orbs in on the assist, and I'm the point of contact. As for Yang Hui, and he was directly involved. But, hang on, he wrote the OS. In that instant, Athron's mind raced back to rewiring the OS, that fuzzy familiarity clicking into place. It was Yang Hui's signature code, no doubt, hitting him like a bolt from a particle cannon. Spot on, what's he playing at? That OS ain't fit for humans, yeah. Handing that to Earth forces, how's that gonna fly? Athron groaned, rubbing his temples in frustration, his voice rough with confusion. Yang Hui never lost out on a deal but this OS. Naturals couldn't touch it, and even coordinators struggle. Could it seal the bargain? Wait. What if that's exactly his plan? Athron's brain whirred like an overclocked drive, pondering another angle. Yang Hui crafting a monster OS on purpose, to hobble Earth forces short-term, a sneaky backdoor in the trade. But nah, if they cried foul and withheld payment, it'd all be for naught unless he could prove a natural could handle it. But was there really a person who could? Blimey, eliminate the impossible, and the wild conclusion left Athron reeling, his head spinning like a ship in a gravity well. This was straight out of a space legend. Yang Hui, Athron gawped at Wang Liumei, words stuck in his throat, the shark too massive to spit out, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who knows? Wang Liumei shrugged, not clued in on his exact query, but reading his face like a star chart. She guessed it touched Yang Hui's secrets, ones not ready for the spotlight. No way she'd spill. No matter their old ties, they were on different sides now. Loyalties pulling like rival gravities. Got it. So Yang Hui Bane at Heliopolis makes sense now. Just didn't reckon. Our next meetup to be as enemies. Are you enemies now? Wang Liumei shot back, her question hanging like a suspended particle field. Ain't we? Depends on your viewpoint, don't it? Wang Liumei spread her hands, her voice light but profound, a diplomat's wisdom weaving through the air. Different stances, different goals, they breed rifts and rifts spark clashes. From Yang Hui's angle, the G Project was his baby, one he'd nurture to snag bigger wins. And with Zaft storming Heliopolis as orb brass, he'd defend it fierce as a guardian drone. From Athron's side, he was Zaft through and through. Earth forces were foes, stricken M was fair game, and as a soldier, orders were gospel. Both right in their own lights, just positions clashing like opposing fleets, leading to scraps. But did that make Yang Hui and Athron proper enemies? And temporary foes. That could flip like a course correction in the void. All right, talking to you now's proper exhausting. Athron grumbled, slumping back with a sigh, his youthful frustration bubbling up like vented exhaust. That's growth for ya, orbs in a right pickle after all. But you surprise me, Athron, son of Chairman Zala and still so bloomin' innocent. Reckon Lax'll have you wrapped round her little finger. Wang Liumei chuckled, covering her mouth daintily, her laugh light and teasing, a woman's playful insight sparkling in her eyes. Judging by Athron's vibe, he hadn't glimpsed Lacus's true colors yet. That girl was a real enigma. Wang Liumei's own edge came from a shrewd soul hidden behind a girlish facade, but Lacus. She and the Empress knew the score, surface level sweet as pie but inside. Sharp as a vibroblade, with moves, vision and schemes matching the slyest politicos. She was born for the game, a natural in the galactic chessboard. Nah, let's not go there. Sure, me and Lacus are engaged, but the time we've actually spent together barely adds up, but you've both accepted it, yeah. Like Yang Hui once said, future's a mystery, who can call it? Spot on. All right, I've seen you and Yang Hui, what about the Empress? How's she doing, the Empress, eh? What? Something happened to her. Athron leaned in, worry creasing his brow, his voice thick with concern for an old ally. Nah, nothing like that. Just, I ain't tellin' ya. Athron, the Empress's real sitch was Orb's top secret vault. Until she stepped onto the world stage proper, it stayed locked tight, no leaks in this vacuum. Click tilde time slipped away unnoticed, the front door clacking open. Lenore Zala was back, arms laden. Wang Liumei stashed the jammer quick as a flash, and the pair dropped their heavy convo, the air lightening as the scent of fresh provisions filled the space, heralding a night of warmth amid the stars' cold embrace. Chapter 256. The Pink Princess. The next day, just as promised, Sigil Klein fronted a press conference, the holoscreens across the cosmos flickering to life with his familiar statesman-like face. He delivered a public apology for the Heliopolis catastrophe, announcing they'd struck a deal with Orb and laying out the compensation terms for all to see, his voice smooth as polished duranium. But that sly old fox pulled a fast one, didn't he? After all the sorry-so-sorries, he dropped a bombshell. He exposed how Earth forces had used Orb's neutral ground as a smokescreen to cook up their own mobile suits, pinning the blame for the colony's collapse square on their shoulders. He then had the brass neck to call on M, as fellow participants in the disaster, to issue their own apology and cough up some dosh for Orb. That crafty old sod, Wang Liu Mei muttered, rubbing her temples as a headache brewed behind her eyes. She thought she'd bagged a clean win, but right at the finish line, these old political geezers had played her like a fiddle. Now Orb was staring down the barrel of a full-on pressure campaign from the Earth Alliance, especially the Atlantic Federation, a bunch of proper headcases compared to Plant. They were a military powerhouse with a simple foreign policy. If you don't toe the line, we'll batter you till you do. Worse, their top brass were mostly blue cosmos fanatics, their hatred for coordinators burning harder than a ship's re-entry, and they loved throwing their weight around with any nation that didn't share their venom, especially a place like Orb where naturals and coordinators lived side by side. With Sigil blabbing about the Orb-Plant truce and pointing the finger at Earth, the game had changed. Plant was a long way off, locked in a stalemate with Zaft, but Orb was right there, a juicy ripe plum just begging to be squeezed. Thinking fast, Wang Liu Mei fired off an encrypted message to Orb on Earth, pinging her dad and Yang Hui's father directly. She urged M to rally the other neutral states and lean on allies in the Earth Alliance, like the East Asian Union and the South African Unified Organization, to back M against the inevitable push from the Atlantic and Eurasian federations. She had to get back there sharpish herself. On their own, her old man and Yang Hongyu might not hold the line. "You're off already. Can't you stay a few more days, love?" Lenore Zala pleaded, her voice laced with a mother's gentle sadness. She'd seen the news, read between the lines of the apology, but still, Wang Liu Mei was just a girl. This stuff was for grown-ups to fret over. Sending her off alone to Plant for diplomatic dogfights was a heavy burden for such young shoulders. "I'm so sorry, Mrs. Zala, but I have to get back to Orb." "All right then. Come visit us in Plant again when you get the chance and bring the Empress with you next time." "Of course, Mrs. Zala. I'll take my leave now." Wang Liu Mei said her goodbyes and made a beeline for the spaceport, where she bumped right into Athran Zala on his way back to his unit. "Wang Liu Mei, you're leaving?" "Yeah, got stuff to sort back home." "Mission's accomplished, so it's time to head back. Who knows when we'll see each other again. We'll get the chance." "You off to rejoin your squad?" "Yeah," Athran nodded, then leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Lacus's ship's gone missing. What happened? Don't know. My unit's been scrambled for an immediate search and rescue. I hope you find her. Cheers." "Well, this is where we part ways." "Right." Wang Liu Mei and Athran went their separate ways and she boarded the shuttle bound for Orb, the hiss of the airlock sealing her in for the long journey home. "Heading out now. Not worried about trouble on the return trip?" "That's exactly why you're here as my bodyguard, isn't it, Tyria?" Waiting for her inside the shuttle's plush cabin was Tyria Erd, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. This diplomatic trip was bound to shake up Orb-Plant relations, and to stop the other side from getting desperate and trying something stupid, Tyria had come along as her guardian. Of course he hadn't come alone. This shuttle was a beast, way bigger than your standard runabout. Behind the passenger cabin was a cargo bay housing Tyria's own mobile suit. Meanwhile, the Empress, along with Setsuna and Lyle, were on standby not far from the Plant colony cluster. If things went pear-shaped, Tyria could get Wang Liu Mei out and rendezvous with them for a clean getaway. But right now, the threat wasn't Zaft, it was the Earth Alliance. "By the way, got a message from Yang Hui. He wants us at the debris field on standby, effective immediately." "Right now?" Wang Liu Mei frowned slightly. It wasn't that the Timon was bad. If Yang Hui needed her, she'd dive into a black hole for him, no questions asked. She could always dart back to Plant and lay low for a bit if she had to. No, what worried her was that Yang Hui might be in real danger. The Empress, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria were his trump card, the ace up his sleeve, not meant to be played this early in the game. If he was calling on them now, it meant things had gotten properly desperate. After we link up, let's head straight for the coordinates, she decided. What about your safety? I can travel with the fleet. The folks in Orb can handle things there for a while. Won't this mess with Yang Hui's plans? The moment you got that message, the plan had already changed. I'm sure the Empress has already made adjustments. Right. Without wasting another second, the shuttle powered up and blasted off. Once clear of plant territory, it rendezvoused with a transport ship running on silent, its hull a dark shadow against the star-dusted velvet of space. You're back, yes. Empress, is the new plan sorted? All done. It's likely we'll be exposed earlier than we wanted. But Yang Hui's instructed us to operate as a mercenary unit for now. You need to get back to Orb pronto. The Atlantic Federation is definitely going to start throwing its weight around. It's all right, I've already sent word to him and Yang Hongyu. They can hold out for a bit. Good. Let's move out, let's. Meanwhile, the Archangel had plunged into the eerie silence of the debris field. And just as predicted, they'd stumbled upon Lacus Klein's escape pod. But this time the story had a twist. The long-range recon Jin sent to find her wasn't blown to smithereens. Instead, it was disabled and captured by the Archangel. Its combat systems fried, but its hull largely intact. The two Zaft pilots were now under lock and key, and Lacus herself was being questioned by Meru, Nadarl, and Mu. But Yang Hui was in on this debrief too. The moment Lacus stepped out of that escape pod, she'd greeted him by name, clear as a bell. They obviously went way back. Thank you so much for recovering my escape pod. My name is Lacus Klein. The beautiful, serene girl sat before the four of them without a trace of fear, her manner gentle and calm. She wasn't spooked by the Earth Force's uniforms, not one bit. Her white, sleeveless dress gave her an air of pure innocence, while the gold clip in her long, flowing pink hair added a touch of cute charm. Harrow Lacus Harrow. As she introduced herself, the little round robot cupped in her hands flapped its ears frantically, as if demanding not to be ignored. And this is my friend Harrow, Lacus added, turning to the three officers with a sweet, helpful smile. Harrow, you too. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Meru and Mu looked like they were getting migraines, while Nadarl's mind was churning with 1,000 thoughts. They didn't know Lacus, but they knew that surname, Klein. The name of plant chairman. If they weren't mistaken. Klein. The current chairman of the Plant Supreme Council is Sigil Klein, if I recall correctly. Sigil Klein is my father. Do you know him? She asked, her expression one of wide-eyed natural innocence. Dear God, faced with Lacus's perfectly crafted, clueless and cute routine, the three officers felt a dull throb in their temples. They couldn't help but think she was just some pampered princess, completely oblivious to the mess she was in. Honestly, what's a young lady like this doing out here? Meru wondered aloud. I was here to prepare for the memorial ceremony at Junius 7. Then our ship ran into an Earth Forces vessel. The three of them listened, and the rest of the story pieced itself together. Sure enough, the Earth ship demanded an inspection. Lacus's crew agreed, but when they found out her destination, things got nasty. An argument turned into a scuffle, her entourage protected her, and the young miss was bundled into an escape pod just in time. And then they'd found her. Hearing this, all three of them shot a complicated look at Yang Hui. He could only shrug. This was typical Earth Forces behavior, he'd expected it. Civilian ship or not, their attitude towards coordinators rarely changed, regardless of who they were. The questioning ended there. Lacus was told to stay in her room and not wander about the ship. Then, Yang Hui was dragged back to the captain's office by the trio to figure out what to do with her. Right, we need to find a way to get rid of her. This girl's identity is a bleeding hot potato, Mu suggested, rubbing his tired face. Don't tell me this was the surprise that Intel mentioned. This is too much, Meru groaned. Honestly, she was kicking herself. If she'd known this was the bombshell waiting for them, she'd never have agreed to cut through the debris field. My personal recommendation is to place her under guard and hand her over to High Command when we reach the lunar base. As Sigil Klein's daughter, her strategic value is beyond imagination. Nadarl's advice was pure Atlantic Federation playbook. From her position as an Earth Forces soldier, it was the right call, but... Sorry, but if it's all the same, could you let me handle her? Yang Hui requested, his tone calm but firm. What are you planning? Nothings. She's my friend. I don't want to see her fall into the hands of the Earth forces, especially not the Atlantic Federation. That's not happening. I approve it. Captain, Lieutenant Badgerul, I simply cannot stand by and watch a young woman like that be used by High Command. You can imagine what they'd do to her, Muru reasoned. As an Earth Forces officer, she knew Nadarl was right by the book, but she just couldn't stomach the thought of such a lovely girl suffering some inhumane treatment, no matter how important she was. She is a person of immense importance to the Earth Forces. Do you have any idea how much leverage we could gain by handing her over? It's because I know that I'm asking you to let me handle her, Yang Hui repeated, not using grand ideals to persuade Nadarl, just appealing to them as Lacus's friend. Lieutenant Badgerul, I've approved it. That's the end of it, Muru said, slapping the table for emphasis when she saw Nadarl was about to argue again. Nadarl was fuming, but there was nothing she could do. Rank is rank, and Muru was the captain, a position Nadarl herself had helped put her in. In this situation, her usual sign-off was inevitable. I will be reporting this incident to our superiors exactly as it happened. I'll take full responsibility. The talk was over. Nadarl shot Yang Hui a venomous glare and stormed out. Yang Hui was a bit baffled. He could feel a strange sort of resentment in that stare but couldn't figure out why. With Lacus's fate decided, Yang Hui went back to her room. Hola Yang Hui, you're back. Is everything all right? I'm feeling a bit peckish, can I go get something to eat? In front of me, can you drop the act now, Lacus? Chapter 257. Flay's thunderbolt shock. Sure enough, the moment Yang Hui let those words slip, Lacus's wide-eyed innocence vanished in a flash, her blank gaze sharpening into something wise and glinting like stars winking to life in the dead of space. This was the real Lacus Klein, daughter of Sigil Klein. No way she'd be some airheaded sweetie pie, drifting through life without a clue. But blimey, her acting chops were off the charts. If Yang Hui hadn't sussed out her true colors ages ago, he'd have been suckered just like Muru and the others, reeling from her performance like fools in a cosmic con. How'd I do just now? She asked, her voice shifting from bubbly to something smoother, more calculating, a young woman's sly edge cutting through the sterile hum of the ship's quarters. Spot on, Yang Hui admitted, though it gave him a right headache, his words calming out grudging but honest. But seriously, I owe M1. Without M, I might have been proper stuffed. Nah, if we hadn't shown up, that rescue gin would have spotted ya, and you'd be back prepping for the memorial gig. So, Lacus, we've known each other donkey's years now. Can we cut the bollocks? For the Empress and Liu Mei's sake. Knew I couldn't pull the wool over your eyes, Yang Hui. Compared to you, Athron's a right soft touch. Flatter one, slag off the other, ain't gonna make me chuffed, even if Athron can be daft as a brush sometimes, bless him. Spot on. Anyway, what are you doing on an Earth Forces battleship? Call it a deal, yeah? Gotcha. Makes sense, just stay put in this room for a bit, alright? No wandering off. I'll sort a chance for Kira to shuttle you back. That'd be brilliant, Yang Hui. But that MS pilot who fished me out, Kira. What's up with him, so that's his name? Nothing really, just. He seems proper down in the dumps, like he's carrying the weight of the stars on his shoulders. His sitch is a bit of a tangle, yeah. Fancy filling me in. Got nought else to do, might as well pass the time, eh? You. What dodgy scheme you cooking up now? Am I that awful in your books? Lacus shot him a look full of mock hurt, her eyes welling up on cue. Blimey, she could have been a pro actress, tears glistening like dew on a hull. But Yang Hui, knowing full well how crafty she could be, wasn't buying it. Look, even if you proper bawled, I wouldn't swallow it. Just like that, the misty eyes cleared up, her face twisting into a pout of real annoyance. You're a right pain, you know that. Dunno what Liu Mei and the Empress see in ya. What have I done now? Ain't it obvious? You get to see through everyone, but no one gets a peek at you. Hess, if I was that easy to read, I wouldn't have lasted this long in the game. The chat took a dark turn, the air thickening like a nebula cloud, and Lacus wasn't having it linger. I'm starving proper now. Got any grub? Hang tight, I'll fetch you some. Yang Hui turned on his heel, pausing at the door to shoot her a serious glance. And don't go leaving this room yet. In the original yarn, Lacus had slipped out of her quarters time and again, no matter how many locks they slapped on. Back when Yang Hui was just watching the anime, he'd puzzled over it. Was it plot magic, the door always glitchin'? But after landin' in this world and gettin' to know her proper, he just chuckled. Barlocks to faulty larks. Who'd suspect that cute, harmless little harrow packed a high-level idiot-proof hacking program? Stealin' top-secret files. Nah, but crackin' a simple door lock. Piece of cake. Paired with Lacus's Oscar-worthy actin', no one'd ever twig she'd bypass the security. So locking her in was pointless, better to ask nice and mean it. He made his way to the mess hall, the ship's corridors echoing with the low thrum of engines. But before he even stepped inside, Flay's voice hit him like a verbal torpedo, arguing up a storm. I ain't going near that coordinator girl with her grubs, scares the life out of me. Flay clocked Kira in the room thanks to Mirialia's nudge, and she backpedaled quick. Course, Kira's different, I know that. But she's zaft in knit. Coordinators ain't just brainy, they're proper athletic too. What if she turns on me? But I don't reckon she'd just lunge at ye. Even wobbly old Kez wasn't backing her up, his voice hesitant but firm. Who knows? You can't tell a coordinator's tricks from looking. What if she's a right powerhouse? Flay, you ain't. Part of Blue Cosmos, are ye? Mirialia asked, all careful-like, keeping an eye on Kira's face, her tone soft and probing, a girl's worry seeping through. No way, Flay wasn't actually in the group, so she denied it fierce, but that didn't mean she disagreed with their poison. But they've got a point, yeah. Messin' with genes when you're not even sick. That's against nature, a mistake. Flay. She snapped out of it, glancing up to see Kira's face dark as a storm cloud, backing away like she'd slapped him. Kira? No, I didn't mean you. Flay scrambled to explain, panic risen in her voice, but it was no good. Kira spun on his heel, bolting like a shot. All the sidelong glares and whispers about Bane, a coordinator finally boiling over. His anger and hurt exploding like a breached reactor. But 2 steps in, he crashed right into Yang Hui. Sorry, Kira mumbled an apology, gearing to leg it again, but Yang Hui grabbed his arm firm. You. If I wasn't built like a brick outhouse, that could have knocked me spark out. What's with the rush? Yang Hui, Psy, coordinators and naturals, they're all just humans in knit. Yang Hui. His words hung there, silencing Kira, Mirialia and Kaz, while Flay just huffed and turned her head away, all snooty-like. You lot know about Evidence 01. That winged whale fossil on Jupiter's moon Europa, proof of alien life. Yang Hui strolled over to the food counter, casual as you like. That alien fossil, Kaz blurted, eyes wide. Yeah, even if it's just bones, it shows we're not alone in the cosmos. In the eyes of something with a body spanning hundreds of feet, flying through space on flesh alone, do you reckon it'd spot the difference between a natural and a coordinator? So, whether coordinator or natural, it's all one label, human. Same as skin color, really, but coordinators are different. Smarter, quicker reflexes, tougher bodies. How can they be the same? Flay argued, her voice high and petulant like a posh girl throwing a strop. Ain't that just plain jealousy? I ain't. This ain't jealousy. If not jealousy, what is it? Yang Hui tilted his head, flashing her a lazy grin. Flay, you're the Ulster heiress. Daughter of the Atlantic Federation's foreign undersecretary. Do you know how many folks envy you, hate you for it? How? No way. I don't. It's got nout to do with you personally. Just your birthright makes green-eyed naturals and coordinators alike. No, it can't be. I wouldn't. Flay panicked, grabbing at Mirialia for backup. We're mates, right? You don't envy me, do ya? Mirialia's face twisted complicated-like, but she spilled the truth. I have envied you, Flay. How could? The unwanted answer hit her like a gut punch and she let go, staggering back in shock. So, Flay, your folks shielded you too much. You ain't got a clue what the world's really like out there. Stuff you take for granted. To others, it's pie in the sky. You're still a caged canary, never flown the coop. How could? I couldn't. Flay lost her cool, glaring daggers at Yang Hui, screaming like a banshee. What about you? You're the same. Orb's Yang family golden boy. What gives you the right to lecture me? Yang Hui picked up 2 meal trays, heading out, but paused, turning his head just enough to fix her with a stare cold as deep space, freezing her soul near solid. Fancy a taste of the darkness I've waded through. It wasn't just Flay, Kira, Mirialia and Kaz all froze, chilled to the bone by his icy vibe, like a blast from the void, sucking out every bit of warmth. But the frost thawed in a heartbeat, his eyes warming back up with a smile. Kira, come on, me. Something wrong tacking ya to make a new mate. You ain't got many coordinator pals, have ya? Yang Hui explained, then pulled a mark-hurt face. But that look on your mug's proper woundin' me. Sorry, let's go, keep up. Lacus is plant top idol, you know. Score a signed pic and you're set for life. I ain't doing that. A quick joke melted the awkwardness, and Kira didn't even clock how his fear and wariness had vanished, trailing after Yang Hui to Lacus's quarters without a second thought. The three left behind hung their heads, silent as the grave. Am I really? Flay, don't touch me. Flay slapped away Mirialia's reaching hand, backing into the corner like a cornered animal. Flay, you envy my status, don't ya? Jealous of my life? Then quit acting all chummy. Those words cut deep and Mirialia shook her head, standing up to leave. Truth be told, she and Flay weren't that tight. More like mates cause Flay was size girl. Envy? Sure, but jealousy. No, Flay. We've never been jealous of ya, Kaz piped up as he turned to go, his voice steady but kind. Envy in mates is normal. I envy Toll and Sai, they've got girlfriends but we're still solid pals. With that he was gone, leaving Flay alone, her mind a blank void. She crumpled into the corner, hugging her knees tight, burying her face as sobs racked her body, tears soaking into her uniform like rain on a derelict hull. Chapter 258. Serpent Tail touches down the door, whooshed open with a soft pneumatic sigh, and there was Yang Hui, balancing two trays of grub like a proper waiter in some dingy spaceport diner. Lacus's eyes lit up at the sight. Blimey, she was starving, her belly rumbling like a faulty engine core. But then she clocked the double portion, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her pretty face. What did he reckon she was, some sort of glutton, scarfing down enough for two? Still, her mood flipped quicker than a thruster burst when she spotted the lad trailing behind him, all awkward and wide-eyed in the dim glow of the cabin lights. Eat up, Yang Hui said, plonking one tray down in front of her with a casual flick, then tucking into the other himself, his movements steady and unhurried like he was dinning in zero-G. Lacus felt her cheeks heat up proper, a rosy blush creeping in. Oh, she'd got it all wrong, hadn't she? Misjudged him like a faulty nav scan. She ducked her head, picking at her food in quiet embarrassment, the steam risen like misty nebulae from the synth meat and veg. Kira, this here's Lacus. Lacus Klein, Yang Hui introduced, his voice low and easy, a bloke's straightforward tone cutting through the hum of the ship's systems. Hello, nice to meet ya. Name's Kira Yamato, look after me, yeah. Kira replied, his words tumbling out a bit shy, a young lad's politeness laced with that subtle hesitation, eyes darting like he was scanning for threats in the void. Hello, Kira. Just call me Lacus, she answered, her voice soft and welcoming, a girl's gentle lilt that wrapped around the words like a warm solar wind. Watching her slip back into that perfect mask, Yang Hui's lip twitched in amusement. This girl was a right enigma, switching faces easier than changing a phase shift. A proper chameleon, she was, pulling off 1,000 guises without a hitch, her expressions flitting seamless as a stealth cloak. Kira, you a coordinator too? Lacus asked, tilting her head all innocent-like. Yeah, I am, he admitted, his tone dropping low, a boy's quiet admission heavy with unspoken burdens. Then why'd you board this tub? Ain't it an Earth Forces ship? She pressed, her curiosity sparkling like distant stars. Well, Kira faltered, not keen on diving into that mess, shooting a pleading glance at Yang Hui, eyes begging for a lifeline. I brought him and his mates aboard. Only way to stay alive, had to hop on this beast, Yang Hui explained, his voice steady, a man's matter-of-fact grit ground in the tail. Oh, like that, eh? Must be proper tough on ya, Lacus murmured, her words hanging soft and empathetic. That hit home, not just Kira freezing up, but even Yang Hui pausing mid-bite, setting down his fork with a quiet clink that echoed in the confined space. Yeah, Kira nodded, the words scrapping out rough, a lad's pain etched deep. Fight in. It's a right heartbreaker, in it. Lacus said, her voice dropping to a sorrowful whisper carrying the weight of galaxies. I don't want to fight, but... Kira trailed off, his fists clenching subtle like frustration boiling under the surface. You're a gentle soul, Kira, ain't ya? Lacus soothed, her tone warm and comforting, a girl's kindness flowing like a healer's touch. Clear as day you hate scrapping, yet here you are, divin in. Gotta be some reason you can't walk away, right? Yeah, Yang Hui. Lacus turned to him, her smile sweet as synth honey, but he caught the undercurrent, no anger, no blame, just a silent questioning stare, sharp as a laser sight. Born into this mad, tumbling world, who ain't fightin'? Yang Hui shot back, tilting his head her way, his voice level but edged with a bloke's weary resolve. You too, yeah. Her mask cracked then, slipping away to reveal a mature poise, sorrow and grief spreading through the room like a nebula's chill fog. I hate leaving my fate in others' hands. When danger hits, I ain't hidden under a table, praying for rescue. I call the shots on my own destiny, that's it. Young Huey stated, shoveling the last of his food down quick, grabbing his tray and heading out. But before the door sealed, he lightened the mood with a chuckle. Oh, and Kira. He's me and Athron's old-school chum from way back. And Lacus here's Athron's fiancé. World feels massive, but sometimes it's proper tiny, eh? Ha ha, young Huey vanished, leaving Kira blinking out of his stupor, whipping round to gawp at Lacus. Hey, Ace Varlat. So you're mates with Athron too. What a coincidence. Lacus beamed, her laugh pure and delighted, a girl's joy bubbling up like fresh oxygen. You're Athron's fiancé, that's right, blimey. This is, Kira let out a bitter chuckle, nodding fierce at young Huey's words. The universe was vast as eternity, but in moments like this, it shrank to the size of a cramped cockpit. I saw Athron, did ya? Bet it was a right proper reunion. Tell us about it, she urged, leaning in with genuine interest. Yeah, but not like you'd picture. Wasn't friendly at all. And just like that, Kira opened the floodgates, pouring out his soul to Lacus about the chaos at Heliopolis, why he'd been dragged into the fray, and how he and Athron had ended up on opposite sides, enemies in the stars. Maybe cause they were both coordinators, he let it all spill, trusting her without a doubt, laying bare every twist and torment. Lacus just listened, quiet as a dormant star, offering a word of comfort here and there, but mostly playing the role of confidante, diving deep into how this kind-hearted lad had been sucked into war's merciless vortex, her eyes reflecting the epic tragedy of it all. Young Huey, having left the room, strode straight to the bridge, the ship's corridors a blur of humming panels and flashing lights. Maddox promised surprises when he'd already unwrapped. Now for the second, looming like a comet on the horizon. Young Huey, you're here. How's she doing? Muru asked, her voice steady but laced with a captain's concern, leaning over the console in the bridge's glowing heart. No worries, Kira's keeping an eye on her. Kira, eh? Truth be told, leaving Kira to watch Lacus had Muru twitchy. She knew the lad's soft heart, and he wasn't military stock. What if Lacus spun some yarn he couldn't see through, leading to trouble? And both Bane coordinators, what if she turned him? What become of the Archangel then? Relax, I had a word. Lacus won't kick up a fuss. All right then. Oh, Captain Ramius, any comms requests from nearby? Young Huey queried, knowing he'd tipped off Serpent Tail to linger in these parts. By his reckoning, they should have linked up by now. Nothing yet. Beep beep beep. Captain, incoming unknown signal comms request. Speak of the devil. Young Huey'd just mentioned Serpent Tail, and here they were pinging like clockwork. Patch it through. Aye. The screen flickered to life, revealing a girl with short brown hair, her features making it hard to pin down if she was a lad or lass. This is Serpent Tail. Is this the vessel carrying Mr. Young Huey? Long time no see, Hana. You on comms duty. Where's Guy? Elijah? Reed and Loretta? All the grown-ups kicked the bucket on your tub. Young Huey teased, his grin cheeky as a rogue asteroid. I'm Serpent Tail's manager. Client liaison's my gig. Don't underestimate me. She huffed, puffing up like a steamed bun, her voice a girl's indignant snap. Hana Arja, Serpent Tail's trainee, daughter of teammate Loretta Arja. Not full member yet, but she handled the biz side, negotiating deals for Guy Murakumo. Young as she was, her insight and guts outstripped most adults, sharp as a vibro knife. Oi. Young Huey, lad, we're listening. Try slagging us off behind our backs. No chance, a rough, booming voice and a fiery one cut in, as a burly bloke with golden short hair, and a woman with dark skin and a single ponytail shoved Hana aside, hogging the screen. The big fella was Reed Wheeler, Serpent Tail vet, ex-Earth Alliance officer booted for his boozing ways. But his rep lingered, giving him inside connections, and his intel-gathering skills made him the team's info hub. The woman was Loretta Arja, Hana's mum, a single-parent ace at hand-to-hand and demolitions, a proper hot mama, handling fixed ops and undercover gigs, sometimes suiting up in power armor for backup. She had a knack for Karen, making her popular among mercs. Plenty fancied Bane Hana's stepdad, though none had luck yet. Hey, so as adults can't ya show a bit of sense? Young Huey ribbed. TCH, annoying little git. Knew we should have passed on your job, my girl's the cutest. What? What are ya doin'? Mum, we're on a gig. Move. A cool, steely voice rang out and Reed and the Archer ladies stepped aside, revealing the speaker. Stern features, orange shades hid in a rugged, handsome mug, dark brown hair tousled but adding to his roguish charm. Not tacking from his tough vibe one bit. Guy Murakumo, head of the Merc outfit Serpent-Tail, trusted by his crew like family. Famous in the underbelly for pulling off impossible ops, he was the core, dubbed the strongest Merc for good reason. Long time, Guy. Looking well, yeah. We startin' the job now, job's on. Escort this ship till we shake Zaft tail and hit the Atlantic Federation lunar base. Got it. Job commences, that was Guy's style, straight no nonsense. Even with mates, no chit-chat, mission first. But he wasn't one to take any old gig. Unlike mercs who do dirty work for credits, Guy weighed morals and politics, rarely tacking jobs involving needless killing or oppression. It built Serpent-Tail a solid rep in the shadows. Comms cut and all eyes swung to Yang Hui. You didn't tell em, he asked Muru. Hadn't got round to it, Muru admitted, sweating a bit. She'd blanked on briefing the crew, what with rescuing Lacus and all. It had slipped her mind like a loose bolt in 0G. She quickly filled M in on hearing Serpent-Tail. No fuss, she was captain their boss, they followed orders. Plus, Merc backup meant extra security, and it wasn't common out of their pockets. Who'd moan about that? Right then, a fresh spark of hope bloomed on the bridge. Captain, yeah. What is it? Incoming encrypted pulse signal. This is Earth Force's 8th Orbital Fleet's code. Confirmed. Can we trace it? Nadal jumped in, urgent as a red alert. On it. Decoding now at ZZZT. ZZZT. This is 8th Fleet Advance. Montgomery. Archangel. Respond, it's Brigadier Halberton's squad. Yahoo, they looking for us. Position. Is it Major Koopman's lot? Brilliant. Muru, Nadal, Arnold and the rest finally let go of the weight they'd been lugging since the start, their faces lighting up like they'd found home port after a brutal voyage through the black. But alone among them, Yang Hui's expression darkened with worry, lingering like a shadow over a supernova. Chapter 259, Danger creeping in quiet like hang on a sec. We're still miles off from M, but if we can link up, yeah, finally catch a breather. Ha ha ha, Yang Hui, what's eating ya? Muru and Nadal both clocked his face, none of the cheer lighting up the bridge, just a proper worried frown creasing his brow, macking their guts twist uneasy in the humming glow of the consoles. Something off with that encrypted pulse signal. Nadal pressed, her voice sharp and urgent, a woman's edge cutting through the chatter like a laser sight locking on. Nah, it's solid, Earth Force's code, Zaft couldn't fake it if they tried. Then why the long face? Just one niggling worry. What if Zaft sniffed out the advance fleet's moves too? The crew had been too busy celebrating to think that far, their laughs echoing off the bulkheads like distant engine roars. But Yang Hui's words hit him like a cold vacuum blast, whacking him up sharp. If Zaft onto the advance fleet's trail, they're done for. Murray pondered aloud, her mind racing like a tactical sim on overdrive, picturing that lone detachment getting gobbled up. Zaft wouldn't pass up chomping down on an isolated squad, no way. Not just that, if they've really been spotted, we can't rendezvous, or we'll light up our own position. Nadal added, her tone firm and analytical, a lieutenant's logic slistened through. She'd clocked it too, since the full-on war kicked off, with Zaft mobile suits crushing everything. Earth fleets hadn't dared small-scale solo ops. Dwayne Halberton's relief squad wouldn't be a massive armada. If Zaft twigged, they'd guess it was for the Archangel. One wrong move, and their hidden path would blaze like a flare in the black, drowning ferocious hunters on their tail. Should we ping back the Montgomery? The comms officer asked, hesitating, fingers hovering over the controls like they were live wires. Yang Hui, what's your take? Murray was torn, caught between two voids. On one hand, linking up with allies was their beacon, their goal, honoring the advance fleet's risk. On the other, the Archangel's safety hung in the balance. If that squad was compromised, Zaft would swamp him, dragging the big bird down too. In the end, that inexplicable trust, that anchor of security, made her turn to Yang Hui like he was the core processor holding it all together. Not just her, Nadal, Arnold, the lot of M fixed on him, waiting for his word. The bridge thick with anticipation amid the soft beeps and whirs. Let's rendezvous. No matter what, the advance fleet's hunting for the Archangel. Whether Zaft onto M is still up in the air. Team up, and even if Zaft pounces, we've got more guns to fight back. Yang Hui said, his voice steady as a lark nav course. Brilliant, the cheers erupted again, the crew buzzing like they'd found a safe harbor after endless drift. No more cosmic orphans, yeah. And if they are spotted, wouldn't that crank up the danger? Nadal probed, not let it drop. Even if we skip the mate, we ain't safe. We pulled a sneaky dodge on the pursuers, but the route ahead's wide open as a starfield. Hard to stay ghosted. Better to merge with the friendlies, beef up our firepower. Fair point. What about the mercs? Let 'em stick with us. Until we're proper safe, every extra bit of muscle's a bonus in knit. Alright, got it. Nadal didn't argue further, though she hadn't noticed how Yang Hui's influence was softening her ironclad ways bit by bit. No more rigid rulebook thumping, no stubborn digs. She was listening, tacking on ideas, her thinking getting rounder, more flexible like a well-oiled gyro. The crew scattered back to stations, divin into tasks with renewed fire, itching to hook up with their own and praying Zaft stayed blind. The bridge alive with purposeful clatter and glowing screens. But Yang Hui knew better. Leaving aside his insider know-how from the old tales, the odds of Zaft's spot in the advance fleet were sky-high. Earth forces were getting hammered in space, holed up in a few fortresses and bases with no real pushback, leaving vast swaths of the void under Zaft watchful scanners. A bold advance team traipsing about. They'd stick out like a supernova, hard to miss. So a Zaft strike on the advance fleet was a dead cert, looming like an inevitable eclipse. Still, Yang Hui wasn't without aces up his sleeve. The Empress and her crew racing in, the pre-hired serpent tail lurking nearby, and finally, Lacus herself, a wild card brighter than any pulsar. Truth be told, Yang Hui was half-hopping Zaft would crash the party. Only then could he slip Lacus back without a fuss. If the Archangel docked safe with the 8th Orbital Fleet, smuggling her to Zaft and Plant would be a nightmare, tangled in red tape and suspicion. With that churning in his gut, Yang Hui slipped off the bridge, heading to hash it out with Lacus, his boots echoing down the corridors like fateful drumbeats in the epic saga of stars. Over on the flip side, the crewset team was barreling towards the debris field at full burn, engines roaring like caged beasts. To Plant, Lacus wasn't just some pop idol anymore. For loads, she was a spiritual rock, the pillar propping Em up against fate's cruel twists. Lose her and morale in Plant and Zaft would crater like a hull breach, shattering spirits across the colonies. But Crewset had zero interest in rescuing her from the off. Hell, he'd prefer she met a sticky end. It'd turbocharge his personal schemes, and besides, he'd sniffed out a far juicier prey lurking in the shadows. Captain Adez summoned him to the bridge, urgency crackling in the air like static discharge. What's up, those blips? Gotta be Earth Forces ships. But what are they doing out here? Adez puzzled, staring at the star map's glowing markers, brow furrowed like a captain navigating asteroid hell. If Leg's Zaft code for the Archangel was aiming to slink from this sector to Earth HQ, what they need? Crewset quizzed, his voice cool and probing, a masked schemer's whisper slidden through the bridge's hum. Resupply, right. Or maybe a pickup squad resupply. If I'm not wrong, Legs has already stocked up. But they've been running silent, Earth forces don't know their status. Then it's a rendezvous fleet, no doubt. Our position's still dark to yeah. Don't lose the tail, track careful, Crewset ordered, his tone sharp as a vibro blade. We're pursuing. But Adez hesitated, military glory tempting but not blinding him. Their prime gig was rescuing Lacus, a mission heavy as a black hole. Lacus Klein's search goes on, but we ain't letting Em slip for one girl. I won't be the punchline in history books, but Legs might not even link up. All the better, gobbling the pickup crew won't take long. Free merits, eh? Crewset grinned, though with just the Vesalius and 4 MS, 1 Bane the Aegis, whipping out that advance fleet would be a walk in the park. Yeah, where's the Kamov and the Rachni and Port squads? Crewset asked. Kamov's en route to us. Rachni and Port are holding at designated spots. Right. Hail M to rendezvous max speed. Necessary, Adez scratched his head, baffled Crewset's play. The Vesalius alone could squash that fleet easy. Add the Archangel, still a dawdle. Call in reinforcements, like using a cannon on gnats. Bring Ems. If my hunch is right, that one's aboard Legs. With him in play, no preps too much. That one. Who? Adez blinked, struggling to picture anyone in Earth Forces scaring Crewset so. Not confirmed yet, but better safe than sorry. Crewset kept Yang Hui's name locked tight. 1. Unverified. 2. Spilling before nailing him could backfire. He'd never crossed paths, but Yang Hui's rep was legend. If word spread he was on the Archangel, Yang Hui might flip it, turn the tables with a counter-strike. Crusette's heart wasn't with Plant, but he couldn't watch it get squeezed dry. Heliopolis had already bled bad. Another slash from Yang Hui would tip the scales against Earth forces too far. Not what he wanted just yet. Got it. I'll signal Kamov, Rachni and Port right away. Yeah, and gear us up. Might run into some bother. Aye. That's the sitch, got it memorized? Yang Hui asked Lacus. Got it. Cheers, Yang Hui. Will there be a scrap? Kira fretted, his voice tight with nerves, a lad's fear bubbling up. Aside from the Heliopolis meltdown, Yang Hui's routes had kept fights at bay. A godsend for Kira. If they could cruise like this till the Archangel was safe, he'd bail no fuss. But now, he might have to climb back into the Strike Gundam, and the thought twisted him up, tense, scared, downright rebellious. Yeah, you up for it? Yang Hui probed. Eyes from that Yang Hui read the answer. Stay aboard safe. Leave the fightin' to me. No. This time, Yang Hui wasn't manipulating with words. He meant to step in for Kira against Zaft, done using the kid. His arrival had warped the future, people, events all skewed. No need to chain Kira down. If his own cover blew, he'd minimize the fallout, maybe even jet to Plant himself, tangle with those council foxes. Kira, the strongest coordinator. Bollocks to that. By the time he peaked, Yang Hui reckoned he'd outshine him anyway. And with Graham, Setsuna, Lyle, Tyria, Flit, Assam, Zehart, whose potential lagged. No point forcing the lad into hated deeds for some hazy future. But Kira grabbed his arm, seeing the sincerity. Yang Hui was dead set on tacking the strike's reins. That sparked something, recalling past chats, and courage surged in Kira like a fusion ignite. I'll fight. I said I'd protect ya. And told the lot of em, Kira declared, eyes burning with resolve. All right, Yang Hui felt that fire didn't push for a rethink. But this round he wasn't spectating from the ship. No, he'd dive into the fray himself. The epic clash of fates drawing near in the starlit void. Chapter 260, Character Crumbling. What? Fix up this gin. Maddock, the grizzled maintenance chief, nearly leaped out his boots when Yang Hui laid it on him. His voice booming like a faulty engine in the cavernous hangar, tools clattering on the grated floor amid the scent of oil and scorched metal. Yeah, can you patch it together? Yang Hui pressed, his tone steady but insistent. Eyes locked on the wrecked machine looming like a broken titan in the dim, flickering lights. Course not. The Archangels only got spares for the Strike Gundam. Sure, it was built off the Jin frame and basics, but the end result's worlds apart. Can't slap him together, no way. And besides, Maddock trailed off, casting a helpless glance at the mangled Jin nearby. Its head gone, right arm vaporized, left one hacked to half, right leg a hollow stump swinging empty. The massive recon backpack was still drifting out in the void, busted into bits, and that long-range sniper rifle, snapped clean in two, floating like cosmic junk. In this state, how the hell do you expect me to mend it? Patch it up and what? The strike's gear won't fit a Jin, you planning to play dodgems or summat. And there was a bigger headache. Even if I could cobble it back, no one's driven it. Captain Laflaga tried early doors, couldn't budge the bloody thing. But Yang Hui just stared at Maddock, silent as space, letting his eyes spill the beans. And you? Don't tell me you're gearing up to pilot this wreck. Yeah, what a joke. Maddock proper jumped then, nearly bashing his noggin on a nearby crate, his face redder than an overheating reactor. I ain't joking, then it is a joke. Maddock roared, his rough, bloke's bark echoing off the hangar walls like thunder in a storm. You know your own clout, yes. Captain Ramius kept you aboard for your safety, you said it yourself. Now you're telling me you want to hop in this MS and join the scrap. Pull the other ones. No way, absolutely not. Best to prep for the worst, Maddock mate. As backup firepower, the road ahead's got no hidden spots. Fights are common thick and fast. Just Kira and Captain Laflaga tangling with Zaft. Can't guarantee the Archangel's skin. So you reckon Divin out in this thing'll save the day. And ain't you hired mercs? Let M guard us. If you're fretting over muscle, rustle up more guns for hire. Where do you think I'd find him now? Serpent Tails only here cause we've worked together loads, kept a line open. Others? No chance, and I don't trust M anyway. The Archangel's top secret, what if we snag a dodgy lot? Even riskier in it, that ain't my problem. I ain't fixin' this Jin, and I couldn't if I tried. Watching Maddock play the stubborn mule, unfazed as boiling water, left Yang Hui scratching his head. He'd talk till he was blue in the face, but the bloke was oil and salt-proof. Fine, I won't push ya. I'll go chat with Captain Ramius, off ya trot. Don't bug me work, blimey, kids these days heads full of nonsense. Mad for pilotin' MS. That's coordinator turf, ya nutter. What a laugh. I ain't done livin' yet, you tryin' to scare me to death. Maddox stomped off, muttering curses under his breath, leaving young Huey chuckling despite himself. But it wasn't long before he reckoned that was mild compared to what came next. A proper tongue-lashing, fiercer than before. I can't fathom what's in your head. We're this close to linking up with our fleet, and now you wanna pilot an MS. What a bladin' joke. Brain gone wonky. If you're itching for trouble, find a hatch, pop it open, and go for a space swim. Oh, and jot down a waiver, and your last will first. Don't drag us all into your mess. Unlike Nadaral's full-on rant, Murray wasn't back in young Huey's plan this time. It was too bonkers. His status was dynamite, one slip and it'd blow sky high. Grateful as she was for his help along the way, if she'd had a choice, Murray would have barred him from boarding the Archangel altogether. She couldn't shoulder that burden. None of the Earth Force's crew could, not even their boss, Brigadier Halberton. I won't approve it, young Huey. Fair enough. Seeing him shrug and turn to leave, Murray and Nadaral felt a chill. He wasn't dropping it, just scouting another route. Oi, hold up. What are you playing at? Young Huey, don't be daft. I ain't been daft. Young Huey spun back, his face dead serious, telling Muru and Nadaral straight, I never planned on dying. First time piloting an MS. I've thought it through proper. Captain Ramius, you know the OS for the G-series was my handiwork. That monster OS was yours. Nadaral gasped, hearing it for the first time, her voice a mix of shock and disbelief. Not the point. What matters is, you know why Brigadier Halberton took that tough-to-use OS anyway. What's the story? Nadaral turned to Muru, brows knitting. Yeah, I do know. Cause young Huey ran Sims with that OS, handled it perfect. Murray stammered, her and Halberton being the only ones outside his inner circle who knew he could pilot an MS. And brilliantly so. When they'd seen those sim stats back then, it had near scared them witless. What? How's that possible? Nadaral stared at young Huey like he was some alien artifact. It's fact, young Huey shrugged, his smug grin saying it all. I'm this ace, what can I do? But this can't be. You're a natural, ain't ya? Nadaral stammered, doubt and awe warping her words. I am a natural. Then, who said naturals are always second-rate to coordinators? They just start higher, don't mean they finish there. Remember, coordinators were cooked up by naturals. So, staring into Nadaral's intense gaze, young Huey fought a laugh. After all that spiel, she didn't care, just dead set on stopping him. I told ya I ain't rushing in blind. Just looking for a spare rig. No, look, no matter what, no, young Huey, Japanese letter Nadaral, love, you sure your character's holding up? Boosting our fighting power, you should have greenlit it first thing. Young Huey proper suspected he'd overdone it, crumbling Nadaral's setup. That stubborn streak was still there but aimed all wrong. Young Huey, I ain't agreeing to you piloting an MS out there neither. Even if you're a whiz, battlefield's no guarantee of safety. But, young Huey started, thinking to point out if the Archangel went down, he'd be toast too, but Nadaral cut him off sharp. No buts. Wanna muck about. Fine, but don't rope in the rest. Once you're off this ship, do what you like. Nadaral lectured, her voice stern as a drill sergeant's bark. Truth be told, Muru and Nadaral had a point. Him croaking would doom the whole crew, shacking his rock-solid resolve just a tad. But only a tad. All right, I won't pilot that clapped-out gin into battle, young Huey conceded. Futilda, they both exhaled, reckoning he'd ditched the madcap scheme. But they just didn't know young Huey proper. If Lacus was there, she'd have sussed the double meaning. Not tacking that gin meant another ride. Simple wordplay, his fave trick. Not their fault, mind, Muru and Nadaral figured, besides that junk gin, there was nought for him to commandeer. The Archangel only had the Strike Gundam and Mobius Zero, both claimed. But how could they guess he'd snag a rig from elsewhere? Crunching the timings, young Huey asked Muru for temp leave ship clearance. Now, where you headin', ain't we short on muscle? For backup, I rustled up another crew. The transport ship, tearing through the black at full pelt, neared the debris field, Setsuna and Lyle pulling double duty as temp helmsman and CIC in the cockpit. The stars streaking past like cosmic fireworks. Hit the mark, going silent, Setsuna reported, eyes glued to the nav chart, his voice flat and precise. a warrior's calm in the cockpit's soft glow. Blimey, young Huey loves bossin' folk around, don't he? Just geared up for Kip, and bam, new gig, Lyle griped, leaning back with a sigh, his tone light but laced with mock annoyance, a bloke's easy banter filling the quiet space. Been over a decade without a proper op, Setsuna deadpanned, not a flicker on his face. How not? Shipping secret cargo, scooping data, training green pilots. Don't count. Yeah, fair enough. Lyle's examples were half jest, really. Those gigs were kiddie stuff compared to their Gundam 00 days. They were Gundam Meisters born for battle, but in this world. Not one real clash yet. So yeah, he not proper missions. Lyle was just jocking to warm the chilly cockpit, but he'd misjudged. Setsuna's vocab didn't include joke. Reached the spot. Just then, the Empress Wang Liu Mei and Tyria strode in together. Yeah, Empress. Ping Yang Huey now, hold off, let him reach out. By my reckoning, it'll be soon. Good, this spot ain't exactly a holiday brochure pic. Gazzing out the viewport, fragments big and small tumbled lazy-like. MS and warship wrecks drifting eternal, with that massive central ruin looming, not a scrapyard but a graveyard swarming with restless ghosts. The void whispering tales of lost souls. Say, other worlds ain't peaceful neither, Lyle mused, though he'd braced for it, seeing it proper hit different, and this place was madder than their old stomping grounds, chaos on steroids. The world's twistin'. I'll sever it, Setsuna's eyes flashed, resolve hardening like forged alloy. Wherever we are, we're celestial being. Conflict. We'll root 'em out, Tyria agreed, his voice cool and unyielding. He, true Gundam Meisters of celestial being. Wang Liu Mei chuckled behind her hand, not mocking but approving. She was part of this crew too, changing the world her lifelong gig. All right, folks, patience. Yang Huey called us in, means our plans kicking off, the Empress said, her words steady as a commander's decree. Understood. X4 right then, the transport's comms lit up, beeps piercing the hush like a signal flare in the dark. Chapter 261. A scrap with no winning odds. The calm screen on the transport ship flickered to life with a soft, ethereal glow. And there was Yang Huey's voice crackling through, cutting the tense silence like a laser through the void. Empress, it's me, Yang Huey. The lot of M in the cockpit broke into grins. Even the stone-faced Setsuna and Tyria let their lips curl up in a rare, warm arc, the kind that spoke of old bonds forged in fiercer fires. They'd tumbled into this world, a far cry from the Gundam AGE saga they'd known. Yang Huey, the Empress, and Wang Liu Mei had been born into orbs upper crust, tied to the nation from the cradle like anchors to a drifting hull. After diving deep into the global mess, even the Empress reckoned orb was their best shot at gripping the reins of this chaotic cosmos. Why seize the whole bleeding world instead of just ticking off the mission? 'Cause every forced op now wasn't about slapping a done stamp, it was linking this realm to the Promise Fortress, building bridges across the stars. Earth Alliance. Straight out a proper mess inside. Big dogs bullying the small, the weak voiceless, and lurking behind the top dog were shadows like blue cosmos and logos, pulling strings in the dark. No risen from that pit. Plant. Nah, scratched off too. Including Setsuna, Lyle, and Tyria reborn as orphans. Not one of their 6-strong crew was a coordinator. Naturals could foothold in plant easy enough, rack up wins, don't hate on the tweaked genes, but ruling a coordinator domain. Dream on. Left M with the neutrals, and among M, Orb had the sturdiest bones, the spark to surge like a rogue comet. But that strength was a curse too. Neutral and solid made him a target, the bird sticking its head out getting shot. Earth Alliance and Plant teamed up to squeeze M, whispering wars in the shadows. Orb, Bane and Island Spec was starved for resources. Leading tech meant squat without fuel. Lucky their web of mates held, even some Earth Alliance folks kept it friendly, keeping Orb afloat. Landing here, they'd run covert ops, patching Orb's leaks bit by bit. Yang Huey played both sides like a master fiddler, shuttling between Alliance and Plant, snaggling resources and tech to beef up Orb's might, crafting the stable haven they had now. But it wasn't enough. Orb's peace was a fragile bubble. One serious glare from Alliance or Plant, and it'd pop like a hull breach. To dodge that doom, Yang Huey dipped into both factions' deals, harvesting gear and know-how to arm Orb's forces. Tasks piled high, secrecy tighter than a sealed airlock, so Setsuna, Lyle and Tyria got stashed from the start. Hidden in the heavenly pillar, secretly training MS pilots, testing fresh rigs, laying groundwork for Orb's rise. The Empress and Wang Liu Mei had their own plates spinning, the team scattered more than gathered. Now, Finally a chance to regroup, and it was a signal they were stepping from shadows to spotlight. Young Huey, what's the score? No hostiles yet. Our cowards are head over sharpish for rendezvous. Got it. Oh, and you bring that? Things that bad already, not sure. Better safe than sorry, yeah. Right. Comms cut and the Empress's brow furrowed deep as a meteor crater. She'd foreseen this op might blow Setsuna, Lyle, Tyria and their rigs into the open. Young Huey's influence had drilled in keeping aces hidden, so she'd packed that as a last resort. But best not to unleash it. The trio and their machines could pass as mercs, but if Young Huey tapped that, he'd light up like a beacon, dragging their covers down too. By their blueprint, it wasn't his time to shine. Empress first, link with Young Huey. Setsuna, Lyle, Tyria, check your rigs, full prep. Understood. X3 Liume, what do you need? Get Harrow ready on that. Gotcha. The four peeled off, leaving the Empress to helm the transport solo, steering towards Young Huey's mark while she reworked the plan in her head, crafting a backup scheme. If Young Huey got exposed, how'd they weather the storm crashing down? Back on the flip, Young Huey rapped the call, glancing up at Meru and Nadarl's odd mugs, twisted like they'd swallowed sour synthrations. You lot, what's that look for? What's that? Meru hesitated, pondering if it was prying into personal or orb secrets, but Nadarl barreled in, no holds barred. She'd root out any unknowns to shield the Archangel, her voice firm and demanding, a soldier's bark echoing duty. Sorry, personal biz, can't spill. Young Huey stonewalled, echoing the Empress's caution. Not time to unveil, keep it holstered if possible. You? For this ship's safety, you've gotta tell us. And in what role you quizzing me, Lieutenant Badgerall? Young Huey stepped back, his face hardening like reinforced platen. You, just a heads up, Lieutenant Badgerall, I ain't Earth Forces brass. You've no right to my private affairs, but your actions are risking the Archangel's neck, so spill. So, you snooping on orb secrets, Lieutenant Badgerall? If so, slap the cuffs on now. But I've the right to clam up. Push it this far and think on the fallout. Young Huey warned, his tone grave as a hull breach alarm. Nadarl glared daggers, grinding her teeth like she could chew through duranium. Enough, Lieutenant Badgerall. Captain. Like Young Huey said, he ain't military, so he's got silence rights. We can't nab him, not yet anyway. Fine. Nadarl backed down, fuming but outranked. Still. This matter, report if you must. HMPH. Once Nadarl stormed out, Young Huey's mask cracked, a sigh escaping like vented Atmo saying nout. Young Huey, Lieutenant Badgerall, she. I know, what's your play? Weather this storm first, yeah. All right. Young Huey and Meru let it drop in silent accord. Some truths were best glimpsed and left unspoken. Future. Survive to claim it. Soon the Empress's transport hooked up with the Archangel and Serpent Tail, passing as mercs for a quick comms check before going dark. But Meru and Nadarl, there at the time, knew the Empress's crew was more than hired guns. Young Huey clammed up so they couldn't dig. With the advance fleet's ping, the Archangel ditched stealth, crew itching to merge, hauling Serpent Tail and Celestial being at full burn. Course shift to bearing 45, MK-10A, correction locked, power at 60%. After days of pushing, the Archangel finally synced with the advance fleet, setting a meet point. Not long after, the squad popped on radar. Radar pinging 3 hulls, the escort Montgomery, Bernard and Rael. Brilliant. Ha ha ha. Cheers erupted, Meru finally easing the load, crushing her shoulders, feeling lighter than 0G. But the joy fizzled quick as a shorted circuit. ZZ team, eh? What's that? What, jammers? Local sectors getting jammed hard. The crew's guts sank, even volunteers like Toll, Mirialia, Sai and Kaz knew. Sudden wideband interference in space meant cosmic storm or foes. Storms gave warning signs, so had to be the latter. Detecting heat blooms ahead, looks like a scrap. Reckon it's the advance fleet. Fightin'. Montgomery hailing, abort rendezvous, Archangel peel off now. Captain, Nadarl awaited orders, tension thick as nebula gas. Enemy strength, Yellow Zone 257, MK40 Nazca class. Yellow 501, MK60 1 Laurasia class. Orange 339, MK19. 4 Laurasia class, what heat sigs match Jin. 29 units. And, hold, that's it. Aegis. 303 Aegis. Plus 102 dual, 103 buster, 207 blitz. Ah, so. Crusette's lot, seeing the foe's might, silence fell, or terror gripped M. That firepower. Advance fleet stood no chance. Even Adin the Archangel. Still doomed. Captain Prioritas and the Archangel Nadal urged a U-turn. The odds was 0, a battle with no win in hand. But that ship's got, Toll reminded voice Shakin Flay's dad was aboard. To him, a mate's old man. To the military, the foreign undersecretary, a VIP worth savin. All hands froze, eyes on Murray for the call. Even if we bolt now, no guarantee we'll slip away. All hands, level 1 battle stations. Archangels divin in to back the advance fleet. Captain Ramius clearance to disembark. Yang Hui rose from fire control, pleading with Muru. Guy Murakumo was a beast, Setsuna Lyle Tyria no slouches. But foes outnumbered them several times over. Even the fresh 4G series rigs in the fray. Blue units were basic kit now, not future legends. Setsuna's trio's machines had flaws cramping their style. To shield more lives, Yang Hui had to join the fray. No, Muru shut it down flat. She knew going in meant survival odds slim, but it'd blow Yang Hui and Orb's secrets wide open. She couldn't let that happen. Yang Hui, as a soldier, Nadal backed his ask, but personally. Her thoughts mirrored Muru's. This the time to fret over that, Yang Hui challenged. No. Archangels pushin' to aid the advance fleet, we ain't stallin' for one bloke. Muru held firm. Damn it, Yang Hui guessed her thinkin', knew exparsin now was daft, but live to fight another day. No choice then. With Muru unbudgin', Yang Hui pulled his last card. Full battle speed to the heart zone, then hail Zaf channels, tell M we've got Lacus Klein aboard. Chapter 262, the light that fades on, extra shout to Lafiro. What do you mean? The crew gasped in unison, their faces twisting like they'd been sucker-punched in 0G. Eyes wide as saucers in the bridge's flickering glow. They couldn't believe Yang Hui was using Lacus as a bargaining chip to force Zaft hand. A right dirty trick, holding a civilian hostage like that, Chinese letter as they come. Do it, Yang Hui barked. His voice brook no argument, radiating that top dog aura like he was the bleeding captain of the Archangel himself. Not some outsider calling shots amid the humming consoles and flashing alerts. While the lot of M stood there gobsmacked, frozen for a heartbeat in the tense air, Yang Hui snatched the comms controls with a swift grab, hailing the escorts hovering round the Archangel, Serpent Tail and Celestial Being, their ships looming like silent guardians in the starry black. Serpent Tail and Celestial Being, listen up. Guy Setsuna Lyle Tactical Formation A10 hit the enemy fleet hard and fast. Elijah Tyria, guard this ship and yours, full throttle into the fray. Your vessel sticks to the Archangel like glue, follow up commands from Celestial Being's Empress. Understood. The chorus came back crisp, voices blending in disciplined harmony. By rights, Serpent Tail were just mercs, not bound to heed Yang Hui or the Empress's orders. But this wasn't their first rodeo with him. They'd taken gigs that looked like suicide missions at the outset, heart-stopping affairs that screamed send off to the void. But thanks to Yang Hui or the Empress's prepped plans, they'd pulled through every time, scrapping by with nary a scratch. That track record had won M over, trusting his tactics and command like old mates in the trenches. In this mess, only his or the Empress's lead offered a glimmer of victory. Otherwise, Guy might have bailed, whisking his crew out of there first thing. Yang Hui, no time for debates. Where's Kira? Has Captain Laflaga launched? Not yet. The Mobius zeroes in launch sequence for Laflaga's rig, but the strike Gundam. Kira ain't boarded, bloody hassle. Yang Hui patched straight into the Mobius Zero's comms, barking orders at Mu. Captain Laflaga, Yang Hui. What's you doing on the line? Explain later. Post-launch, stick the Zero tight to the Archangel's flank, join the push with us. You what? Do as I say. If ya wanna live through this. Mu was gearing up to demand the full story when the link snapped shut. What the hell's going on? Mu muttered, fogged as a nebula, quickly relinking to the bridge for clarity. Quiet. What's the score? Why's Yang Hui calling shots? Just follow his lead for now, Muru stammered, her voice wavering like a glitchy signal. What's that supposed to mean? MS and MA squads commands temp to Yang Hui. Any car cups, I'm accountable. Blimey, Muru's thinking tank was near empty. Yang Hui's command and vibe had smacked her like a meteor strike. Best play was to Scarpa, leave the advance fleet to their fate. But she couldn't stomach watching mates get pulverized without lifting a finger, so she'd picked the wrong call. Rescue up. Decision made, but how to pull it off, how to survive. She was clueless, mind a whirlpool of chaos, when Yang Hui stepped up, handing her a bitter pill. The right move, but one she hated swallowing. She'd balked at using dirty tricks to force Zaft retreat, but Yang Hui hadn't given her a tick to argue. His presence pulled ya in, made ya follow, obey without thinking. Mu twigged the chain of command mess wasn't getting sorted now. Frustrating, but Captain's word was law, so he towed Yang Hui's line. After cutting Mu, Yang Hui bolted the bridge, hunting for Lacus, only to find Kira still there at her door, not geared for launch. Kira, what are ya doing? Get to launch, Yang Hui. Move it. Oh right. Kira, bowled over by Yang Hui's intensity, nodded without a peep, dashing off, but 2 steps in he got blocked again. Kira, Flay, what's with battle stations? Where's the advance fleet? Flay demanded, panic risen in her voice like a siren wail. Dunno, I ain't heard nout. It'll be alright, yes. Dad's ship won't get hit right. If you keep holding Kira back, not just your dad's rig'll go down, we all will. Yang Hui's sharp rebuke sliced through Flay's Klingon, his words crackling like live wires. How could Kira go now? Oh yeah, Kira scarpered, leaving Flay floundering, turning her frenzy on Yang Hui. You're lying, ain't ya? Gotta be pulling me leg. Dad's ship's sinking. Dad's, snap out of it. Yang Hui's harsher snap sent her staggering back 2 paces, fear flickering in her eyes. This is war, not time for your posh tantrums. Get back to your quarters and stay put. Don't muck up anyone else's fight. But, in her panic, Flay spotted Lacus beside him, her face twisting ugly with rage. Then kill her. She's Zaft, ain't she? A coordinator. Make M back off. Or off her. Flay lunged for Lacus, trying to drag her to the bridge. But Yang Hui blocked like a human shield, leaving her clawing at him in a frenzy. Move! Get out of the way! Threaten with her and they'll slap Tilda. Faced with Flay's unhinged rage, Yang Hui didn't hold back, a sharp smack across her cheek. The slap stunned her, hand flying to her reddening face, staring at him in disbelief. You hit me. Dad never hit me, keep acting up and I'll do it again. Try me, Flay itched to explode, go proper mental, but Yang Hui's icy glare and freezing aura chilled her to the core, even stifling her sobs. Get back to your room. Now, with that, Yang Hui whisked Lacus towards the bridge, ignoring Flay's shell-shocked stupor. Lacus, gotta lean on ya this time, Yang Hui said en route, apology thick in his tone. No worries if it stops the fight, saves more lives, I'm in. Lacus shook her head, smiling to ease him, her voice soft and reassuring, a girl's quiet strength shining through. If there was another way, I wouldn't, it's all right. I know you wouldn't force me if I said no, and you'd jump into the scrap too. I don't want you fighting. No one fancies a brawl, Lacus, but sometimes only scrapping guards what you cherish. Including me, Lacus asked with a cheeky grin. Yeah, including you. Cause you're me mate, just mates. What else? Yang Hui shot her a wry glance, not fallen for the classic mix-up. He knew she was soothing his risen temper. But could she not stir the pot right now? Soon they burst back onto the bridge, where the viewport framed the chaos like a grim holovid. What's the sitch? Yang Hui demanded. Rails down, Bernard critically hit, Montgomery's hanging by a thread, MA squads near wiped. Yang Hui nodded grim, seizing comms control again. Guy Setsuna, Lyle, report. 400 to nearest Laurasia class. Zaft clocked us, engaged with dual Buster Blitz and 6 Jin. Setsuna reported, voice flat as a dead scanner. Switch assault to guerrilla, max damage on enemy MS, draw their eyes. Understood, X3 Montgomery's position. Green zone 33 MK22 Bravo. Elijah Tyria immediate backup to Montgomery. Understood. X2 Captain Laflaga keep guarding the Archangel, not for kills, just push him back. Got it. Fresh orders dished to MS and MA squads. Yang Hui eyeballed the gap to Zaft fleet. 30 seconds more. He gritted his teeth, the jam and haze demanding those ticks to blanket Zaft in comms range. Savin the teetering Montgomery hinged on those 30 heartbeats. But Zaft wasn't gifting M that luxury. Setsuna's trio got tangled tight by dual Buster, Blitz and surrounding Jin, failing to halt the fleet's advance. The Sec Montgomery slipped into Vesalius's main gun arc. She fired, a massive beam ripping through space-time, slice the dark with brilliant fury, piercing Montgomery clean through. Damn it, Yang Hui's fist slammed the console, frustration boiling over. He'd prepped so much, yet still a step late. Advance fleet near annihilated, MA squad scraps, all 3 escorts sunk. What? That, just then the bridge door hissed open. A low, raspy voice thick with despair shattering the stunned hush. Flay! What are you doing here? Sai bolted from his seat, rushing to hustle her out. Cause the ship that had just bloomed in fire was the Montgomery, Flay's dad's ride. That ain't Dad's ship, is it? Tell me, Sai, that ain't Dad's ship. Flay begged, her face rigid as frozen alloy, eyes pleading desperate. Sai turned away, pain twisting his features. He could lie, but truthed out soon enough. No point hiding it. Tilda. No tilde. Tilda, Sai, get her out, Yang Hui snapped. Yeah, Sai nodded, guiding the near-broken Flay off the bridge. Meanwhile, those eternal seeming seconds ticked by, Zaft fleet finally in Calm's grasp. Yang Hui didn't hesitate, punching Zaft channel. Attention Zaft forces, this is Earth Alliance vessel Archangel. We're safeguarding Plant Supreme Council Chairman Sigil Klein's daughter, Lacus Klein. Big thanks to LaFero for the $5,000 tip. Extra chapter for ya, love ya. Chapter 263, I ain't getting silenced, am I? What, that's Yang Hui. And Lacus. How the hell, damn naturals, proper sneaky bastards. No one doubted the calm's truth, not a soul. It wasn't just audio crackling through the void. It was full video, crystal clear, with Lacus standing right there beside Yang Hui. Her pink hair catching the bridge's harsh lights like a defiant beacon in the cosmic dark. Crusette's face twisted in a mess of emotions, a storm brewing behind his mask. On one hand, he was chuffed, his hunch was bang on. Yang Hui was aboard the Archangel, and now it wasn't just his secret. Every Zaft grunt in the fleet had seen it, ripe for exploiting, turning Yang Hui's name into a weapon to carve up the stars. But on the flip, it gnawed at him like a hull breach. Lacus's presence was confirmed, tying their hands. No more pounding the Archangel unless they could cripple her fight without scratching the hull, keeping her intact. Yet, that was a pipe dream. Those new rigs popping up, echoing the G-series but twisted fresh, were proper headaches, darting like shadows in the debris field. I am Yang Hui, son of Orb Union Emirates Foreign Minister Yang Hongyu. Due to the Heliopolis collapse, I received humanitarian aid from the Earth Alliance vessel Archangel, and am under temporary protection. Likewise, during transit, this ship chanced upon Miss Lacus Klein's escape pod and out of humanitarian concern took her aboard. This is gettin' proper tricky. Crusette gritted his teeth, thoughts churning like a malfunctioning drive. Based on international relations and Miss Lacus Klein's personal safety, I hereby call for an immediate ceasefire from both sides. Zaft forces withdraw at once. We agree to return Miss Lacus Klein to your custody in 5 hours at coordinates 905. But during this window, your forces must not engage in any form of combat for any reason. Failure to comply will be seen as Zaft abandoning responsibility for Miss Klein, leaving her to Earth Alliance discretion. Furthermore, it will be regarded as a declaration of war against the Orb Union Emirates. This is your notice. Comms cut, and sure enough, Zaft held fire on the Archangel, Serpent Tail, and Celestial Being. Setsuna and the others pulled back from their assault, racing to the Archangel's side, shielding her as she peeled out of the sector, engines roaring like defiant thunder. Oddly, the strike Gundam just floated there, adrift in the black after the Aegis backed off, lifeless as space junk. Kira, come in, Kira. Yang Hui, save the questions for later. All right. Kira hadn't seen it coming, Yang Hui pulling such a low blow, using a girl's safety to strong-arm Zaft into a truce. In that instant, it was like he didn't know the bloke anymore. A stranger in familiar skin. Athron felt the same gut punch. How had Lacus ended up in Earth hands? And Yang Hui using her as a shield for his own hide. It tore at him, a whirlwind of doubt and fury. Yang Hui, why'd you do this? One part reckoned there had to be a reason, but the other boiled with rage, seeing his fiancée's life dangled like bait. Proper embarrassing, in it. Rush in for backup, see the tide turning and pull this stunt. Crusette sneered from his command chair, his voice dripping mockery like acid on platen. Captain Adez shot him a panicked glance, sweat beading on his brow. Yeah, I know. All units cease fire. Swing round, head to the agreed coords. Aye. Aboard the Archangel, the bridge sank into an eerie hush, thicker than nebula fog. all eyes drilling into Yang Hui and Lacus like accusing spotlights. Yang Hui, it's the choice you lot made. I had to. None of us fancy dying out here. Yang Hui replied flat, his words hanging heavy, a man's weary resolve echoing in the sterile air. Yang Hui's call was spot on. Nadarl chimed in, backing him with a nod. The Archangel and Strike Gundam can't go down here. I know, Nadarl. Meru bowed her head, face a tangle of conflict, knowing full well Yang Hui and Nadarl's logic was ironclad, but it stuck in her craw, a barrier she couldn't leap. Silence gripped the crew, tongues tied, but Nadarl soon flipped, voice in opposition to Yang Hui's plan. But you shouldn't have cut a deal to hand back Miss Klein. She's our last shield. As long as she's aboard, Zaft won't dare strike. We could, Nadarl. Yang Hui turned his head slow, calling her by name for the first time, his voice low and measured. Did I get it wrong? Nah, you didn't. As he spoke, Yang Hui led Lacus towards the bridge exit, pausing at the threshold. But don't forget, Captain Ramius handed Miss Lacus Klein's fate to me. With that, he and Lacus vanished, leaving the crew in a stunned quiet, like the aftermath of a solar flare. Nadarl hung her head, seething with frustration. This moment, she itched to retract, seize back Lacus's custody by force. If Yang Hui balked, lock him up. Lacus wasn't just their lifeline, she was prime political gold. With her in alliance clutches, Plant would hesitate. Given Earth forces the edge they craved. Who cared about her bane, a girl, a civvy? Civvy? So what? Innocence? Tell that to the bridge crew, Toll, Mirialia, Sai, Kaz and Kira piloting the Strike Gundam. Weren't they civvies? Innocent? Why spare Lacus while dragging Kira and the rest in? Just cause her name was Klein. Daughter of Plant Top Dog, status towering over Kira's lot. Nah, in war's grinder, no one's innocent. Man, woman, kid, civvy, noble, bigwig. No badges matter. Speaking of status, hadn't the Atlantic Federation's foreign undersecretary just perished on the Montgomery? And really, thinking her Klein tag made her less guilty. Nah, that name alone could sway war's tides. But she couldn't do it. Couldn't pull the trigger. Enough, Nadarl, spotting her turmoil, Meru's low rebuke cut through. Captain, don't disgrace the uniform further. Meru forced out, words heavy as lead. It was the smart play, what Yang Hui had done. But could Meru and the crew really bask in it, shoveling all blame his way? Some might, but Meru and this lot. No. Along the way, Yang Hui had doled out help like lifelines, dodging Zaft strikes till the advance fleet ping, safe resupplies, footing bills for gear and Merc escorts himself. Even now, he'd slapped his name and title out there, shouldering the lot. He was just a civvy under their wing, not even Atlantic Federation stock, no duty to aid them. Yet he'd done it and done it ace. They couldn't just lap it up guilt-free. And whether they're cool or not, his move had saved their hides, but it had proper shamed them too. Not just Nadarl, every uniform on the bridge hung their heads in shame, the air thick with regret. Meanwhile, Yang Hui led Lacus back to her quarters, sinking into silence, feeling the need to cool his jets, the weight of it all pressing like G-forces. Yang Hui, you all right? Lacus fretted, her voice soft with worry, a girl's gentle concern warming the chill room. Fine, used to it. Yang Hui shook his head, answering her with a weary flick. This was his third world. In Gundam 00, misunderstood, hated. But that was the goal, with close ones back in the grand vision, and as shadow puppeteers, worries were few. In Gundam AGE, he'd become a hero worshipped by masses, touching darkness but passing it off, focused solely on battles. But Gundam Seed, different beast. Not just fighting, not plotting for a handful or dozens, but a whole nation. He steered orb, politics, economy, diplomacy, folks' lives. Every bit demanded his eye, no slips, even the dark underbelly he handled personal. More to ponder, more to guard, slips happened. Then emergency fixes to salvage. Drowning doubt, suspicion, rejection, even hate and loathing. Truth be told, Yang Hui wondered if he should stick to heroics, but thinking of this world's mess, promised fortress, future trials, and the burden on his shoulders, he couldn't. Lacus sensed the exhaustion buried deep in his soul. No words, just gently cradling his head to her chest, harping to ease his tangled thoughts and weariness. Doing this, ain't ya worried Athron'll get the wrong end of the stick? Yang Hui felt the warmth, ruining the moment with a cheeky jab. This is just mates comforting each other. Lacus replied even-keeled. Reckon we've got different takes on mates. Hee maybe. But Yang Hui, you remember what, 10 years back your first trip to Plant? Don't, but I wanna say, but I don't wanna hear and don't want you sayin', you know, I don't. Least not now I know nout. Yeah, now, Lacus smiled radiant, that answer hittin' her sweet spot. Just then the door burst open, Kira stormin' in like a gale, fury blazin'. Yang Huey, what the hell's this? Atilda, midrant, he clocked Lacus holdin' Yang Huey's head close, the pair all cozy and froze, hit with that sinkin' feelin'. I've seen too much, they gonna off me. Chapter 264, grief turnin' rabid as a hound, come on in, Kira. Kira's sudden burst through the door didn't rattle the pair one bit. Lacus kept her breezy smile, all warm as a spring gale, letting go of Yang Huey with a casual ease, even reckonin' she wouldn't mind if folks caught a glimpse. Yang Huey shot her a proper miffed glare, steadying himself before waving Kira inside. Kira's brain went blank as a wiped data slate starring gobsmacked. Yang Huey had already clued him in. Lacus, Athron's fiancé, mates with Yang Huey since they were nippers, and he knew Yang Huey and Athron were thick as thieves too. So, what the hell was this cozy setup? Givin' Athron a free hair dye job, or handin' him some life-givin' spark? This what? Get in here, ah. Oh, Kira, my not fearin' on all thrusters, shuffled in obedient like, even forgettin' to shut the door behind him, leavin' it gappin' like an open airlock. You here to grill me? Yang Huey asked, his voice level but probin', a bloke's direct stare cuttin' through the room's soft hum. Yeah, hey, spot on. Why'd you do it? Kira blurted, jogged back by Yang Huey's nudge, recalling his burning question. But no sooner had it tumbled out than confusion hit him again. If Yang Huey and Lacus were just casual, this stunt made sense, but from what he'd just clocked, their bond was proper tight. From what Kira knew of Yang Huey, he'd use mates if needed, but never hurt em. So, you've got it twisted, Kira. Yang Huey did it all for me, Lacus chimed in, stepping up before Yang Huey could speak, her voice smooth and reassuring, a girl's gentle clarity easing the tension. Hey, like that, is it? But even with Lacus explaining, Kira couldn't wrap his head round it. Using her safety as a grubby lifeline, how was that for her? Yang Huey reckoned if I fell into Earth Force's clutches, it'd be proper grim. He tipped me off early, said he'd find a window to ship me back to plant before hitting their HQ. Maybe this is the spot, yeah. So don't stay mad at him, Lacus told Kira, partly clearing Yang Huey's name. She didn't want her mate misunderstood by his own chum. Plus, Yang Huey had vouched for Kira being trustworthy, so she didn't hold back. But Lacus wasn't no naive fluff. She wouldn't blindly trust on Yang Huey's word alone. So she shoved it all on him. She was just following his lead, still the innocent, worldly ignorant miss. So, that's the score. Sorry, Yang Huey. Kira, getting it now he'd misjudged, bowed deep in apology. Halfway down, Yang Huey pushed him upright, firm but kind. No need for sorries. Whatever the aim, dirty blackmail's still dirty. Fact don't change. Yang Huey said, his tone flat, carrying the weight of it like a heavy cargo pod. How can you? Why not clear it up with everyone? Kira asked, reckoning Yang Huey was still fuming, especially with the crew's whispers buzzing like faulty circuits on his way here. The Archangel's Atlantic Federation's Stark, Meru and Nadal. They are Earth Alliance brass. And who am I? Who's Lacus? Yang Huey asked back, calm as a still nebula. Kira got it then. This ship had Earth Alliance, plant, orb folk all mashed together. They'd bonded over the whole, sure, but identities and sides lingered, like him and Athron. And besides, I ain't gotta explain to em, Yang Huey added. That wasn't Yang Huey's style. He cared deep for mates, including the Archangel crew. Short time together, but he'd slotted em as comrades, no matter if they ended up in orb like the old tales, or if Nadal shifted cause of him. For mates, he'd clarify any mix-ups, sort the rifts. But now, couldn't. Sides differed. What he meant was, I can't explain to em, not no need. It was shielding Meru and Nadal. Soon, the Archangel'd link with the 8th Fleet. Imagine Earth brass hearing their top ships crew cozy with Orb Elite, what they think. Dwayne Halberton might shrug, but others. The 8th wasn't his solo show. So draw lines quick, keep him clear of fallout from his ties. Lacus slipped her hand over Yang Huey's, sussing it all from that line alone. It stung her heart, Yang Huey always like this, tacking hits to guard his own. Kira couldn't fathom that deep, but he knew Yang Huey wasn't the type to spout off like that. If he did, must be hidden pain, shouldering it solo. I'm off to check on Flay, see if she's up. Kira bolted, not knowing what else to say. He wanted to tell Yang Hui, spill it, we'll carry it together. But words stuck, he felt buried under his own load, crushing him. He'd come to vent at Yang Hui, but now didn't feel he had the right. Why put yourself through it? With Kira gone, Lacus dropped her mask, sitting beside Yang Hui, hand on his, head resting light on his shoulder, her voice a soft murmur of concern. Kira's got his burdens to face, and this. It's what I need, what I chose. Lacus recalled the past Yang Hui once told her. A man's a lone wolf, hurt he slinks to his den, licking wounds in secret. He lived it perfect, and as leader bore more vents sealed tight. And Lacus sensed his urgency, not aimed at Earth Alliance, plant, or orb. Something bigger, unknown to her, driven him relentless. You trust him loads, no, rate him high. Want him as a mate, sort of, but he's got learning to do. You don't teach, how's he learn? Some stuff no one can teach you, me Empress Liu Mei Athron, who didn't learn the hard way. But humans are weak, flawed, that's why we lean on others, yeah. Ah, so that's your angle. Yang Hui shook his head with a bitter chuckle, not giving her a straight yes, standing to leave. Where ya off to, starvin'? Grabbing some grub? Speaking of, I'm peckish too, fetch me a portion, eh? Seeing Lacus wink all cheeky, Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Acting cute don't suit ya one bit, but I love it, what now, nout. Anyway, it's Athron's headache, TCH thick as a plank. En route to the mess, Yang Hui paused again. You? Cause you're a coordinator too. You didn't fight proper, did ya? Wah-us. Dad. Give Dad back. Wah, sobs echoed, and before Yang Hui could peek, Kira bolted from the room like a rocket, sprinting opposite his way. At the door, Flay was collapsing into Sai's arms, wailing heartbroken, Mirialia hovering helpless nearby. Yang Hui watched impassive. Truth. Leaving aside old plot, know-how and character breakdowns, he couldn't stand Flay. Sure, she was war's innocent victim, raw and real, but so what? Was she the only one hit? Only one loss in kin. Sheltered by folks, clueless Flay, how much darkness had she touched? Take toll, Mirialia Sai Kaz, who among M wasn't war's collateral. Kira too, dragged into fights he hated to shield M. MS combat versus bridge duty. Worlds apart, constant life or death, one slip to oblivion. Flay didn't measure to Toll or Sai, what right to slag off her protectors. Yang Hui, what are you doing here? Yang Hui was slipping away when Mirialia spotted him. Passing through, heading to mess for a bite. Oh, then you, why are you here? It's all your fault. Cause of you. Dad's ship got sunk. All you. Murderer. Give Dad back, Flay. Now Flay was proper rabid, snapping at anyone crossing her path. Yang Hui's moves were spot on for him, for the Archangel crew. Without him, they'd not sailed safe so long. Without him, the ship'd be spaced dust by now. But Flay loathed him, hated his lectures, his smug control, his easy chumminess with all. Yeah. Jealousy burned, so she dumped her grief and pain on him like toxic waste. Yang Hui didn't fancy Flay, but wouldn't kick a girl when she was down, shattered. He just tuned her out. As for her turning dark later, his problem. Nah, soon the Archangel'd link with the 8th Fleet, and he'd bail. Kira. Out of his hands, master leads to door, pupil walks through. Changes made, rest wasn't his to steer, nor would he. For one lad, he wouldn't ditch the world. By the way, still, he tipped Mirialia and Sai off, cause now Lacus wouldn't console Kira. If ya still count Kira a mate, check on him. He needs ya bad right now. Words said their choice, Yang Hui wouldn't meddle, but he trusted, bar the gutless wobbly Kaz, the rest wouldn't ditch Kira. Chapter 264, Grief turning rabid as a hound, come on in, Kira. Kira's sudden burst through the door didn't rattle the pair one bit. Lacus kept her breezy smile, all warm as a spring gale, letting go of Yang Hui with a casual ease, even reckoning she wouldn't mind if folks caught a glimpse. Yang Hui shot her a proper miffed glare, steadying himself before waving Kira inside. Kira's brain went blank as a wiped data slate starring gobsmacked. Yang Hui had already clued him in. Lacus, Athron's fiancé, mates with Yang Hui since they were nippers. And he knew Yang Hui and Athron were thick as thieves too. So, what the hell was this cozy setup? Giving Athron a free hair dye job? Or handing him some life-giving spark? This what? Get in here, ah. Oh, Kira, my not fearing on all thrusters, shuffled in obedient like, even forgetting to shut the door behind him, leaving it gaping like an open airlock. You here to grill me? Yang Hui asked, his voice level but probing, a bloke's direct stare cutting through the room's soft hum. Yeah, hey, spot on. Why'd you do it? Kira blurted, jogged back by Yang Hui's nudge, recalling his burning question. But no sooner had it tumbled out than confusion hit him again. If Yang Hui and Lacus were just casual, this stunt made sense. But from what he'd just clocked, their bond was proper tight. From what Kira knew of Yang Hui, he'd use mates if needed, but never hurt M. So, you've got it twisted, Kira. Yang Hui did it all for me. Lacus chimed in, stepping up before Yang Hui could speak, her voice smooth and reassuring, a girl's gentle clarity easing the tension. Hey, like that, is it? But even with Lacus explaining, Kira couldn't wrap his head round it. Using her safety as a grubby lifeline, how was that for her? Yang Hui reckoned if I fell into Earth Force's clutches, it'd be proper grim. He tipped me off early, said he'd find a window to ship me back to plant before hitting their HQ. Maybe this is the spot, yeah. So don't stay mad at him, Lacus told Kira, partly clearing Yang Hui's name. She didn't want her mate misunderstood by his own chum. Plus, Yang Hui had vouched for Kira being trustworthy, so she didn't hold back. But Lacus wasn't no naive fluff. She wouldn't blindly trust on Yang Hui's word alone. So she shoved it all on him. She was just following his lead, still the innocent, worldly ignorant miss. So, that's the score. Sorry, Yang Hui. Kira, getting it now he'd misjudged, bowed deep in apology. Halfway down, Yang Hui pushed him upright, firm but kind. No need for sorries. Whatever the aim, dirty blackmail's still dirty. Fact don't change. Yang Hui said, his tone flat, carrying the weight of it like a heavy cargo pod. How can you? Why not clear it up with everyone? Kira asked, reckoning Yang Hui was still fuming, especially with the crew's whispers buzzing like faulty circuits on his way here. The Archangel's Atlantic Federation's Stark, Meru and Nadal. They are Earth Alliance brass. And who am I? Who's Lacus? Yang Hui asked back, calm as a still nebula. This, Kira got it then. This ship had Earth Alliance plant orb folk all mashed together. They'd bonded over the whole, sure, but identities and sides lingered, like him and Athron. And besides, I ain't gotta explain to em, Yang Hui added. That wasn't Yang Hui's style. He cared deep for mates, including the Archangel crew. Short time together, but he'd slotted em as comrades, no matter if they ended up in orb like the old tales, or if Nadal shifted cause of him. For mates, he'd clarify any mix-ups, sort the rifts. But now, couldn't. Sides differed. What he meant was, I can't explain to em, not no need. It was shielding Meru and Nadal. Soon, the Archangel'd link with the 8th Fleet. Imagine Earth brass hearing their top ships crew cozy with Orb Elite, what they think. Dwayne Halberton might shrug, but others. The 8th wasn't his solo show. So draw lines quick, keep him clear of fallout from his ties. Lacus slipped her hand over Yang Hui's, sussing it all from that line alone. It stung her heart, Yang Hui always like this, tacking hits to guard his own. Kira couldn't fathom that deep, but he knew Yang Hui wasn't the type to spout off like that. If he did, must be hidden pain, shouldering it solo. I'm off to check on Flay, see if she's up. Kira bolted, not knowing what else to say. He wanted to tell Yang Hui, spill it, we'll carry it together. But words stuck, he felt buried under his own load, crushing him. He'd come to vent at Yang Hui, but now didn't feel he had the right. Why put yourself through it? With Kira gone, Lacus dropped her mask, sitting beside Yang Hui, hand on his, head resting light on his shoulder, her voice a soft murmur of concern. Kira's got his burdens to face, and this. It's what I need, what I chose. Lacus recalled the past Yang Hui once told her. A man's a lone wolf hurt, he slinks to his den, licking wounds in secret. He lived it perfect, and as leader bore more vents sealed tight. And Lacus sensed his urgency, not aimed at Earth Alliance plant or orb. Something bigger, unknown to her, driven him relentless. You trust him loads, no, rate him high. Want him as a mate, sort of, but he's got learning to do. You don't teach, how's he learn? Some stuff no one can teach you, me Empress Liu Mei Athron, who didn't learn the hard way. But humans are weak, flawed, that's why we lean on others, yeah. Ah, so that's your angle. Yang Hui shook his head with a bitter chuckle, not giving her a straight yes, standing to leave. Where ya off to, starvin'? Grabbing some grub. Speaking of, I'm peckish too, fetch me a portion, eh? Seeing Lacus wink all cheeky, Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Acting cute don't suit ya one bit, but I love it, what now, nout. Anyway, it's Athron's headache, TCH thick as a plank. En route to the mess, Yang Hui paused again. You? Cause you're a coordinator too. You didn't fight proper, did ya? Wah, Dad. Give Dad back. Wah, sobs echoed, and before Yang Hui could peek, Kira bolted from the room like a rocket sprinting opposite his way. At the door, Flay was collapsing into Sai's arms, Waylin heartbroken, Mirialia hovering helpless nearby. Young Huey watched impassive. Truth. Leaving aside old plot know-how and character breakdowns, he couldn't stand Flay. Sure, she was war's innocent victim, raw and real, but so what? Was she the only one hit? Only one loss in kin. Sheltered by folks, clueless Flay, how much darkness had she touched? Take toll Mirialia Sai Kaz, who among M wasn't war's collateral. Kira too, dragged into fights he hated to shield M. MS combat versus bridge duty. Worlds apart, constant life or death, one slip to oblivion. Flay didn't measure to Toll or Sai what right to slag off her protectors. Young Huey, what are you doing here? Young Huey was slipping away when Mirialia spotted him. Passing through, heading to mess for a bite. Oh, then you, why are you here? It's all your fault. Cause of you. Dad's ship got sunk. All you. Murderer. Give Dad back, Flay. Now Flay was proper rabid, snapping at anyone crossing her path. Young Huey's moves were spot on for him, for the Archangel crew. Without him, they'd not sailed safe so long. Without him, the ship'd be space dust by now. But Flay loathed him, hated his lectures, his smug control, his easy chumminess with all. Yeah. Jealousy burned, so she dumped her grief and pain on him like toxic waste. Young Huey didn't fancy Flay, but wouldn't kick a girl when she was down, shattered. He just tuned her out. As for her turning dark later, his problem. Nah, soon the Archangel'd link with the 8th Fleet, and he'd bail. Kira. Out of his hands, master leads to door, pupil walks through. Changes made, rest wasn't his to steer, nor would he. For one lad, he wouldn't ditch the world. By the way, still, he tipped Mirialia and Sai off, cause now Lacus wouldn't console Kira. If ya still count Kira a mate, check on him. He needs ya bad right now. Word said their choice. Young Huey wouldn't meddle, but he trusted, bar the gutless, wobbly Kaz, the rest wouldn't ditch Kira. Chapter 265. Kira's heart-wrenching cry extra shout to Chu Fengji. Kira was in proper agony, yeah. He weren't like Young Huey, that lad with a young body housing an old soul, nor Lacus, who'd grown up in a tangled web, always masking up to survive. He couldn't shoulder it all. This weight was crushing, too bloody heavy, making him feel like the whole flippin' universe had turned its back on him, leaving him adrift in the cold black. Kira, you all right, mate? Mirialia had chased after him straight off, hearing Young Huey's words, bumping into Kaz on the way. They'd caught Kira's gut-wrenching sobs echoing down the sterile corridors, the kind that hit ya like a plasma bolt to the chest. Only then did it dawn on M. Bane, a coordinator, hadn't brought Kira joy, just a heap of hurt, and they finally clocked the massive load pressing down on his shoulders, like gravity from a dozen worlds. Sai had been dead worried too, but he was stuck looking after Flay, so he'd passed his share to Mirialia. Mirialia's Kira, I dunno what to do. I proper don't know. What's wrong with Bane, a coordinator? Ain't like I chose it. I don't wanna fight, not one bit, but there's no choice. You're all on this tub. Young Huey's here too. I gotta protect ya. Only I can't. But why? What the hell for, Kira? Mirialia and Kaz felt wrought and gutted even, but they couldn't lift his burden. They didn't want him battling solo, that's why they'd volunteered for bridge duty, yeah. To stand with him in their own way. But anyone who'd seen it knew piloting an MS in a scrap was brutal, a nightmare of twists and turns. Kira was a coordinator, sure, but no soldier, forced into the cockpit like a duck to water, driven the strike Gundam on the front lines to shield M. His pain, who could truly get it? His pressure, who could fathom the crush? It's all right, Kira. Coordinator or not, we're mates, comrades, the best kind, Mirialia soothed, her voice soft and steady, a girl's warm comfort cutting through the ship's humming vents. Spot on, Kira. We can't pilot MS, but we'll fight alongside ya, Kaz added, his words firm but kind, a lad's resolve shining through. Kaz. Mirialia, so Kira. It's okay. Let it out, cry if you need, vent it all. We're right here with ya, Kira, you ain't alone. Wah. Tilda, Kira found his crew, his safe harbor at last, unleashing all the pent-up hurt in a torrent, clinging to Kaz and bawling like a storm. tears soaking through uniforms in the dim corridor light. Round the corner's edge, Yang Hui watched, nodding relieved before slipping away. It wasn't that he didn't care, he couldn't console Kira. Yang Hui was the root of this mess, the one who'd set it all in motion. Kira wouldn't spill to him, wouldn't vent at him. Only Toll, Sai, Kaz and Mirialia could reach him, pull him from the brink. After about a few minutes of sobs, Kira's heart steadied, like a ship finding calm after turbulence. Thanks a bunch, Kaz, Mirialia. Don't be so formal, Kira. We're mates in knit. Yeah, and don't mind what Flay said, she's just proper gutted. After you left, she laid into Yang Hui the same way, so it ain't aimed at you. Flay. Yang Hui. Though he kinda deserved it, bringing us aboard and all plus. Kaz, Mirialia snapped, cutting him off sharp. She didn't fancy Yang Hui's moves neither, but now wasn't the time. Kira and Yang Hui were chums too. Sorry, nah, it's all right. But you got Yang Hui wrong, he ain't like that. He cares more for mates than anyone, Kira said, whipping his tears, standing up for him. But then Kira spilled Lacus's explanation to Kaz and Mirialia, word for word. That's how it is, sorry Kira, we shouldn't have, Yang Hui. He's lugging way more than us, just won't tell a soul. Why I keep piloting the MS? To shoulder some of his load. Kira gazed out the viewport at the endless starfield, his voice trailing off thoughtful like. Oh, like that, maybe his status is too high, yeah. Yang Hui. He's proper ashamed, he won't mind that stuff. But Flay, this ain't on you, Kira. Seeing him blame himself again, Mirialia and Kaz jumped in quick to console. Nah, it is. I might not have fought proper, Kira admitted, guilt heavy as lead. What's going on? Kaz and Mirialia yelped in surprise. Actually, Kira poured it out. How he and the Aegis pilot Athron were mates, their meet at Heliopolis, the hesitation in scraps. The secret had festered in him too long, keeping it felt like betraying Kaz and the rest's trust. So, that's the score. Kaz and Mirialia were speechless, only sighing at fate's cruel twist. Best mates turned foes on sight. They didn't blame him neither. In their shoes, they'd waver too, agonize. Kira coordinator Athron one plant their homeland. Better than enduring glares on the ship, they might have jumped sides. It's all right, Kira, we don't blame ya. Yeah, fighting that. Athron bloke must have been proper painful. Sorry we didn't know. Nah, you don't need to apologize, Kaz, Mirialia. Really, it's my fault for not telling. But spilling it feels loads better. Kira smiled, a real sunny grin lighting his face after ages in the shadows. All right, enough of that. Kira, just remember, we're top mates, yeah. That's all that counts. Yeah, me too, Sai, who could have guessed. First half of the trip all smooth sailing, then bam. Attacks hit, turning deadly, even the advance fleet. Sai, but Kira, you see the mercs Yang Hui roped in. Their rigs, yeah. I saw, look proper like the strike, and blimey, they're ace. Better than you even, Kira, Kaz exclaimed. Not just him, everyone on the bridge had gawped. Guy Murakumo's Astray Gundam Blue Frame, Setsuna's Gundam Exia, Lyle's Gundam Dynams, Tyria's Gundam Virtue. 4 MS Echoing the strike's lines, bursting onto the scene with raw power no one could ignore. Yeah. Maybe, Kira trailed off a guess foreman, but he clammed up sudden. What? Mirialia and Kaz pressed, curiosity burning like thruster fire, even a hunch would do. Nout. Let's go, I'm fine now. Blimey, Kira, hidden stuff again. Yeah. What about Bane, mates? You sawed, ahoha. Kira got hounded by Kaz and Mirialia for answers, while Yang Hui, fresh from filling his belly, got summoned by Muru, Nadal and Mu. All cause of the new 4 MS that had popped up. About these 4 rigs got naught to say. Nadal pulled up the images, quizzing Yang Hui sharp-like. This an interrogation, Yang Hui fired back. Course not, Yang Hui. We're just curious. If you don't want to spill, we won't push. Though you know the drill, we'll report it straight, Muru cut in, explaining to Yang Hui. Actually, ain't much to hide. This one, I told you about it, yeah. Yang Hui pointed at the Astray Gundam Blue Frame, reminding Nadal. Nadal recognized it all right, from the Scrap Dealers Guild same model. But she wasn't on about that one, it was the other 3, clearly not from the same line. I ain't talking that one, then ask em yourselves. Their mercs were just client and crew, Yang Hui shrugged, playing the rogue. You mercs, client gig. You callin' the Empress when we were right there. Forget it, Nadal. Muru rubbed her at shin brow, signalling to drop it. Yang Hui wasn't budging, no answers common. Mu knew least of the trio, but as an army vet, he smelled the fishy bits, though he wouldn't dig. Years in uniform taught him, no less live longer. Yang Hui, sorry, can't say. Nadaral's gaze had shifted from stubborn push to pleading, begging him not to hide, craving the truth. But Yang Hui wouldn't spill, this touched Orb secrets. Tell em, and was he betraying Orb? Or were Muru, Nadaral, and Mu ditching the Atlantic Federation? Got it, her usual resigned reply, but Yang Hui caught the new distance. Even her stance towards him turning stranger, cooler. If that's all, I'm off. Cheers for your time, Muru said. Yang Hui waved backhand as he left but paused at the door, dropping a reminder. Remember who I am, don't get too chummy, especially now. With that, he was gone, his back fading from view with a tinge of sorrow like a lone ship slipping into the black. Damn it, once he was out, Nadaral slammed her fist on Muru's desk. What's his game? Don't get too close. We ain't on the same path anyway. So used us up and now we're done. Nadaral. Muru and Mu swapped glances, shacking heads helpless like. They'd stayed cool, getting Yang Hui's drift, not him cutting ties but warning em off for their own good. We're Earth forces, Mu reminded her. And he's Orb brass, Muru added. Even if Nadaral was thick, she got Muru and Mu's meaning, and Yang Hui's. He was shielding em. TCH, though fuming, a strange warmth bloomed in Nadaral. All right, drop it for now. Next up, handing back Lacus Klein. Prep up, I understood. Blimey, what a mess. Thanks to Chufengji for the 5 grand tip, love ya moi. Tilde sorry, made myself queasy. Chapter 266, What the hell happened to Athron? The scrap had ground to a halt, but that didn't mean Zaft was letting the Archangel slip away easy. The Vesalius, that sleek beast of a Nazca-class cruiser, trailed him doggedly with 5 Laurasia-class warships in tow, sticking to the big bird's tail like glue as they all barreled towards the agreed coords in the endless black. But gone was the easygoing vibe from before. Now, the Zaft lot were all furrowed brows and clenched jaws, feeling the proper thorniness of it all, like navigating a debris field blindfolded. What in the blazes are they? These 4 MS rigs, Captain Adez muttered, staring at the screen where the Astray Gundam Blue Frame, Gundam Exia, Gundam Dynams, and Gundam Virtue danced like shadows in the void, their hulls gleaming under distant starlight, engines humming with lethal grace. Could they be some secret Earth Forces prototypes? Athron ventured, his voice laced with doubt, a young lad's uncertainty echoing in the bridge's sterile hum. Nah, reckon not. Crusette shook his head, dismissing it flat out, his masked face twisting in that enigmatic way, like he was always one step ahead in this cosmic chess game. Then what? Got the data crunched on their rigs yet? Crusette quizzed Adez, leaning forward, eyes narrowing behind his visor. From the last skirmish logs, we've got a prelim read. Adez replied, pulling up the analysis on the Hala screen, graphs and stats flickering like fireflies. This blue one's overall specs lag behind the G-series. No PS armor fitted, but the pilot's skills. Don't underestimate proper ace material. The other 3. No PS armor neither, but performance matches the G's toe-to-toe. Likely same line, but not quite kin to the blue one, and their drivers are top-notch too. Hearing that, Athron ditched his earlier hunch, convinced these weren't Earth Force's hidden aces. After all, the G-series were the trailblazers, and they hadn't even snagged their own first batch of homegrown MS. Plus, judging by the OS, naturals couldn't handle M smooth anyway. So, whose faction did these beasts belong to? Just then, a familiar mug flashed in Athron's mind like a glitchy holovid. Could it be? He had a guess brewing, but Athron kept it zipped, once again dodging his soldier's duty, his heart tugging like conflicting grav pulls. Sussed out what outfit they're with, Crusette prodded. Yeah, Adez pulled up 2 more files, laying it out for Crusette. Confirmed, the blue ones from the Serpent Tail Merc crew, led by Guy Murakumo, a coordinator. Records show him and Serpent Tail as the top dogs in the Merc game, completion rates unbeatable, and the word on Guy himself is golden. The other 3 rigs only got this emblem on file, emblem spot on. It's the mark of a Merc outfit called Celestial Being. But that's all we've got, name only. Members, founding date, job logs. Zilch, like they popped out of thin air, ho. Now that's intriguing, Crusette's lip curled, pegging Celestial Being as Mercs in name only, their true colors probably. Captain Adez, if this guy Murakumo's a coordinator, couldn't we? No chance, Adez cut in, knowing Athron was gearing to suggest recruiting M. Blimey, the lad was naive as they come. Why? We're all coordinators. Serpent Tail's been headhunted since they hit the big time. Earth forces us Zaft, we've all tried. But they knock back every offer. Cash Bird's power rank nout tempts em. Like eagles soaring free in the sky, they ain't getting caged, Crusette explained to Athron. Serpent Tail rang a bell for him. He'd crossed paths with Guy himself, a deadlock scrap worthy of respect. How can that be? Athron couldn't wrap his head round it. Kira like this, Guy like that. They were all coordinators, kin. Shouldn't they band together against the brutal, sneaky Earth forces? Folks got all sorts of notions, Athron. Yeah, what about celestial being? Could we ping M? Athron asked again. Though intel was thin, piloting MS that slick had to mean coordinators. At least that's how he saw it. Tried already. They shut down the comms request, Adez said. All right, Athron, gear up for launch. We're nearing the spot. Aye, Adez, how many MS we got left? Including Rachni and Port Squad's 17 Jin. Our team's down to Aegis, Duel, Buster, Blitz and your Sigu captain. Losses that bad, Crusette frowned slight. Most from those 4 unknown rigs, proper hassle. Go to level 2 battle readiness. On arrival, all MS squads launch and hold near the ships. Aye, orders given. Crusette left the bridge. This time he'd launch too. The 8th Fleet was classing fast, their window was shrinking. Failed to sink the Archangel here, and from Heliopolis on, all his plays would turn to farce. Aboard the Archangel, tension hung thick as nebula gas, coords lumen, their life-saving card bout to be handed over. The 8th Fleet wasn't far, but foes clung close, firepower matching the 8th's punch for punch. No tellin' if Zaft pounced post-Lacquer's pickup. Sure, Serpent Tail and Celestial Being had shown ace chops, outshining the strike even, but the odds were skewed bad, couldn't shake the crew's jitters. Hit the mark, Captain. Murray peered through the bridge viewport at the distant Zaft fleet, her heart pounding like overtaxed engines, refusing to settle in the sterile hum. Mobius 0, La Flaga rig on launch standby. Have Kira prep with the VIP. Understood. Murray glanced at Yang Hui, he nodded, tacking over comms, linking Serpent Tail and Celestial Being. All units launch and hold. If Zaft ditches VIP duty, full rescue op back to base. Understood. The replies synced like a well-oiled squad. 105 strike Kira Yamato prep for launch. Understood Yang Hui. Relax, drop her off and head back. And Lacus, I know the drill. On you strike launch. Kira Yamato strike launching. Post-launch, the strike didn't zip Lacus straight to Zaft but hung near the Archangel awaiting Yang Hui's cue. Yang Hui fired off a comms request to Zaft pronto. This is Zaft Forces, Crusette Squad Captain, Raoula Crusette. Blonde bloke in a mask, enigmatic grin that set teeth on edge even through the screen, his calculating slyness oozing like oil from a leak. But Yang Hui's lip curled. This was their first proper meet, yeah. Unconventional, but he was buzzing for more tangles with Crusette. His crew needed a fox like him, a proper schemer in the shadows. This is Yang Hui. Miss Lacus Klein's in the strike. Your fleet falls back to coords 762.124. Only 303 Aegis Gundam comes solo for pickup. We reject your terms, can't guarantee Miss Lacus Klein and 303 Aegis's safety. You've no choice. Meet our demands. Fleet retreats, 303 Aegis solo for Miss Lacus Klein. Refuse and we take it as Zaft wash in hands of her, handover cancels immediately. Fine, we accept. But honor the pact, no attacks on Miss Lacus Klein or 303 Aegis till handover's done. No problem. Pull back, hit the coords, handover starts. Agreed. Chat over, Crusette grudgingly swallowed Yang Hui's terms, leaving a sour taste. How long since he'd been proper stuffed? His schemes had rolled smooth till Yang Hui popped up, feeding him loss after loss. Bane led by the nose like this. Proper gallons. If he could, Crusette blast the Archangel to dust, Lacus Yang Hui the lot. That'd kick off the chaos he craved. But he daren't, his Zaft role was still key, couldn't chuck it yet. Captain, a retreat. We've no play priorities getting Lacus back. Understood, sneaky naturals. Damn. Using Miss Lacus's safety to cling on. If you're a man, fight fair and square. Zaft whole crew felt choked, cursing Yang Hui's tactics as low as they come. Warriors all, they should have squared up proper, duked it out honorably. Holding a civvy hostage. Scummiest move in the book. But helpless, their MS squads trailed the fleet's retreat. Athron's Aegis Gundam hung back, unmoving. His head was a whirlwind, soon he'd have Laka safe and a chance to chat with Kira. He was mulling how to sway Kira to Zaft. With his skills, he'd be fast-tracked fighting side by side with his old mate, Athron's dream gig. And Yang Hui. He needed answers. Why'd Yang Hui do it? From Heliopolis meet on, Athron had puzzled. Why aid Earth forces? Why dangle Lacus's bait? Just cause he wasn't a coordinator. Once Zaft fleet hit the mark, Kira and Athron got the nod, classing in slow, rigs near kissing before halting. Cockpits popping open with a hiss. Seeing Lacus and Kira proper in the strike's cockpit, Athron exhaled relief. At least it wasn't a trap, no ambush lurking. But as Lacus floated from the strike's cockpit towards him, he went slack-jawed, proper gobsmacked. Cause her spacesuit bulged at the belly, swollen big, least 7 or 8 months gone. What the hell had he missed? Or what horror had she endured? Chapter 266, What the Bloody Hell Befell Athron. The brawl had screeched to a halt, but that didn't mean Zaft was letting the Archangel slink off without a chase. The Vesalius, that sleek, predatory Nazca-class cruiser, dogged their heels with 5 hulking Laurasia-class warships in formation, clinging to the big bird's exhaust trail like shadows in the infinite black, all heading for the agreed-upon coords where stars twinkled mockingly in the void. But the easy-breezy vibe from before was long gone. Now, the Zaft crew were all knotted brows and clenched fists, feeling the proper prickliness of the mess, like navigating a minefield with faulty sensors. What in the blazes are these? Them 4 MS rigs, Captain Adez grumbled, eyes glued to the holoscreen where the astray Gundam Blue Frame, Gundam Exia, Gundam Dynams, and Gundam Virtue danced like elusive phantoms amid the scattering debris, their armored hulls catching glints of distant starlight, engines purring with a lethal whisper that echoed through the bridge's sterile hum. Could they be some hush-hush Earth Forces prototypes? Athron mused, his voice tinged with a young lad's wary suspicion, brows furrowing under the bridge's harsh, flickering lights. Nah, I reckon not. Crusette shook his head, dismissing it outright, his masked features twisting in that inscrutable way, like he was always plotting 3 moves ahead in this grand cosmic game of cat and mouse. Then what? Got the specs crunched on their rigs yet? Crusette prodded Adez, leaning forward with a predator's gleam, his chair creaking slight under the shift. From the last dust-up's logs, we've got a rough read. Adez replied, pulling up the analysis on the shimmering display, graphs and data streams dancing like fireflies in the dim. This blue one's overall performance lags the G-series. No PS armor bolted on, but the pilot's skills. Don't sleep on proper virtuoso stuff. The other 3. No PS neither, but they match the G's punch for punch. Likely kin in the same line, yet not quite twins to the blue one, and their drivers are crack shots too. Hearing that, Athron shelved his hunch, convinced these weren't Earth Force's shadowy trump cards. After all, the G-series were the pioneers, and they hadn't even nabbed their own first wave of homegrown MS. Plus, judging by the OS, naturals couldn't wrangle them smooth as silk anyway. So, whose banner did these mechanical beasts fly under? Just then, a familiar face flickered in Athron's mind like a glitchy Harlevid replay, sending a jolt through his veins. Could it be? A guess bubbled up, but Athron clamped it down, once more dodging his duty as a soldier, his heart pulling in directions like rival grav fields warring for dominance. Sussed out what crew they're with. Crusette nudged, his tone casual but probing, like testing a weak spot in enemy armor. Yeah, Adez summoned 2 more files, laying it out for Crusette with a flick of controls. Locked in, the blue ones from the Serpent Tail Merc outfit, bossed by Guy Murakumo, a coordinator. Records peg him and Serpent Tail as the cream of the Merc crop, completion rates unbeatable, and the buzz on Guy himself is pure gold. The other 3 rigs only snagged this emblem spot on. It's the mark of a Merc bunch called Celestial Being. But that's the lot name only. Roster, start date, job history. Nout, like they materialized from the ether, ho. Now that's a proper intrigue. Crusette's lip curled in a sly grin, pegging Celestial Being as wolves in Merc clothing. Their real hide likely. Captain Adez, if this guy Murakumo's a coordinator, couldn't we? No dice, Adez interrupted, sensing Athron was angling to recruit him. Blimey, the kid was green as fresh synth grass. Why? We're all coordinators. Serpent Tail's been wooed since they hit the scene. Earth forces us zaft, we've all had a crack. But they swat every offer. Dash dame's power rank nout hooks em. Like eagles ridden the thermals free as ye like, they ain't gettin' boxed in a cage. Crusette explained to Athron, his voice carrying a note of reluctant admiration. Serpent Tail was old news to him. He'd tangled with Guy personally, a deadlock duel worthy of ballads earning his nod. How can that be? Athron couldn't fathom it. Kira acting this way, Guy too. They were all coordinators, brethren. Shouldn't they rally together against the brutal, conniving Earth forces, standing united in the face of tyranny? Folks got all manner of notions, Athron. Yeah, what about celestial being? Could we give him a bell? Athron pressed, intel slim but MS prowess that sharp screamed coordinators, at least in his book. Tried. They blank the comms request, Adez reported. Right, Athron, suit up for launch. We're classin' on the spot. Aye, Adez, how many MS we still got? Countin' Rachni and Port Squad's 17 Jin. Our lot's down to Aegis, Duel, Buster, Blitz and your Seagu captain. Losses that steep. Crusette's brow twitched faint. Most from them 4 mystery rigs. Right pain. Shift to level 2 readiness. On arrival, all MS squads deploy and hold near the ships. Aye, orders barked. Crusette peeled from the bridge. This time he'd launch himself, the 8th Fleet bearing down fast, their window shrinking like a collapsing star. Fail to scuttle the Archangel here, and from Heliopolis onward, his schemes would crumble to laughable dust. Aboard the Archangel, nerves were strung tighter than a taut cable in a gravity well. Cohorts approaching, their ace in the whole bout to be played away. The 8th Fleet loomed close, but foes nipped at their heels. Firepower fit to trade blows with the 8th punch for punch. No clue if Zaft lunge once Lacus was handed over, turning the void into a killing ground. Sure, Serpent Tail and Celestial Being had flashed serious chops, outdancing the strike even, but the balance was proper skewed. Couldn't quell the crew's jangling fears, hearts pounding like overworked drives. Hit the mark, Captain. Murray peered through the bridge's reinforced glass at the distant Zaft armada, her pulse racing wild, refusing to calm amid the console's steady beeping symphony. Mobius 0, La Flaga rig on standby. Have Kira ready with the VIP. Understood. Murray shot Yang Hui a look. He nodded, seizing comms duty, linking Serpent Tail and Celestial Being with a flick of switches. All units deploy and hold. If Zaft bails on VIP duty, full rescue back to base. Understood. The responses synced like a veteran squad's heartbeat. 105 strike Kira Yamato prep launch. Understood Yang Hui. Easy, drop her an RTB. And Lacus, I know the play. On you strike launch. Kira Yamato strike launching. Post-launch, the strike didn't zip Lacus straight to Zaft but loitered near the Archangel, engines idling patient, awaiting Yang Hui's green light. Yang Hui pinged Zaft with a comms request, quick as a trigger pull. This is Zaft Forces, Crusette Squad Captain Raoul Crusette. Blonde chap in a mask, grin all mysterious and uncertain, even across the screen. His sly, calculating vibe seeped through like oil from a cracked line. But Yang Hui's mouth twitched up. This was their debut clash, yeah. Unorthodox, but he was itching for more dances with Crusette. His outfit needed a cunning fox like him, a real shadow player. This is Yang Hui. Miss Lacus Klein's in the strike. Your fleet pulls back to coords 762.124. Only 303 Aegis Gundam comes solo for handover. We reject, can't secure Miss Lacus Klein and 303 Aegis's safety. You've no options. Meet demands, fleet retreats, 303 Aegis solo for Miss Lacus Klein. Balk and we see it as Zaft ditching all duty to her, handover scraps immediately. Agreed. But stick to the pact, no strikes on Miss Lacus Klein or 303 Aegis till handover's wrapped. No issue. Retreat hit the mark, handover kicks off. Done. Exchange over, Crusette grudgingly swallowed the terms, leaving him bitter as bile. How long since he'd been force-fed defeat. His plots had hummed smooth till Yang Hui crashed the party, serving up setbacks like unwanted rations. Bane yanked by the nose. Proper humiliating. If he could, Crusette vaporized the Archangel, Lacus, Yang Hui, the works. That'd ignite the pandemonium he craved, ablaze across the stars. But he daren't, his Zaft mask was still vital, couldn't shed it yet. Captain, pull back. No choice, priorities reclaiming Lacus. Understood, sneaky naturals. Damn. Using Miss Lacus's life to scrape by. If you're a proper bloke, square up and fight fair. Zaft's entire outfit felt throttled, hurling curses at Yang Hui's tactics as the lowest of the low. All warriors, they should have lined up honest, slugged it out with honor blazon. Holding a civvy as leverage. Scummiest ploy imaginable. But powerless, their MS squads shadowed the fleet's withdrawal. Athron's Aegis Gundam lingered, static in the void. His mind was a maelstrom, soon Lacust be safe, and he'd get a word with Kira. He mulled how to sway him to Zaft. With Kira's flair, he'd rocket up ranks, battling shoulder to shoulder with his old pal Athron's ultimate dream, a bond reforged in fire. And Yang Hui. He craved clarity. Why'd Yang Hui pull this? From Heliopolis' clash on, Athron had wrestled it. Why back Earth forces? Why dangle Lacus like bait? Just cause he wasn't tweaked. Once Zaft Armada hit the designated spot, Kira and Athron got the signal, Clausen slow, rigs near nose-to-nose before halting. Cockpits poppin' with a hydraulic hiss that echoed in the silence. Spotting Lacus and Kira snug in the strike's cockpit, Athron chapter 267. Forked paths, Liao's first gleam of glory, Lacus's belly swollen. Athron felt like he'd been clobbered over the noggin with a dull thud, his vision blurring into an endless stretch of lush green meadows, bursting with life's vibrant pulse, the kind that makes you feel small in the grand scheme of the cosmos. Athron, what's up with ya? Lacus's voice, soft and soothing as a gentle solar wind, yanked him back from his stunned daze, reminding him this weren't the time for wild daydreams. Lacus was safe in his grasp now and, blimey, he had something crucial on his plate. Kira, come with us. Athron reached out towards Kira's direction, his arm stretching like a lifeline across the void, desperation edging his plea. You've got no reason to stick with Earth forces. I remember you hate fighting more than anyone, loathe war to your core. So why are you battling for M? You've seen their ways, is that really justice? Kira and Athron's chat was broadcast wide open on all channels, hitting both sides like a plasma bolt. Over on Zaft, led by Isaac and Dirka, the grumblers who already had beef with Athron started yapping their doubts. What's the score? Athron knows the enemy pilot. No wonder he botched it. Old mates, TCH went easy on M. On the flip, Nadal, hearing that bombshell, immediately badgered Muru to recall the strike Gundam. Captain, pull back the strike now, can't let it fall into Zaft hands. Muru froze for a tick, nodding slow, but when she turned, calm's control was in Yang Hui's grip. Yang Hui, listen on. I trust Kira, Yang Hui said to the lot of M, his voice firm as reinforced hull platen, cutting through the bridge's tense hum like a command from on high. The crew wavered, half-doubting, but Toll and the gang snapped out of their stupor, squashing the suspicion risen in their guts. Yeah, Kira was one of M, their mate. They had to believe he'd stick with M, not bolt to Zaft. He'd come back, no question. That initial shock, the fleeting tug at his heart, Kira bowed his head, face twisting in anguish like a storm raging inside. I don't want to fight you neither, then, but that ship's got folk I need to protect me mates. His cry was raw and strained, hammering into everyone's souls. Zaft sneers, Earth forces guilt, Toll's crews moved hearts, and Yang Hui's quiet relief mixing with Athron's understanding. Mates for loads, the words light as space dust, cause one sec you're thick as thieves, next you're strangers or worse, bitter foes. But for some, it's heavy as a neutron star, a safe harbor for the soul, something to defend with everything, worth laying it all on the line. And Kira, he was that sort for Toll and the rest. He'd been roped in by Yang Hui, used by Earth forces. For Yang Hui, he'd defied his own heart, divin into war's maelstrom. And Athron, he proper didn't want to scrap with him, but Athron was stronger than Toll and M, tougher even than himself. Athron didn't need Garden, Toll's lot did. So, he had to fight Athron. Then, no choice, Athron hung his head too, grasping Kira's resolve. As a soldier and Kira's mate, there was just one path left. Next fight, I'll be the one to end ya. Same here. Old chums parted ways, treading forked roads in the epic tapestry of fate. The strike Gundam's cockpit sealed with a hydraulic hiss, veering back towards the Archangel's welcoming bay. Athron scooped Lacus into his cockpit, heading for the Vesalius. But right then, Zaft stirred. Enemy MS breaking off. Adez reported to crewset, urgency crackling in his voice. Fire up engines, Adez, all hands advance. Zaft move pinged the Archangel instantly. Enemy engines fearing, MS heading for the strike and Archangel. TCH knew it, Nadar's face soured, she'd pegged Zaft for lossing their cool, which is why she'd fought tooth and nail against hand-in-back Lacus. Archangel, emergency U-turn. Defense pattern 11, full burn outta here. But the strike ain't back yet. Yang Hui. No rush, they won't kick off. The bridge crew were on pins, hearts racing like overclocked drives, but Yang Hui kept his cool smile, confident as a seasoned captain, everything dancing to his tune. Yang Hui, Muru called out frantic, but Yang Hui played deaf waiting. Sure enough, next beat, his wait paid off. Attention Zaft and Earth forces, cease all combat immediately. Lacus's voice bloomed over both channels, gentle yet unyielding, laced with an authority that brooked no nonsense. That's... Miss Lacus, oi oi oi, this is massive. TCH, we got played. Muru, Nadarl and Mu went daft. They felt the shift in Lacus's tone, a whole new side. Where was the clueless miss they'd met? They'd been proper duped, tacking her for a naive bird back then. Now Lacus shone with unmatched charisma and poise, a force that commanded the stars themselves. It's been a year since the bloody Valentine's tragedy. For naturals and coordinators alike, that horror should make us pause. War battle, what's it all for? Weapons, power, they are for protecting, not pointless clashes. As rep for the bloody Valentine Memorial Delegation, I, Lacus Klein, beg both sides to halt all fighting. TCH spouting this at crunch time. Crusette cursed under his breath, seeing Lacus mucking up his play. Deal done, 8th Fleet not yet here, prime window to sink the Archangel. Now this broadcast. Captain Raoul Crusette, stand down. You gonna turn my memorial spot into a war zone? TCH, I won't allow it, ceasefire now. TCH, what a handful of a miss. You're deaf. Understood, Miss Lacus Klein. Adez, signal all units, RTB immediately. Crusette proper didn't want to bin this chance, but Lacus hit him with the big guns of duty. Broadcasting her status wide, no wiggle room unless he ditched Zaft. That he couldn't stomach, his schemes would crumble like space dust. In the cockpit, Athron gawped at Lacus, feeling like he'd never truly known her. Wasn't his fiancée the soft, cuddly type? How'd she pack such intimidating presence? He tilted to Athron's shock. Lacus flashed a sweet, adorable smile. She found his daft moments proper endearing. Over on the Archangel, seeing the onrushing Zaft pull back just as Lacus demanded, the crew exhaled collective, like pressure venting from a strained hull. All eyes swung to Yang Hui, Muru and Nadar's loaded with meaning. Turns out, he'd orchestrated the lot. They pondered deeper, questions pilling like unchecked cargo. Was Lacus's act his setup? Why trust her? Why bet on Kira snubbing Athron? But Yang Hui had warned them, draw lines, no more close ties. Pull back. Least till Lacus is gone, we're safe, Yang Hui said to the crew, then slipped off the bridge. Yeah, back in his quarters, he reran the plan in his head, tweaking for exposures. His presence outed to plant what moves against Orb. Earth Alliance side, how'd they spin this mess? He had to map every twist, patch changes, refine the grand scheme. Min cost for max gain, hit goals without barring more cards. The 8th Fleet's classen, Lacus buys limited time. Post-drop, Zaftel hit full force. Can't let the Archangel drop straight to Alaska base or Kira's toast. 8th Fleet attacks inevitable, but how to skew the Archangel's landing saved Dwayne Halberton. Dwayne Halberton was one of the few Atlantic Federation brass Yang Hui raided. No radical vibes. Not Blue Cosmos's puppet, decent bloke model soldier, dubbed the Wise General, a clean stream in the Federation's murky pond. Yang Hui was set on whipping out the Atlantic Federation, not total annihilation, but culling the corrupt top, Blue Cosmos and the hidden logos puppeteers, the real warps in this world. Post-purge, who'd steer the Federation? Dwayne Halberton was his pick, high rank, seniority, rep skills. Clear out his blockers and the quadruple threat could shine. Guard apart ways for a bit. On the flip, Lacus safe aboard the Vesalius, Crusette squad mission ticked. By rights, they should have escorted her back to Plant Heartland, but Crusette had other plays. He handed her to Rachni squad for the trip home, then pinged Patrick Zala for backup. Couldn't miss sinking the Archangel, nor crushing the 8th Orbital Fleet. The 8th's commander, Dwayne Halberton, was notorious in Zaft, tough nut. Never beat M square but never let M wipe his lot either. Under his lead, Zaft had taken lumps. Wise General earned their top foe. Now the 8th ditching turtle tactics to fetch the Archangel. Golden chance to smash their new rig and off a big fish. Crusette knew Patrick Zala'd bite. Plus, Yang Hui aboard the Archangel intel. How will ya counter this, Yang Hui? Taste defeat for once. Chapter 267. Forked paths, La Yao's debut gleam Lacus's belly swollen. Athron felt like he'd been clobbered over the noggin with a dull thud, his vision blurring into an endless stretch of lush green meadows, bursting with life's vibrant pulse, the kind that makes you feel small in the grand scheme of the cosmos. Athron, what's up with ya? Lacus's voice, soft and soothing as a gentle solar wind, yanked him back from his stunned daze, reminding him this weren't the time for wild daydreams. Lacus was safe in his grasp now and, blimey, he had something crucial on his plate. Kira, come with us. Athron reached out towards Kira's direction, his arm stretching like a lifeline across the void, desperation edging his plea. You've got no reason to stick with Earth forces. I remember you hate fighting more than anyone, loathe war to your core. So why are you battling for M? You've seen their ways, is that really justice? Kira and Athron's chat was broadcast wide open on all channels, hitting both sides like a plasma bolt. Over on Zaft, led by Isaac and Dirka, the grumblers who already had beef with Athron started yapping their doubts. What's the score? Athron knows the enemy pilot. No wonder he botched it, old mates, TCH went easy on M. On the flip, Nadal, hearing that bombshell, immediately badgered Muru to recall the strike Gundam. Captain, pull back the strike now, can't let it fall into Zaft hands. Muru froze for a tick, nodding slow, but when she turned, calm's control was in Yang Hui's grip. Yang Hui, listen on. I trust Kira, Yang Hui said to the lot of M, his voice firm as reinforced hull platen, cutting through the bridge's tense hum like a command from on high. The crew wavered, half-doubting, but Toll and the gang snapped out of their stupor, squashing the suspicion risen in their guts. Yeah, Kira was one of M, their mate. They had to believe he'd stick with M, not bolt to Zaft. He'd come back, no question. That initial shock, the fleeting tug at his heart, Kira bowed his head, face twisting in anguish like a storm raging inside. I don't want to fight you neither, then, but that ship's got folk I need to protect me mates. His cry was raw and strained, hammering into everyone's souls. Zaft sneers, Earth forces guilt, Toll's crew's moved hearts, and Yang Hui's quiet relief mixing with Athron's understanding. Mates for loads, the words light as space dust, cause one sec you're thick as thieves, next you're strangers or worse, bitter foes. But for some, it's heavy as a neutron star, a safe harbor for the soul, something to defend with everything, worth laying it all on the line. And Kira, he was that sort for Toll and the rest. He'd been roped in by Yang Hui, used by Earth forces. For Yang Hui, he'd defied his own heart, divin into war's maelstrom. And Athron, he proper didn't want to scrap with him, but Athron was stronger than Toll and M, tougher even than himself. Athron didn't need Garden, Toll's lot did. So, he had to fight Athron. Then, no choice, Athron hung his head too, grasping Kira's resolve. As a soldier and Kira's mate, there was just one path left. Next fight, I'll be the one to end ya, same here. Old chums parted ways, treading forked roads in the epic tapestry of fate. The strike Gundam's cockpit sealed with a hydraulic hiss, veering back towards the Archangel's welcoming bay. Athron scooped Lacus into his cockpit, heading for the Vesalius. But right then, Zaft stirred. Enemy MS breaking off. Adez reported to crewset, urgency crackling in his voice. Fire up engines, Adez, all hands advance. Zaft move pinged the Archangel instantly. Enemy engines fearing, MS heading for the strike and Archangel. TCH knew it, Nadar's face soured, she'd pegged Zaft for lossing their cool, which is why she'd fought tooth and nail against handing back Lacus. Archangel, emergency U-turn. Defense pattern 11 full burn outta here, but the strike ain't back yet. Yang Hui. No rush, they won't kick off. The bridge crew were on pins, hearts racing like overclocked drives, but Yang Hui kept his cool smile, confident as a seasoned captain, everything dancing to his tune. Yang Hui, Muru called out frantic, but Yang Hui played deaf waiting. Sure enough, next beat, his wait paid off. Attention Zaft and Earth forces, cease all combat immediately. Lacus's voice bloomed over both channels, gentle yet unyielding, laced with an authority that brooked no nonsense. That's Miss Lacus, oi, this is massive. TCH, we got played. Muru, Nadal and Mu went daft, they felt the shift in Lacus's tone, a whole new side. Where was the clueless miss they'd met? They'd been proper duped, tacking her for a naive bird back then. Now Lacus shone with unmatched charisma and poise, a force that commanded the stars themselves. It's been a year since the bloody Valentine's tragedy. For naturals and coordinators alike, that horror should make us pause. War battle, what's it all for? Weapons, power, they are for protecting, not pointless clashes. As rep for the bloody Valentine Memorial Delegation, I, Lacus Klein, beg both sides to halt all fighting. TCH, spouting this at crunch time. Crusette cursed under his breath, seeing Lacus mucking up his play. Deal done, 8th Fleet not yet here, prime window to sink the Archangel. Now this broadcast. Captain Raoul Crusette, stand down. You gonna turn my memorial spot into a war zone? TCH, I won't allow it, ceasefire now. TCH, what a handful of a miss. You're deaf. Understood, Miss Lacus Klein. Adez, signal all units, RTB immediately. Crusette proper didn't want to bin this chance, but Lacus hit him with the big guns of duty, broadcasting her status wide, no wiggle room unless he ditched Zaft. That he couldn't stomach, his schemes would crumble like space dust. In the cockpit, Athron gawped at Lacus, feeling like he'd never truly known her. Wasn't his fiancée the soft, cuddly type? How'd she pack such intimidating presence? He tilted to Athron's shock. Lacus flashed a sweet, adorable smile. She found his daft moments proper endearing. Over on the Archangel, seeing the onrushing Zaft pull back just as Lacus demanded, the crew exhaled collective, like pressure venting from a strained hull. All eyes swung to Yang Hui, Muru and Nadar's loaded with meaning. Turns out, he'd orchestrated the lot. They pondered deeper, questions pilling like unchecked cargo. Was Lacus's act his setup? Why trust her? Why bet on Kira snubbing Athron? But Yang Hui had warned them, draw lines, no more close ties. Pull back. Least till Lacus is gone, we're safe, Yang Hui said to the crew, then slipped off the bridge. Yeah, back in his quarters, he reran the plan in his head, tweaking for exposures. His presence outed to plant what moves against Orb. Earth Alliance side, how'd they spin this mess? He had to map every twist, patch changes, refine the grand scheme. Min cost for max gain, hit goals without barring more cards. The 8th Fleet's Classen, Lacus buys limited time. Post-drop, Zaftel hit full force. Can't let the Archangel drop straight to Alaska base or Kira's toast. 8th Fleet attacks inevitable, but how to skew the Archangel's landing saved Dwayne Halberton. Dwayne Halberton was one of the few Atlantic Federation brass Yang Hui raided. No radical vibes. Not Blue Cosmos's puppet, decent bloke model soldier, dubbed the Wise General, a clean stream in the Federation's murky pond. Yang Hui was set on whipping out the Atlantic Federation, not total annihilation, but culling the corrupt top, Blue Cosmos and the hidden logos puppeteers, the real warps in this world. Post-purge, who'd steer the Federation? Dwayne Halberton was his pick, high rank, seniority, rep skills. Clear out his blockers and the quadruple threat could shine. Guard apart ways for a bit. On the flip, Lacus safe aboard the Vesalius, Crusette squad mission ticked. By rights, they should have escorted her back to Plant Heartland, but Crusette had other plays. He handed her to Rachni squad for the trip home, then pinged Patrick Zala for backup. Couldn't miss sinking the Archangel, nor crushing the 8th Orbital Fleet. The 8th's commander, Dwayne Halberton, was notorious in Zaft, tough nut. Never beat M square but never let M wipe his lot either. Under his lead, Zaft had taken lumps. Wise General earned their top foe. Now the 8th ditching turtle tactics to fetch the Archangel. Golden chance to smash their new rig and off a big fish. Crusette knew Patrick Zala'd bite. Plus, Yang Hui aboard the Archangel intel. How will ya counter this, Yang Hui? Taste defeat for once. Chapter 268, partin' for proper reunion. Extra shout to Chufengji. Blimey, what a shame, we've only just clapped eyes on each other and now we're saying ta-ra already. Lacus sighed with a tinge of regret as they trudged towards the shuttle, the corridor's sterile lights casting long shadows that danced like ghosts on the metallic walls. The hum of the ship's engines a constant, throbbing heartbeat in the background. Loads back at plant are proper frettin' over yeah, Athron replied, his voice carrying a lad's sulky undertone, though the mix-up was cleared. Lacus's bump was just stuffed clothing, nothing more. Still, she'd had folks worrying sick, and here she was, defending the Archangel crew, sticking up for Yang Hui. Athron got she was trying to smooth over his beef with Yang Hui, Kira, and the Naturals, but it proper grated on him. Right now, he just wanted her gone, quick as. Captain Crusette, you've been put through the ringer this time, Lacus said, picking up on Athron's childish grumbling but brushing it off. That was just Athron after all. She flashed a sweet smile his way before turning to Crusette, her tone light but laced with a girl's genuine thanks. Rachni squad'll see ya safe back to home base. Crusette replied, though he couldn't stand the sight of her. Status be damned, he kept up the grin, same as Athron, both itching for the troublesome miss to Scarpa. Will the Vesalius make it back for the memorial? Lacus asked, her eyes wide with innocent hope. Who knows, eh? Crusette shrugged, evasive as a dodgy nav signal. Victories matter, sure, but don't forget the fallen, keep 'em in your thoughts, she urged, her voice soft yet piercing, a reminder heavy as a black hole's pull. I'll etch it in me mind, he said, brushing it off like space dust. Getting that half-arsed reply, Lacus turned back to Athron, pressing on with her quiet mission. What are we really fighting against? War's a right tangled mess, isn't it? Well then, looking forward to our next meet, Athron. She boarded the shuttle, and Athron and Crusette both exhaled like they'd shed a massive weight, the pesky princess finally off their deck. But what they didn't know was Lacus felt no real sorrow about leaving. Young Huey's plea before parting. Every word she could say, every move she could make, she'd done it all. Now it was down to him, solo in the storm. You're still wavering, Athron. Fighting, war, do you even know what it's all for? Without firm will, you're just a pawn in someone else's game. Yeah, like now. Compared to Yang Huey, you're still a proper kid. Pondering that, Lacus recalled Yang Huey's old goal. At first, it had sounded like pie in the sky, but wasn't she chasing the same dream? Just different paths, different ways. Proper looking forward to it, that world you painted. While Crusette was stalled by Lacus's antics, the Archangel had linked up smooth with the 8th Fleet, slipping into formation like a lost lamb rejoining the herd. 180 turn, keep decelerating 20%, match relative speed. The Archangel slotted into the 8th Fleet's array, pulling alongside the flagship Menelaus, hulls glinting under the stars like old mates reuniting. This really all right. Dark in parallel with the Menelaus, Arnold quipped to Muru, half-jarking in the bridge's steady glow. General Halberton'll wanna get a good gander at this beauty, I reckon. Heard he's calmin' aboard personal-like. After all, he poured the most sweat into this ship and the G project. Murray replied, her voice calm but with a captain's pride seeping through. Fair point, the bridge crew shrugged, agreeing. At the start, Dwayne Halberton had pitched the G project, but the Atlantic Federation brushed it off. He'd gone rogue, begging, threatening, using every trick to rally a team and funds, kickstarting the whole shebang. While the Earth forces lot chattered away, the refugees the Archangel had scooped up were buzzing with excitement, packing their meager bits, eager to ditch the ship that had shielded him through hell. Heard civvies are shifting to the Menelaus, then shuttling down to Earth from there, Kaz said, but then remembered his uniform, panic risen like a faulty alarm. But what about us? We'll go together surely, we're in these get-ups but we're civvies too, Mirialia said. Yeah, wasn't that the deal from the off, Toll added. Chill, we'll get off fine, Sai reassured Kaz. The group minus the absent Kira fell quiet, none noticing Flay, usually keenest to bail, just sitting there stone-faced, lost in dark thoughts. Hey. Yang Huey, Toll spotted him passing, hailing him over. They didn't hold much grudge against Yang Huey now. Sure, he'd roped him in at first, but he'd kept his word, guiding him safe to the 8th Fleet. Soon they'd disembark. Plus what Kira told Mirialia and Kaz, Toll and Sai knew too. They even felt guilty, too wrapped in their own woes, ignoring Yang Huey's burdens and stress. Yo, ain't ya lot packed yet? Yang Huey asked the four, sneaking a glance at Flay, spotting the hatred buried deep in her eyes. Turned dark, has she? Whatever, not my circus, he thought, chatting on with Toll and crew. We ain't got luggage, remember? Toll chuckled bitter-like. Yeah, I did forget. Yang Huey's lip twitched, he proper had them lot dragged aboard in just civvies. You? Yang Huey, you leaving too? Sai asked. Yeah, strike's job's done, no need to hang on the Archangel. Been aboard ages, gotta head back to Orb. Who knows the pile of mess waiting for me? Yang Huey griped, face all woebegone. Ha serves you right. Yeah, karma for using us. Perks of Bane top dog, ha good luck mate, will do. Prep up, General Halberton's coming aboard soon. Meet him, then you can bail. If fate's kind see you're in Orb, you not common with, Toll asked. Nah, you're straight to Earth. I've got biz not tagging along. Alright, sounds proper knackered. Anyway, massive thanks Yang Huey for everything. Toll and the four bowed deep in gratitude. They meant it, dangerous as it was. This journey's happenings were etched in forever, life's richest treasure. I told ya. As Yang Huey walked off, he pressed his right index and middle fingers together, tapping his brow light, then flinging him out. It's all for Orb. You're part of it too, natural-like. Bumping into Toll and crew, Yang Huey pressed on. Murray pinged him. Dwayne Halberton knew he was aboard, heading over personal for a meet. Soon, General Dwayne Halberton touched down on the Archangel. Stepping from the shuttle, he spotted Muru and the welcome-in party, letting out a joyful bellow that echoed in the hangar's vast space. "Oh, Tilda, blimey, when Heliopolis went up, I thought it was all over bar the shouting." Dwayne Halberton strode to Muru, excitement bubbling like a fresh brew. "Never reckoned we'd meet like this. Appreciate the words, sir. Long time no see. Yeah, got the advance fleet's report. Proper hard yards, you lot. Just duty, sir. We made it thanks to Yang Hui mostly." Muru knew Yang Hui was drawing lines, keeping distance, but she spilled anyway. She couldn't bear it. Knowing he'd soon bail left her feeling like loss in a pillar, the ship adrift without its anchor. "Yeah, heard." Dwayne Halberton turned to Yang Hui, waiting aside. "Long time, Yang Hui. Proper hassle for ye this trip. You flatter me, sir." "Just looking out for myself," Yang Hui demurred. "Ha, still as hard to read as ever, eh? But..." "Massive thanks." Dwayne Halberton saluted Yang Hui crisp. Not military, Yang Hui couldn't return it proper, just bowing slight in respect. Salute dropped, Dwayne Halberton eyed the other brass. Nadarl and Mu stepped up, introducing themselves. "I'm Nadarl Badgerul, rank lieutenant. I'm 7th Mobile Fleet Mula Flaga, rank captain." Maybe Nadarl wasn't big in military circles, or perhaps Dwayne Halberton knew her style clashed with his. He skipped her, heading straight for Mu. "Oh, proper glad you're here. I didn't do much mostly." Mu trailed off, glancing back subtle-like. "Oh, them," following Mu's hint. Dwayne Halberton spotted the volunteers clustered behind the uniforms. "Yeah, they're the Heliopolis students helping on ship duties." Snubbed by Dwayne Halberton, Nadarl was already stung. Who knew he'd keep ignoring her, even shoving her aside with a palm to head for Kira and the gang. "I've checked on your families, all safe and sound." "Brilliant, Dad and Mum are all right. In this dodgy setup you've all done smashing." "Thanks to you too." Dwayne Halberton wanted to chat more, but his adjutant tapped him. Time was ticking. "Later, I'd love a proper natter with ye." With that, he led Muru, Nadarl and Mu from the hangar, leaving Kira and the rest a bit bamboozled. Everyone reckoned Dwayne Halberton, this Earth Forces brigadier, was, well, kind, gentle, a tad unreliable. Like a dodgy uncle, not the hard as nails, iron-blooded type they'd pictured. "All right, folks, get packing. We're leaving the Archangel soon." Yang Hui nudged the lingering group. Reminded, they scattered, but Kira hung back. "You're off, ain't ya?" Kira asked Yang Hui. "Yeah, job here's done on this tub. You can chill now, no more bane my pawn," Yang Hui teased. "You sawed," Kira chuckled, landing a playful punch on him. "Ha. Feeling lighter? Bit." "Kira, I did steer ya onto the fighting path. It's what I wanted for ya. Don't ask why, you'll get it later." "But your words woke me up." Yang Hui clapped Kira's shoulder, dead serious. "Figure what ya wanna do, find your goal, chase your gut. Don't wanna fight. Fine, I've got your back." Yang Hui, "Go on, Kira, follow your heart. See ya if fate's kind." Kira eyed the shuttle marked with celestial being insignia darkened too, knowing Yang Hui was bailing. A pang of reluctance hit, but no tears. Yang Hui couldn't babysit forever, guiding him eternal. Sometimes parting ways is for a sweeter reunion down the line. "Yeah, see ya, Yang Hui." Another $5,000 tip, massive thanks and gratitude proper. But truth, pressure's mountain, fancy evolving into a tentacle beast. Chapter 269. Angels touching down. Yang Hui clambered aboard the shuttle with a purposeful stride, the metallic clang of his boots echoing off the narrow corridor like distant thunder in a storm-lashed void. He made straight for the cockpit, sliding into the co-pilot's seat with a sigh that carried the weight of 1,000 stars. The hum of the engines vibrating through the hull like a living heartbeat. "Played enough, have ya?" Lyle chuckled, his voice rough and teasing, a bloke's easy banter cutting through the cockpit's dim glow, fingers dancing over the controls with practiced ease. "How can ya call it play? I was proper grafting." Yang Hui shot back, rolling his eyes dramatic-like, settling into the seat as the shuttle system's word to life around him. "Oh yeah, just work getting that thrillin', that's why I'm saying. Next time I ain't divin in so deep." "Overdid the buzz, mate." "Haha, weren't this your pick?" Lyle laughed, fearing up the shuttle with a flick of switches, the craft detaching from the Archangel with a gentle shudder, slipping into the black like a shadow melting into night. "Speaking of that kid earlier, the one you called the strongest coordinator." "Yeah, Kira Yamato, that's him. How's the training going?" "Forget it." "Eh, what's that mean?" "Not much. Just Sorted some stuff in me head. Sure, Kara's the strongest coordinator, but he's still a student in knit. He shouldn't be dragged into our scraps, least not forced like. Young Huey mused, his tone heavy with regret, staring out at the endless void where stars twinkled like forgotten promises. Lyle didn't reply, but a chuffed grin spread across his face. Young Huey had spotted his own shifts, pinpointed the worries they'd all been fretting over, a quiet victory in the cockpit's confined space. The journey passed in silence. Young Huey finally darkened back with Celestial Being's transport ship, the massive vessel looming like a silent guardian amid the cosmic drift. He stepped out into the welcoming arms of his crew, embracing em fierce, especially the Empress and Wang Liu Mei, holding him tight as if letting go meant losing em to the void forever. "I'm back," he whispered, his voice a gentle murmur against their ears, laden with the exhaustion of battles fought and burdens borne. Hearing that soft utterance, the Empress and Wang Liu Mei froze for a heartbeat, then wrapped their arms around him in return, holding on like he was their anchor in a turbulent sea. "Welcome home." Their voices blended in harmony, a duet of relief and love that washed away every lingering shadow of doubt. The man they trusted, adored, had returned whole and true. Releasing the two women, Young Huey cut straight to business, his eyes sharp as laser sights. "Me rig ready, tip-top shape, but energy still the snag bits are sealed tight, watch your juice in the scrap." The Empress warned, her tone firm yet caring, a woman's practical wisdom ground in the moment amid the ship's low thrums. Not just his machine, Setsuna's Exia, Lyle's Dynams, and Tyria's Virtue were in the same boat. Thanks to those pesky neutron jammers, nuclear drives were out, stuck with ultra-compact batteries. Their rigs lacked the power-hungry PS armor, but depending on loadouts and pilot styles, they guzzled energy near as bad as the G-series. Last scrap, it had been the power pinch tying their hands. Otherwise, Isaac, Dirka, and Nicole couldn't have stalled Setsuna and Lyle, not with Jin fire support in the mix. "Got it. Prep for launch, Zaft inbound. We sure we're joining the fray." "Plans already skewed, if we bail now," the Empress queried, her brow furrowing like storm clouds gathering over a distant planet. "Halberton's worth savin' in the Federation's mess, he's the only solid bloke. All right, I'll tweak the plan anew. Yeah, I'll play careful as long as I stay dark, it's manageable." "Good." Setsuna, Lyle, Tyria, Richek rigs, board and standby. "Understood," the three chorused, voices crisp as automated alerts. "I'm off to prep too. Once the scrap kicks off, park near the Menelaus, and ping guys lot my gig's done. Next fight's up to em if they fancy sticking around for a lark." PFFT tilde, the Empress and Wang Liu Mei couldn't hold it, bursting into laughter at his words. "A lark? Guy's all about the pro ethic, you know." Job wrapped, he'd bolt straight off. Plus totin' something like the Astray blue frame. Why not scarper quick, lest post-battle Zaft or the 8th Fleet nab em? "Hey, they had the same snag, didn't they?" "Nah, different ball games." Leaving aside their 4 rigs, others might not twig, but with wise General Dwayne Halberton and that sly fox crewset, they'd spot it a mile off and neither'd pull that stunt. "Got it, off you go, yeah, I'm gone." The brief peace, even with young Huey's meddling, couldn't rewrite the Archangel's fate. Flay, turned dark, signed up with the Atlantic Federation. Sai and the rest couldn't ditch her, choosing to stay. Kira lingered by the disembark shuttle, watching folks board orderly, his heart a knot of conflict, unsure if he should bail. A little girl gifted him a paper flower in thanks, Toll and Crew's farewells twisting his gut further. Nadarl still pushed using Kira's family to rein him in, getting a proper dressing down from Dwayne Halberton, who then decreed the Archangel's orders. Current crew pilot her with the Strike Gundam straight down to Earth, heading for Alaska base. Like some invisible hand, yanked everything back on track. But differences lingered, none cheerworthy cause. The twist. Incoming Zaft wasn't just 1 Nazca and 2 Laurasias. It was a mini-fleet with the Vesalius as flagship. Besides the Vesalius, 3 Nazca class, 8 Laurasia class, MS squads packing dual, Buster, Blitz, Aegis, and no less than 60 Jin-kitted various. Detecting massive heat sigs. Confirmed 3 Nazca class, 8 Laurasia class. Green Zone 18, distance 500, contact in 15 minutes. Damn it. Of all times, Dwayne Halberton, fresh back on the Menelaus, got the bad news slamming like a meteor. Zaft Mobilis in such a beastly fleet screamed they weren't letting the Archangel slip, aiming to wipe the 8th clean. MA squads, emergency launch. All ships tight formation, guard the Archangel at all costs. Dwayne Halberton barked orders, Mobilis in the fleet, MA squads Mobiuses swarming from carriers like bees from a hive in frenzy. The 8th held sheer numbers edge, but Dwayne Halberton's face was grim as a black hole. In front of MS squads, Mobiuses were just delays, and the pilots green as grass, barely useful. Without outside help. Wait, outside help. Then Yang Hui's image flashed in his mind, recalling Meru and Nadal's reports on the 4 mystery rigs. Serpent-tail transports haulin' ass out of this sector. Hearing that, Dwayne Halberton's mug darkened further. The aid he just thought of was already bolting. But the next report brightened it a tad. Celestial being transport classin' on flagship, that's unknown MS what? Celestial beings, Dwayne Halberton asked. Yeah. 4 unknown MS launching from celestial beings transport. Oh, proper lifesaver. Wait for, Dwayne Halberton frowned numbers off. Meru and Nadal's report said 3, the extra must be Serpent-tail's MS. So, Serpent-tail hadn't fully ditched M. Wait. Celestial being Halen, read it, entrusted to aid 8th Fleet in combat. If tide turns hopeless, immediate disengage. End hahaha brilliant. Dwayne Halberton laughed hearty, quick to peg it as Yang Hui's handiwork hadn't misjudged the lad. Got visuals. Pipe M through. Aye. The feed lit up, 4 unfamiliar MS filling the screen, gasps rippling through the bridge like shockwaves. What's this? Exia, blue dominant, dual swords in grip, 6 beam daggers at waist, exuding razor-sharp menace. Dynams, green-hued twin guns wielded, 4 mobile shields orbiting protective-like. Virtue, white and hefty, steady as a fortress, but its arm cannons and shoulder rapid fires reeked of apocalyptic fury, a terror battery on legs. Last, the unreported Dawn Gundams. Purple-grey coat, angular yet sleek lines, pure white wings unfurling behind, towering over the 3 angels, radiating sanctity, divinity, untouchable, like an omniscient god dispatching angels to descend. Savin M from the brink. Can we link comms? Trying. They rejected. Keep at it. We got a con. No need. The adjutant wanted comms control to persist, fold him into their chain of command, not just fight for M but nab M post-scrap for MS Tech. They'd crack the G-series but Tech. Who turns down more? This fool really blind to celestial beings' true colors? Or playing dumb to feed his greed? Whatever, if they survived, Dwayne Halberton'd boot him from the team pronto. He'd long sussed the adjutant was kin to the Federation's corrupt top, planted to spy. Yeah, the adjutant's eyes gleamed with schemes. Dwayne Halberton pushing the G project had already riled the brass. Now blocking his promo. No, snatching stronger edges for Earth forces. Post-battle he'd report him, show the wise general his bite. And, if he claimed this haul, couldn't he kick Dwayne Halberton out, take the 8th Fleet's helm himself? Lost in that twisted fantasy, the adjutant forgot their dire straits. The crisis looming like a devouring black hole. Snap to it all. Enemies inbound. Ships hold formation, MA squads deploy engage. Thanks to Chufengji for the extra $5,000 massive gratitude. But real talk, pressure's pillin'. How do I evolve into a tentacle monster? Chapter 269. Angels touching down. Yang Hui clambered aboard the shuttle with a purposeful stride, the metallic clang of his boots echoing off the narrow corridor like distant thunder in a storm-lashed void. He made straight for the cockpit, slidden into the co-pilot's seat with a sigh that carried the weight of 1,000 stars. The hum of the engines vibrating through the hull like a living heartbeat. Played enough, have ya? Lyle chuckled, his voice rough and teasing, a bloke's easy banter cutting through the cockpit's dim glow, fingers dancing over the controls with practiced ease. How can ya call it play? I was proper graftin', Yang Hui shot back, rolling his eyes dramatic like, settling into the seat as the shuttle system's word to life around him. Oh yeah, just work getting that thrillin', that's why I'm sayin'. Next time I ain't divin in so deep. Overdid the buzz, mate. Haha, weren't this your pick? Lyle laughed, fearing up the shuttle with a flick of switches, the craft detaching from the Archangel with a gentle shudder, slipping into the black like a shadow melting into night. Speaking of that kid earlier, the one you called the strongest coordinator. Yeah, Kira Yamato, that's him. How's the training going? Forget it. What's that mean? Not much. Just sorted some stuff in me head. Sure, Kira's the strongest coordinator, but he's still a student in knit. He shouldn't be dragged into our scraps, least not forced like. Yang Hui mused, his tone heavy with regret, staring out at the endless void where stars twinkled like forgotten promises. Lyle didn't reply, but a chuffed grin spread across his face. Yang Hui had spotted his own shifts, pinpointed the worries they'd all been fretting over, a quiet victory in the cockpit's confined space. The journey passed in silence. Yang Hui finally darkened back with Celestial Being's transport ship, the massive vessel looming like a silent guardian amid the cosmic drift. He stepped out into the welcoming arms of his crew, embracing M fierce, especially the Empress and Wang Liu Mei, holding him tight as if letting go meant losing M to the void forever. "I'm back," he whispered, his voice a gentle murmur against their ears, laden with the exhaustion of battles fought and burdens borne. Hearing that soft utterance, the Empress and Wang Liu Mei froze for a heartbeat, then wrapped their arms around him in return, holding on like he was their anchor in a turbulent sea. "Welcome home." Their voices blended in harmony, a duet of relief and love that washed away every lingering shadow of doubt. The man they trusted, adored, had returned whole and true. Releasing the two women, Yang Hui cut straight to business, his eyes sharp as laser sights. "Me rig ready, tip-top shape, but energy's still the snag bits are sealed tight, watch your juice in the scrap." The Empress warned, her tone firm yet caring, a woman's practical wisdom ground in the moment amid the ship's low thrums. Not just his machine, Setsuna's Exia, Lyle's Dynams, and Tyria's Virtue were in the same boat. Thanks to those pesky neutron jammers, nuclear drives were out, stuck with ultra-compact batteries. Their rigs lacked the power-hungry PS armor, but depending on loadouts and pilot styles, they guzzled energy near as bad as the G-series. Last scrap, it had been the power pinch tying their hands. Otherwise, Isaac, Dirka, and Nicole couldn't have stalled Setsuna and Lyle, not with Jin fire support in the mix. "Got it. Prep for launch, Zaft inbound. We sure we're joining the fray. Plans already skewed, if we bail now." The Empress queried, her brow furrowing like storm clouds gathering over a distant planet. "Halberton's worth savin' in the Federation's mess, he's the only solid bloke. All right, I'll tweak the plan anew. Yeah, I'll play careful as long as I stay dark, it's manageable." "Good." Setsuna, Lyle, Tyria, recheck rigs, board and standby. "Understood." The three chorused, voices crisp as automated alerts. "I'm off to prep too. Once the scrap kicks off, park near the Menelaus, and ping guys lot my gig's done. Next fight's up to M if they fancy sticking around for a lark." PFFT tilde, the Empress and Wang Liu Mei couldn't hold it, bursting into laughter at his words. "A lark? Guy's all about the pro ethic, you know. Job wrapped, he'd bolt straight off. Plus totin' something like the Astray Blue frame. Why not scarper quick, lest post-battle Zaft or the 8th Fleet nab M? They had the same snag, didn't they? Nah, different ball games. Leaving aside their 4 rigs, others might not twig, but with wise General Dwayne Halberton and that sly fox Crusette, they'd spotted a mile off and neither'd pull that stunt. "Got it, off you go, yeah, I'm gone." The brief peace, even with Yang Hui's meddling, couldn't rewrite the Archangel's fate. Flay turned dark, signed up with the Atlantic Federation. Sai and the rest couldn't ditch her, choosing to stay. Kira lingered by the disembark shuttle, watching folks board orderly, his heart a knot of conflict, unsure if he should bail. A little girl gifted him a paper flower in thanks, Toll and Cruz farewells twisting his gut further. Nadarl still pushed using Kira's family to rein him in, getting a proper dressing down from Dwayne Halberton, who then decreed the Archangel's orders. Current crew pilot her with the strike Gundam straight down to Earth, heading for Alaska base. Like some invisible hand yanked everything back on track. But differences lingered, none cheerworthy cause. The twist. Incoming Zaft wasn't just 1 Nazca and 2 Laurasias. It was a mini fleet with the Vesalius as flagship. Besides the Vesalius, 3 Nazca class, 8 Laurasia class, MS squads packing duel, Buster, Blitz, Aegis, and no less than 60 Jin-kitted Various. Detecting massive heat sigs. Confirmed 3 Nazca class, 8 Laurasia class. Green Zone 18, distance 500, contact in 15 minutes. Damn it. Of all times, Dwayne Halberton, fresh back on the Menelaus, got the bad news slamming like a meteor. Zaft Mobilis in such a beastly fleet screamed they weren't letting the Archangel slip, aiming to wipe the 8th clean. MA squads, emergency launch. All ships tight formation, guard the Archangel at all costs. Dwayne Halberton barked orders, Mobilis in the fleet, MA squads, Mobiuses swarming from carriers like bees from a hive in frenzy. The 8th held sheer numbers edge, but Dwayne Halberton's face was grim as a black hole. In front of MS squads, Mobiuses were just delays, and the pilots green as grass, barely useful. Without outside help. Wait, outside help. Then Yang Hui's image flashed in his mind, recalling Meru and Nadal's reports on the 4 mystery rigs. Serpent Tail transports hauling ass out of this sector. Hearing that, Dwayne Halberton's mug darkened further. The aid he just thought of was already bolting. But the next report brightened it a tad. Celestial being transport classing on flagship, that's unknown MS. What? Celestial beings? Dwayne Halberton asked. Yeah. 4 unknown MS launching from Celestial beings transport. Oh, proper lifesaver. Wait for, Dwayne Halberton frowned numbers off. Meru and Nadal's report said 3, the extra must be Serpent Tail's MS. So, Serpent Tail hadn't fully ditched M. Wait. Celestial being Halen, read it, entrusted to aid 8th Fleet in combat. If tide turns hopeless, immediate disengage. End hahaha brilliant. Dwayne Halberton laughed hearty, quick to peg it as young Huey's handiwork hadn't misjudged the lad. Got visuals. Pipe M through. Aye. The feed lit up, 4 unfamiliar MS filling the screen, gasps rippling through the bridge like shockwaves. What's this? Exia, blue dominant, dual swords in grip, 6 beam daggers at waist, exuding razor-sharp menace. Dynams, green-hued twin guns wielded, 4 mobile shields orbiting protective-like. Virtue, white and hefty, steady as a fortress, but its arm cannons and shoulder rapid fires reeked of apocalyptic fury, a terror battery on legs. Last, the unreported Dawn Gundams. Purple-grey coat, angular yet sleek lines, pure white wings unfurling behind, towering over the 3 angels, radiating sanctity, divinity, untouchable, like an omniscient god dispatching angels to descend. Savin M from the brink. Can we link comms? Trying. They rejected. Keep at it. We got a con. No need. The adjutant wanted comms control to persist, fold him into their chain of command, not just fight for M but nab M post-scrap for MS Tech. They'd crack the G-series but Tech. Who turns down more? This fool really blind to celestial beings' true colors? Or playing dumb to feed his greed? Whatever, if they survived, Dwayne Halberton'd boot him from the team pronto. He'd long sussed the adjutant was kin to the Federation's corrupt top, planted to spy. Yeah, the adjutant's eyes gleamed with schemes. Dwayne Halberton pushing the G project had already riled the brass. Now blocking his promo. No, snatching stronger edges for Earth forces. Post-battle he'd report him, show the wise general his bite. And if he claimed this haul, couldn't he kick Dwayne Halberton out, take the 8th Fleet's helm himself? Lost in that twisted fantasy, the adjutant forgot their dire straits, the crisis looming like a devouring black hole. Snap to it all. Enemies inbound. Ships hold formation, MA squads deploy engage. Chapter 270, Shark in Strength. Burst update. Happy birthday to Luo. The Zaft horde was barreling in like a storm from the black, and young Huey's quartet knew it was time to stir. They had 3 marks to hit, clear as crystal in the chaos of the void. First off, shield the Archangel, see her drop safe to Earth's blue embrace. Second, guard the Menelaus, make damn sure Dwayne Halberton walked out of this alive, his wise old head intact. Third, keep enough bite in the 8th Fleet to fight another day. The front 2 were non-negotiable, etched in stone, the last. They'd give it their all, but fate's dice were rolling. All units fan out, priority on the Archangel and Menelaus. Understood. The trio chorused, voices sharp as vibroblades cutting through the static hum. Exia, Dynams, and Virtue didn't scatter wild. They locked into tactical formation, surging forward at a clip that ate up the distance, plunging headlong into Zaft MS swarm like arrows loosed from a cosmic bow. Contact hit like a thunderclap. Exia drew its blade in a flash of cold steel, slicing a Jin clean in 2, sparks dancing like fireflies in the dark as the wreck spun apart in silent explosions. Dynams followed with twin guns blazing, beams piercing the 2 de-equipped Jin trailing behind, hulls crumpling in fiery blooms that lit the void with ephemeral fury. The 3 rigs crashed into the fray like a massive boulder plunging into a serene lake, sending shockwaves rippling out, not scaring off the fish but turning them into great white sharks, drawn by the scent of blood and charging with jaws wide. That's when Virtue's shoulder beam rapid fires roared to life, unleashing a storm of light that shredded any foe darling close, turning M to cosmic dust in bursts of incandescent wrath. The lucky Jin that dodged the barrage didn't flinch, unleashing a hail of 76mm slugs that sparked off Dynams and Virtue's armor like fireworks on a dodgy fuse, leaving shallow craters before they too joined the debris field, vaporized into the eternal night. Even missiles couldn't slip through. Dynams and Virtue's fire net intercepted them all, blooming into harmless fireballs that painted the black with fleeting orange glows. With Dynams and Virtue watching its six, Ixia went full feral, darting through the bullet storm like a fish in rapids, classing on foes with predatory grace. Blade flashed, severing a Jin in one brutal stroke, then, without a pause, yanking a short dagger from its waist, hurling it true to pierce two more cockpits, reclaiming it swift as it left the crumpling wrecks, vanishing from the spot before the explosions could lick its heels. Captain, Celestial Beings trio erupted with unbelievable might. Contact barely made, and they'd already culled over a dozen Jin. Captain Adez couldn't sit idle, leaping from his chair with sweat beading on his brow. Duel, Buster, Blitz, engage and tie down those three rigs. Aegis and Jin squads skirt straight for the 8th Fleet's heart. Crusette's face darkened at the trio's display, this ferocity a far cry from before, movements utterly transformed. I'm launching too, understood. Earth Force's MA squads and fleet was small fry. Even the Archangel and Strike against this scale were doomed to sink like stones in the deep. In a grand-scale clash, 3 or 4 MS couldn't flip the board, but he couldn't let losses mount, or he'd have hell explaining to the brass. Dawn Gundam perched atop the Menelaus like a silent sentinel, gazing impassive at the fray ahead, as if the chaos were a mere spectacle detached from its divine perch. What's Yang Hui playing at? Everyone who'd guessed Dawn's pilot as Yang Hui pondered the same battle Rajan, and he was still parked, spectating like it was a Harlevid show. Then Dawn stirred, simple as lifting its arms. One left, one right, fearing bursts that arced like guided fates, weaving through the dense fleet, dodging speeding MAs, nailing missiles that had slipped the net with pinpoint fury, saving 2 ships from fiery doom. This, at first, they doubted. Yang Hui a natural, maybe couldn't handle an MS fluid-like, just posturing on the Menelaus as a deterrent. Who knew a few casual shots would stun all? That's... His power, Meru and Nadal gawped, recalling Yang Hui's old bid to pilot in combat. Back then both figured him a natural, sure, he'd coded a beast of an OS, sim data off the charts, but real scraps differed from sims dead dangerous. But this display, they could console themselves, maybe just ace at fixed charts weak elsewhere. No sooner thought than Dawn moved again, Yang Hui slapping their doubts with cold fact. Wings flared wide, thrusters igniting in brilliant plumes, Dawn detached from the Menelaus, streaking like a meteor through fleet gaps with effortless grace, its trail sketching orderly patterns in the battlefield's madness, green beams lashing out frequent detonating missile swarms, saving countless lives from explosive ends. Duel, Buster and Blitz locked onto Ixia trio. Aegis and Jin squads, following Crusette's lead, skirted the melee, charging straight for the fleet's core. But Dawn twisted through turns, arriving at the fleet's vanguard, colliding with Zaft like a comet-stricken atmosphere. In a blink, dual guns clicked, shots true as fate, adding brilliant fireworks to the cosmos. Sudden halt, pivot, blade drawn, piercing a Jin cockpit clean through. As it sparked towards boom, Dawn grabbed its arm, hurling the wreck at a nearby Jin prepping anti-ship missiles. Missiles ignited, launching, only to smash into the friendly carcass, detonating on impact, engulfing surrounding Jin in a chain of cataclysmic blasts. Stop! A furious roar crackled over calms, the MA form Aegis Gundam clowing forward like a beast unleashed, its Scylla multi-phase energy cannon fearing red-white fury. Dawn sidestepped graceful, dodging the phase beam, retorting with shots angled devilish, sealing Aegis's paths near total. Athron, jolted from rage, snapped back to MS form, raising shield to block the lethal hit. Shield dropped for counter, another shot flew, Aegis hasty with gun and shield again. Damn, who's piloting this rig? Athron cursed, mind boggled at the foe's skill. He was Redcoat elite in Zaft ace material. Why else assign him and Isaac's crew to Heliopolis for the G-Series heist, trusting M with the drives? The G-Series outshone all Zaft current MS, pure ace exclusives. Then Crusette's Sigu joined, flanking with shots at Dawn. Lacking PS armor, Dawn daren't tank solids, twisting away evasive. Athron tactical pattern R11 flank it, Captain. Understood. Athron hesitated a tick, but Dawn's prowess was overwhelming, he couldn't solo hold it. Losses were pilling, battle Whiteheart couldn't let Dawn harass allies more. Yang Hui noted, not fleeing the pincer but engaging, dancing in their trap. Athron and Crusette didn't know, their choice played right into Yang Hui's hands. Don't be fooled by Dawn's godlike charge. That initial surge had guzzled a fifth of energy. 4 more like that and Dawn'd be adrift junk. Plus, Battlefield's biggest threats were the 4 G-Series Gundams, all PS armored, rendering Mobius armaments useless, even most ship guns toothless against M. Blitz's Mirage Carloid, Buster's Combo Ultra-High Impulse Long-Range Sniper, Aegis's Scylla Cannon, all existential nightmares for ships. MS Edge undeniable, but 8th sheer MA numbers backed by fleet fire could stall advances down Jin. So, pin the 4G series and the battle's half won. Plus, Yang Hui needed to conserve juice lest the 8th turncoat. Not bad Athrun and Cruset tag teamin'. Proper sharp, Dawn fired sporadic, mostly dodging their assaults, but blocking any breakaway, one move to bolt. And Dawn yanked him back, leaving Cruset, who'd sussed the ploy, bitter as bile. Next up, Meru, your turn. Whether telepathic or not, Meru, seeing the stalemate, hailed the Menelaus pronto. Sir, requesting permission for this ship to break formation and enter descent sequence. Meru linked real-time with Dwayne Halberton. What, you lot planning to ditch us in Scarpa? The adjutant snarled at Meru, fury boiling. The 8th had ditched bunker tactics to fetch the Archangel Fasten Zaft onslaught. Now they wanted solo bailout. How could he not rage? Enemies targeting this ship. If we don't peel, the fleet's done for. Can't hit Alaska, but from here we can drop into Earth Forces air control. Just hold through entry threshold, shake the Jin and Zaft ships. Meru's guess wasn't spot on. Zaft massive mobilization wasn't solely for M. But the Archangel was earthbound anyway. And this spot wasn't far from planned drop coords. Strike and Mobius Zero holding back was for that reason. Now, with Battle Blazin, 8th and Zaft going at it hammer and tongs, the Archangel's position was awkward, neither flee nor fight. Better drop here, sap some of Zaft fire. Sir Meru pressed, seeing Dwayne Halberton hesitating, urgency rising like a warning klaxon. HMPH still love going rogue, a Meru Ramius, learned from the best. Fine. Archangel, initiate descent on your own. We'll cover ya to the threshold, no chasers getting through, Dwayne Halberton agreed. Happy birthday to me best mate Luo. Thanks for years of companionship and cheer. Miles apart can't gift proper, so burst update instead. Reckon ya won't mind, love ya Manhwa, chapter 270, shocking strength. Burst update. Happy birthday to Luo. The Zaft swarm was classing in like a relentless storm from the endless black, and Yang Hui's quartet knew it was high time to kick into gear. Their marks were clear as day, threefold in the chaos of the cosmic fray. First, shield the Archangel, see her plunge safe through the blue veil to Earth's welcoming arms. Second, guard the Menelaus, make bloody sure Dwayne Halberton walked out of this with his clever old noggin intact. Third, keep enough teeth in the 8th Fleet to bite back another day. The top two were ironclad, non-negotiable as the laws of gravity, the last. They'd pour their souls into it, but fate's cruel whims were already spinning the wheel. All units scatter wide, top priority on the Archangel and Menelaus. Understood. The three voices rang out in unison, sharp and resolute, cutting through the cockpit's hum like blades through fog. Exia, Dynams, and Virtue didn't just bolt helter-skelter. They locked into a tight tactical wedge, surging ahead at a blistering pace that devoured the void, crashing headlong into Zaft MS horde like thunderbolts hurled from on high. Contact exploded like a supernova. Exia's blade whipped out in a gleam of icy fury, bisecting a Jin with one savage stroke, sparks erupting like dying stars as the wreck tumbled apart in silent, fiery ruin. Dynams followed suit, twin guns thundering with precision blasts that skewered the two dekitted Jin heart on its tail, their hulls crumpling in blazing infernos that painted the darkness with ephemeral rage. The trio slammed into the melee like a colossal boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves rippling wild, not scaring off the shoal, but turning M into frenzied great whites, charging with jaws agape at the scent of fresh blood spilling into the water. That's when Virtue's shoulder beam rapid fires unleashed hell, a barrage of lightning-fast volleys that pulverized any foe darling too close, reducing M to scattering cosmic ash in bursts of blinding glory. The Jin that miracled through didn't quail, unleashing salvos of 76mm slugs that ricocheted off Dynams and Virtue's armor in showers of sparks, leaving mere dents before they too were obliterated, joining the eternal drift as stardust echoes. Even missiles couldn't breach the gauntlet. Dynams and Virtue's fire webs snared M mid-flight, erupting into harmless fireballs that bloomed orange against the infinite night. With Dynams and Virtue covering its flanks like loyal sentinels, Exia ramped up the aggression, slithering through the bullet hail like a sleek fish in rapids, classing on prey with predatory grace. Its blade flashed lethal, severing a Jin in a brutal arc, then, without missing a beat, yanking a short dagger from its belt, flinging it true to impale 2 more cockpits, snatching it back swift as the Rex ignited, vanishing from the blast zone before the flames could singe its frame. Captain Celestial Beings trio erupted with a ferocity that beggared belief, barely engaged, and they'd already culled over a dozen djinn. Captain Adez couldn't stay put, leaping from his seat with sweat glistening like dew on his brow. Dual Buster Blitz engage and pin those 3 rigs. Aegis and djinn squads flank wide, straight for the 8th Fleet's core. Crusette's mug darkened at the trio's onslaught, this raw power a world away from before, their moves utterly reborn. I'm deploying too, understood. Earth Force's MA squads and fleet were chump change. Even the Archangel and Strike against this armada were fated to sink like lead in the deep. In a battle of this epic scale, a mere trio or quartet of MS couldn't rewrite the stars, but he couldn't let casualties spiral, or he'd be explaining to the brass with his tail between his legs. Dawn Gundam perched atop the Menelaus like a stoic guardian, gazing impassive at the turmoil unfolding ahead, as if the whirlwind of destruction was naught but a distant spectacle, detached from its lofty vigil. What's Yang Hui up to? Everyone who'd pegged Dawn's pilot as Yang Hui mulled the same puzzle. The clash was in full roar, yet he lingered motionless, spectating like it was some grand Harlevid epic. Then Dawn stirred, a simple lift of its arms, one to the left, one to the right, unleashing bursts that arced like destined comets, threading through the packed fleet, skirling past Racing MAs, striking true on missiles that had evaded the net, salving 2 vessels from cataclysmic ends in blooms of intercepted fire. This, at the outset, doubts swirled. Yang Hui, a natural, perhaps couldn't wrangle an MS with fluid grace, just passing on the Menelaus as a deterrent bluff. Who reckoned a handful of casual shots would stun the lot? That's... His might, Muru and Nadal gaped, memories flooding of Yang Hui's old plea to pilot in the fray. Back then both reckoned him a natural, sure he'd coded a monster OS, sim stats off the charts, but live scraps weren't sims fraught with peril. But this showcase, they could kid themselves, maybe ace at static shots floundering elsewhere. No sooner conjured than Dawn moved anew, Yang Hui slapping down their notions with brutal fact. Wings flared majestic, thrusters igniting in radiant flares, Dawn detached from the Menelaus, streaking like a meteor through fleet chasms with balletic poise, its wake tracing orderly designs in the battlefield's frenzy, green beams lashing frequent, detonating missile clusters, rescuing countless souls from explosive oblivion. Dual Buster and Blitz ensnared the Exia trio. Aegis and djinn squads, heedful of Crusette's bark, veered wide, charging direct for the fleet's heart under his lead. But Dawn wove through pivots, a riven at the vanguard, colliding with Zaft like a celestial hammer. In an eye blink, dual guns chattered, shots unerring as fate, adding vibrant fireworks to the cosmos's canvas. Abrupt halt swivel, blade unsheathed, skewering a djinn cockpit through and through. As it sparked towards detonation, Dawn seized its arm, flinging the carcass at a nearby djinn prepping anti-ship ordnance. Missiles fired, launching, only to smash into the friendly husk, erupting on contact, swallowing surrounding djinn in a chain of apocalyptic blasts. Stop! A furious bellow crackled over comms, the MA form Aegis Gundam clowing forth like a mythic beast awakened, its Scylla multi-phase cannon belching red-white fury. Dawn sidestepped elegant, evading the phase beam, retorting with angled shots devilish clever, sealing Aegis's paths nigh complete. Athrun snapped from wrath, morphed back to MS form hasty, hoist shield to block the kill shot. Shield lowered for riposte, another blast flew, Aegis frantic with gun and shield anew. Damn, who's at the stick of this thing? Athrun roared, baffled by the foe's prowess. He was Redcoat elite in Zaft Ace caliber. Why else task him and Isaac's crew with the Heliopolis G-Series raid, entrusting M the drives. The G-Series eclipsed all Zaft current MS, pure elite exclusives. Then Crusette's Sea Goo dove in, flanking with barrages at dawn. Lacking PS armor, Dawn daren't eat solids, twisting evasive. Athrun pattern R11 pincer it, captain. Raja, Athrun paused a sec but bit Dawn's ferocity overwhelmed. He couldn't solo contain it. Losses mounted, battle at fever pitch, couldn't let Dawn harass allies further. Yang Hui noted, not bolting the trap but engaging, weaving in their snare. Athrun and Crusette were clueless, their choice played straight into Yang Hui's palms. Don't be fooled by Dawn's divine charge. That open-in salvo had drained a fifth of power. 4 more bursts like that and Dawn'd be derelict flotsam. Plus the field's direst threats were the 4 G-Series Gundams, all PS-clad nullifying Mobius armaments, even most ship guns impotent against M. Blitz's Mirage system, Buster's ultra-high impulse long-range sniper combo, Aegis's Scylla cannon, all ship killers of apocalyptic scale. MS superiority undeniable, but the 8th sheer MA swarms, synced with fleet barrages, could stall assaults, fell Jin. So, ensnare the 4G series and victories half-seized. Moreover, Yang Hui needed to hoard energy, lest the 8th flip treacherous. Not bad Athrun and Crusette tandem. Proper lethal. Dawn spat sporadic fire, mostly evading their onslaughts but thwarting any breakout. One twitched to flee, and Dawn hauled him back, leaving Crusette, who'd pierced the ploy, bitter as swallowed venom. Next, Muru, your play. Whether synced minds or sheer luck, Muru, seeing the deadlock, hailed the Menelaus urgent. Sir, request permission for this vessel to detach and commence descent. Muru linked live with Dwayne Halberton. What, you planning to abandon us and leg it? The adjutant snarled at Muru, rage boiling over the 8th had chucked bunker tactics to rescue the Archangel Bravin Zaft Fury. Now they wanted solo escape. How could he not explode? Enemies fixated on this ship. If we don't break away, the fleet's toast. Can't land Alaska, but from here we drop into Earth Force's air dome. Just endure entry threshold, shake the Jin and Zaft ships. Muru's read wasn't dead on, Zaft massive push wasn't solely for M. But the Archangel was earthbound regardless, spot not far from planned drop. Strike and Mobius 0 Holden was for that. Now, battle blazin', 8th and Zaft slugging it out fierce as supernovas. The Archangel's spot was proper awkward, neither scarper nor scrap. Better descend here, dull sum of Zaft edge. Sir, Muru urged, seeing Dwayne Halberton ditherin', anxiety risen like a red alert blare. HMPH still fond of going off-script, Muru Ramius. Tacking after the best. Chapter 271, Divine Judgment. The broadcast echoed through the ship's corridors like a solemn decree from the stars. All hands prep for atmospheric entry. Ringing out while Mu lingered in standby mode aboard the Mobius 0, his brow furrowing in confusion amid the cockpit's dim, pulsating glow. Dropping downs. In this mess, Mu's voice carried a mix of shock and disbelief, a seasoned pilot's edge cutting through the hum of idling systems. He'd been parked in the 0 the whole time, oblivious to the deadlock raging outside, still nagging Muru bout why she hadn't greenlit his launch. Yelling at me won't fix nout. Maddock, his burly companion, bellowed back, frustration boiling over like an overtaxed reactor, his grease-streaked hands gesturing wild in the hangar's cavernous space. And, better than dithering here, in knit, but still, Mu trailed off, his words hanging heavy as the ship's bulk groaned under maneuvers. Just then a voice, familiar yet out of place, sliced through their spat like a laser through fog. Even if we shake the Zaft ships and Jin, it's pointless. The real headache is them 4 rigs, yeah. The pair whipped round towards the sound, freezing in their tracks, jaws dropping like faulty airlocks. Lad, Kira, I'm heading to the strike for standby. We're still on level 1 alert, right? Kira's tone was steady now, a young lad's resolve shining through despite the shadows playing across his face from the hangar's flickering lights. This time Kira climbed back into the strike Gundam, the machine he'd come to loathe with every fiber, with a genuine, sunlit smile breaking across his features. For the first time, he felt a spark of gratitude towards it. This beast had granted him power, the strength to shield his mates from the void's cruel grasp. And, during the change in the locker room, he'd had a word with that kid. Didn't he bail already? Maddock muttered, scratching his head in bafflement, tools clattering forgotten on the grated floor. Proper young and already chucked into the grinder. Life ahead's gonna be rough. Mu said with a self-mocking chuckle, his laugh hollow as he ridiculed his own failure to safeguard the kid's peaceful days. The hangar's metallic tang bitten at his nostrils like a reminder of battles lost. Up on the bridge, descent ops were buzzing with tense efficiency, voices overlapping like a symphony of urgency amid the console's beeping chorus. Recheck descent sequence, ablation spray nozzles test. Test complete, all green. Descent sequence verified, systems nominal. Orbit correction, drop angle 6.1 theta plus 3. Crunching the drop path and landing zone, Murray reported to Dwayne Halberton, treating it as a final farewell, her heart heavy with uncertainty what this battle yield. Would she see her mentor-like superior again, his wise guidance a light in the dark? Sir, yeah, Archangel, commence drop. Permission granted. The Archangel's aft engines erupted in a fierce blaze, propelling her towards Earth's blue marble like a fallen star. Power 40%, micro thrust forward, posture adjust in 4 seconds. The archangel peeled from the pack, divine earthward with purposeful grace. Menelaus to all commands, this is Halberton. From now, this fleet commences cover defense up till the archangel hits atmospheric entry threshold. It'll be brutal, but that ship's key to future ops. Reform lines stake the 8th Fleet's pride. Not one enemy rig breaks our rear. Show Zaft what Earth forces are made of. Understood, the fleet roared back in unison. The 8th Orbital Fleet was Dwayne Halberton's baby, built from scratch in the void's harsh cradle. Sure, there were watchers like the adjutant and Blue Cosmos spies, but most were his loyal core, top-notch soldiers who'd bought into his vision voluntary-like. His rousing orders jacked morale to stellar heights, hearts pounding fierce as fusion cores. Proper wise general stuff, spot-on calls, ace moves. Even got me blood pumping a bit. Young Huey's lip curled in approval, praising his own sharp eye. Dwayne Halberton was indeed the only Federation brass worth a damn in the Atlantic's muck. This speech was public channel, so young Huey knew it wasn't just for Earth warriors. It was aimed at him too, a covert nod. Help the 8th and Archangel full tilt, no backstabbing after. All right then, I'll trust ye this once, Halberton. Don't let me down. Words dropped, young Huey released the keyboard, lifting a program lock. Dawn Gundam's eyes ignited brilliant, its once flame-only wings shimmering with faint golden radiance. Archangel's moving. TCH Halberton, that sly dog, using the 8th as a shield to cover legs drop. Adez, send pursuit now. Whatever it takes, end her before she hits Atmo. Crusette's face was thunderous, the Archangel his prime quarry, ranking above even the 8th. Truth. Crusette couldn't pin why, just a gut feel. Let the Archangel slip, and his grand schemes would shatter like brittle alloy. Orders relayed, Crusette geared to pull Athron from tangling with Dawn, redirect to chase the Archangel. But the spectacle unfolding robbed him of thought for the first time in his life, leaving him stunned as a shorted circuit. Angels unfurled wings, golden glory cascading like divine rain, beams or solids, all futile before the sacred shine. Under holy light's embrace, Dawn Gundam stood unmoved in the bullet hail, bathing in fire yet unscathed, a beacon of invincibility amid the storm. Seal program temp lift, time limit 30 seconds, power output threshold set, neural link system online, bit restrict release LV. One golden brilliance spilled with each wingbeat, scattering luminous specks. Close look revealed Dawn's wings swelled half again, the gold streaming from morphed gaps like ethereal waterfalls. Go bits! Star-like motes coalesced into tiny orbs, buzzing like bees to the galaxy's grandest garden, dispersing in a radiant swarm. What's this? Tilda, damn, what the hell is? Eggiz and Seagoose sensed the wrongness, retreating hasty, but their speed lagged the bits, soon overtaken. Watching the golden swarm surge, Crusette and Athron felt death's chill embrace, air turning frigid as absolute zero. Next instant, bits plunged into Eggiz and Seagoose frames, reddening, melting, detonating in chain blasts. Zaft top duo Eggiz Gundam and Seagoo, left as mangled husks drifting in the void's silent grave. Dawn abandoned the crippled pair, wings vibrating as it morphed into a golden meteor, chasing down the Jin squads tangling with the fleet. What's the... Boom tilde, damn. What is this? Tilde, stay back. Stay back. Tilde, monster. Mons. Boom tilde. The golden meteor blazed a trail, leaving grand fireworks in its wake. Explosions bloom like cosmic flowers. All witnessing froze in awe as if war's roar and thunder vanished, leaving profound silence. No sounds pierced, just immersion in sheer terror. 30 seconds brief, but to those there stretched eternal. They saw only an angel descend, holy light scattering, foes judged divine and cast into endless hell. In the end, over a dozen Jin purified by sacred glow, Dawn Gundam spread wings wide, guarding the Menelaus 4, eyes void of feeling staring down remnants, like querying, last chance lads. Fight or flee? No hesitation in that query. Survivin Jin wheeled sharp, bolting for their fleet without pause, not daring to linger. They'd been proper spooked. If foes were human, they'd charge brave but against a guard. How dare defy the divine? Seeing Jin Scarpa, the angel sheathed fangs, reverting to serenity, merely hovering before the Menelaus, displaying mercy profound. TCH, energy issue needs sorting urgent, just 30 seconds and powers down to 10%. Having wrought it all, young Huey eyed the energy gauge glumly, the readout red as blood head at chin fierce. Without power caps, Dawn's tally would have soared. This hammered home, bump energy fixes to top priority. Young Huey power left, Setsuna's voice crackled over comms just then, while Exir, Dynams, and Virtue peeled from frontline tangle with Duel, Buster, and Blitz, returning to encircle him like stars round a sun. 10% basic moves only, RTB for recharge. Not yet, Zaf just pulled, Earth Force's stance unclear. Can't let em know I'm spent, right. Emergency hits, we escort you and transport out. Got it. Exir's trio sudden return, clustering protective round Dawn, screamed off. Any non-Muppet could see Dawn was in a weak phase, Spot, Dynams, and Virtue's muzzles aimed Menelaus way, ready to lock bridge with a twitch. But none noticed, all were gobsmacked, lost in Dawn Gundam's miracle, lingering long in reverie. This is... What? Adez's face was terror-struck, the battle-hardened vet's legs quacking like a green recruit's. But Adez was Crusette's most trusted captain for a reason, snapping back quickest. Where's Captain Crusette? Egg is... Where are they? Adez roared, knowing it had been Crusette's Sea-Goo and Athron's Eggi's tackling Dawn. Captain Crusette's rig. Eggi's Gundam. Signal lost. How? In that instant, Adez crumpled, slumping into the captain's chair like all strength had vented. Z-Z-Z-Z-T. Adez. Z-Z-Z-Z-T, that voice. It's Captain Crusette. Adez lit up, snatching the comms headset from the officer. Captain, you all right, Z-Z-Z-Z-T? Can't say unscathed. Track. Signal source. Send. Recovery. Z-Z-Z-Z-T. Me and Athron. Tilde Captain quick. Execute. Orders. All forces. Withdraw, thanks to Chufengji for the extra 5 grand, massive gratitude. But real talk, pressure's pillin', how do I evolve into a tentacle monster? Chapter 271, Divine Judgment. The broadcast echoed through the ship's corridors like a solemn decree from the stars. All hands prep for atmospheric entry. Ringing out while Mu lingered in standby mode aboard the Mobius Zero, his brow furrowing in confusion amid the cockpit's dim, pulsating glow. Dropping downs. In this mess, Mu's voice carried a mix of shock and disbelief, a seasoned pilot's edge cutting through the hum of idling systems. He'd been parked in the Zero the whole time, oblivious to the deadlock raging outside, still nagging Muru bout why she hadn't greenlit his launch. Yelling at me won't fix nout. Maddock, his burly companion, bellowed back, frustration boiling over like an overtaxed reactor, his grease-streaked hands gesturing wild in the hangar's cavernous space. And, better than Ditherin here, in knit, but still, Mu trailed off, his words hanging heavy as the ship's bulk groaned under maneuvers. Just then a voice, familiar yet out of place, sliced through their spat like a laser through fog. Even if we shake the Zaft ships and Jin, it's pointless. The real headache is them 4 rigs, yeah. The pair whipped round towards the sound, freezing in their tracks, jaws dropping like faulty airlocks. Lad, Kira, I'm heading to the strike for standby. We're still on level 1 alert, right? Kira's tone was steady now, a young lad's resolve shining through despite the shadows playing across his face from the hangar's flickering lights. This time Kira climbed back into the strike Gundam, the machine he'd come to loathe with every fiber, with a genuine, sunlit smile breaking across his features. For the first time, he felt a spark of gratitude towards it. This beast had granted him power, the strength to shield his mates from the void's cruel grasp. And, during the change in the locker room, he'd had a word with that kid. Didn't he bail already? Maddock muttered, scratching his head in bafflement, tools clattering forgotten on the grated floor. Proper young and already chucked into the grinder. Life ahead's gonna be rough, Mu said with a self-mocking chuckle, his laugh hollow as he ridiculed his own failure to safeguard the kid's peaceful days. The hangar's metallic tang bitten at his nostrils like a reminder of battles lost. Up on the bridge, descent ops were buzzing with tense efficiency, voices overlapping like a symphony of urgency amid the console's beeping chorus. Recheck descent sequence, ablation spray nozzles test. Test complete, all green. Descent sequence verified, systems nominal. Orbit correction, drop angle 6.1 theta plus 3. Crunching the drop path and landing zone, Murray reported to Dwayne Halberton, treating it as a final farewell, her heart heavy with uncertainty what this battle yield. Would she see her mentor-like superior again, his wise guidance a light in the dark? Sir, yeah, Archangel, commence drop. Permission granted. The Archangel's aft engines erupted in a fierce blaze, propelling her towards Earth's blue marble like a fallen star. Power 40%, micro thrust forward, posture adjust in 4 seconds. The archangel peeled from the pack, divin earthward with purposeful grace. Menelaus to all commands, this is Halberton. From now, this fleet commences cover defense op till the archangel hits atmospheric entry threshold. It'll be brutal, but that ship's key to future ops. Reform lines stake the 8th Fleet's pride. Not one enemy rig breaks our rear. Show Zaft what Earth forces are made of. Understood, the fleet roared back in unison. The 8th Orbital Fleet was Dwayne Halberton's baby, built from scratch in the void's harsh cradle. Sure, there were watchers like the adjutant and Blue Cosmos spies, but most were his loyal core, top-notch soldiers who'd bought into his vision voluntary-like. His rouse and orders jacked morale to stellar heights, hearts pounding fierce as fusion cores. Proper wise general stuff, spot-on calls, ace moves. Even got me blood pumping a bit. Young Huey's lip curled in approval, praising his own sharp eye. Dwayne Halberton was indeed the only Federation brass worth a damn in the Atlantic's muck. This speech was public channel, so young Huey knew it wasn't just for Earth warriors. It was aimed at him too, a covert nod. Help the 8th and Archangel full tilt, no backstabbing after. All right then, I'll trust ye this once, Halberton. Don't let me down. Words dropped, young Huey released the keyboard, lifting a program lock. Dawn Gundam's eyes ignited brilliant, its once flame-only wings shimmering with faint golden radiance. Archangel's moving. TCH Halberton, that sly dog, using the 8th as a shield to cover legs drop. Adez, send pursuit now. Whatever it takes, end her before she hits Atmo. Crusette's face was thunderous, the Archangel his prime quarry, ranking above even the 8th. Truth. Crusette couldn't pin why, just a gut feel. Let the Archangel slip, and his grand schemes would shatter like brittle alloy. Orders relayed, Crusette geared to pull Athron from tangling with Dawn, redirect to chase the Archangel. But the spectacle unfolding robbed him of thought for the first time in his life, leaving him stunned as a shorted circuit. Angels unfurled wings, golden glory cascading like divine rain, beams or solids, all futile before the sacred shine. Under holy light's embrace, Dawn Gundam stood unmoved in the bullet hail, bathing in fire yet unscathed, a beacon of invincibility amid the storm. Seal program temp lift, time limit 30 seconds, power output threshold set, neural link system online, bit restrict release LV. One golden brilliance spilled with each wingbeat, scattering luminous specks. Close look revealed Dawn's wings swelled half again, the gold streaming from morphed gaps like ethereal waterfalls. Go bits! Star-like motes coalesced into tiny orbs, buzzing like bees to the galaxy's grandest garden, dispersing in a radiant swarm. What's this? Tilde, damn, what the hell is? Eggiz and Seagu sensed the wrongness, retreating hasty, but their speed lagged the bits, soon overtaken. Watching the golden swarm surge, Crusette and Athron felt death's chill embrace, air turning frigid as absolute zero. Next instant, bits plunged into Eggiz and Seagu's frames, reddening, melting, detonating in chain blasts. Zaft top duo Eggiz Gundam and Seagu, left as mangled husks drifting in the void's silent grave. Dawn abandoned the crippled pair, wings vibrating as it morphed into a golden meteor, chasing down the Jin squads tangling with the fleet. What's the... Boom tilde, damn. What is this? Tilde, stay back. Stay back. Tilde, monster. Mons. Boom tilde. The golden meteor blazed a trail, leaving grand fireworks in its wake. Explosions bloom like cosmic flowers. All witnessing froze in awe as if war's roar and thunder vanished, leaving profound silence. No sounds pierced, just immersion in sheer terror. 30 seconds brief, but to those there stretched eternal. They saw only an angel descend, holy light scattering, foes judged divine and cast into endless hell. In the end, over a dozen Jin purified by sacred glow, Dawn Gundam spread wings wide, guarding the Menelaus 4, eyes void of feeling staring down remnants, like querying, last chance lads. Fight or flee? No hesitation in that query. Survivin Jin wheeled sharp, bolting for their fleet without pause, not daring to linger. They'd been proper spooked. If foes were human, they'd charge brave but against a guard. How dare defy the divine? Seeing Jin Scarpa, the angel sheathed fangs, reverting to serenity, merely hovering before the Menelaus, displaying mercy profound. TCH, energy issue needs sorting urgent, just 30 seconds and powers down to 10%. Having wrought it all, young Huey eyed the energy gauge glumly, the readout red as blood head-etching fierce. Without power caps, Dawn's tally would have soared. This hammered home, bump energy fixes to top priority. Young Huey power left, Setsuna's voice crackled over comms just then, while Exia, Dynams, and Virtue peeled from frontline tangle with Duel, Buster, and Blitz, returning to encircle him like stars round a sun. 10% basic moves only, RTB for recharge. Not yet, Zaf just pulled, Earth Force's stance unclear. Can't let em know I'm spent, right. Emergency hits, we escort you and transport out. Got it. Exia's trio sudden return, clustering protective round Dawn, screamed off. Any non-Muppet could see Dawn was in a weak phase. Spot, Dynams, and Virtue's muzzles aimed Menelau's way, ready to lock bridge with a twitch. But none noticed, all were gobsmacked, lost in Dawn Gundam's miracle, lingering long in reverie. This is... What? Adez's face was terror-struck, the battle-hardened vet's legs quacking like a green recruit's. But Adez was Crusette's most trusted captain for a reason, snapping back quickest. Where's Captain Crusette? Eggies. Where are they? Adez roared, knowing it had been Crusette's Sea-Goo and Athron's Eggies tackling Dawn. Captain Crusette's rig. Eggies Gundam. Signal lost. How? In that instant, Adez crumpled, slumping into the captain's chair like all strength had vented. ZZZZT. Adez. ZZZZT, that voice. It's Captain Crusette. Adez lit up, snatching the comms headset from the officer. Captain, you all right, ZZZZT? Can't say unscathed. Track. Signal source. Send. Recovery. ZZZZT. Me and Athron. Tilde Captain quick. Execute. Orders. All forces. Withdraw Chapter 271 Divine Judgment. The broadcast echoed through the ship's corridors like a solemn decree from the stars. All hands Chapter 272. Storm clouds after the scrap eye. Captain, hang in there. Have you pinpointed the captain's position yet? We've got it. Closest allies are Duel, Buster, and Blitz. Send him straight away to scoop up the captain and Athron Zala quick. What's our status? All ships intact. Rachni squads Jin down to 3 survivors, port squads Jin to 1. Our team's at 0, fleet into tight formation. Rachni squad fan left flank, port squad cover right. MS squads block Earth Force's pursuit. Recover the captain and Athron Zala, then immediate retreat. Aye. With the orders barked out, the chaotic troops snapped back into order, ships pivoting sharp as they adjusted course, converging on the Vesalius like loyal hounds to their master. The MS squads quit their panic scatter, forming a defensive wall ahead of the fleet, shields up against the oncoming storm. Having nabbed the same directive, Duel, Buster, and Blitz rigs bolted for the coords, clutching the mangled husks of Eggies and Sea-Goo, not daring to pause for a breath, engines roaring desperate through the silent void. At first, the trio were proper puzzled. Why'd the relentless Exia trio suddenly peel off? Isaac was even hollering curses, calling yellow-bellied cowards, demanding they turn back for a fair scrap. But witnessing Dawn Gundam's miracle, the rest of his tirade stuck in his throat, unspoken and heavy as lead. Oi oi, what the hell is that? Earth Force's MS, Dirka asked, heart pounding like a misfiring thruster, fear creeping cold up his spine. Ghost knows. That monster. That bloody monster. Damn it, Isaac played the tsundere, refusing to admit defeat, but terror gripped his shacking hands, forcing him to slam a fist into the console to steady him, the impact echoing dull in his cockpit. Athron, you all right? Athron, Nicol, equally spooked, cared more for his mate's safety, calling out relentless, voice cracking with worry over the static-laced comms. But the channel spat only ZZZT electronic noise, mocking his pleas. Finally, after countless calls, Athron's weak voice filtered through, faint as a dying signal. ZZZZT. Noi. Nichols. ZZZZT. Athron. Brilliant. Hold on, we're getting you back to the Vesalius pronto. Stay with us, Nicol shouted, excitement surging like a power spike. What a disgrace, Isaac. Athron In the redcoat squad of 4, Athron and Nicol were one pair, Isaac and Dirka the other, always at odds, especially Isaac with Athron. Back in military academy, Athron had outshone Isaac every time, leaving him fuming. Nicole figured Isaac was pilling on, ready to bite back, but the next words shut him up. So you better live, damn it. How else you gonna wash off the shame? Spot on, I wanna clock you one when you're patched up. You can't croak like this, Isaac Dirka, Nicole murmured soft, a gentle smile breaking through. Rivals they were, but comrades too, couldn't not care if one bit the dust. Duel, Buster, and Blitz hauled ass back to the Vesalius at max burn, the hangar yawning empty. They weren't leaving just yet, needed eyes on Athron and Crusette getting treated. Docks declaring M stable before Bolton. Cockpit doors were warped bad, had to pry M open brute force, tools grinding like teeth on metal. Once open, the sight hit M like a gut punch. Even soft-hearted Nicole clapped a hand over his mouth in horror. Athron and Crusette were a mess, flight suits tattered rags, visors shattered, at least 4 or 5 shards buried in each's skin, crimson blood floating like macabre orbs in the cockpits. Lucky the cabins hadn't breached, or they'd be space dust already. Quick! Medbay now. The crew gingerly extracted Athron and Crusette from the wrecks, slapping on emergency bandages to staunch the bleeding, rushing M to medbay with urgent strides, the ship's corridors blurring past in a haze of alarm klaxons and flashing red lights. Over on the 8th Fleet side, Dwayne Halberton snapped back first, barking at the lot like a drill sergeant in a gale. What are ya all doing? We're still in the thick of it. His shout jolted them, and they scrambled to hail all Allied units, voices overlapping frantic in the bridge's charged air. Sir Zaft Fleet's pulling back, good. Order all units, no pursuit. Left flank spread out, block any U-turns, rest, immediate battlefield sweep, rescue survivors. Understood. The responses came in a chorus, determined as a fleet alignin for battle. Even with Yang Huey and crew's aid, the 8th's losses were brutal. A third of escorts sunk, MA squads decimated to 1 in 10. And that with Yang Huey's lot pinning the 4 Gundams and Ace Crusette. It hammered home how feeble Earth forces were in this war. Pravin Dwayne Halberton's pitch dead right. Only MS squads could counter MS squads. Sir, the adjutant sidled up to Dwayne Halberton, whispering low, nodding towards Dawn Gundam and its kin outside. What are you on about? Dwayne Halberton's face soured, glaring at him like he'd spotted a hull breach. You saw that power if we could grab it? No. Celestial beings, mercs, not Earth forces. They just helped us fend off a monster assault we turn on allies. Word gets out, Earth forces reps in the gutter. Atlantic Federation's face. 8th Fleet's pride. Dwayne Halberton roared, laying into him fierce, already mentally sentencing the man to the scrap heap. What rubbish filled his skull? Attacking saviors under everyone's nose. Trample Earth forces' honor into the dirt. Realize how many factions lose faith, maybe even flip to plant. And attack Yang Huey. Believe orbed ally with Zaft next tick, turning guns on Earth forces. Orb was the prize every alliance member courted. You push em to foes, think Brast let us live. Plus, it's just our lot here if we gag everyone we could. And Zaft. They scarpered far. This, you guarantee what hit Zaft won't smack us too. The adjutant clammed up, his daft scheme leaking like a punctured fuel line. Especially that last bit, stricken deep fear. Dawn Gundam likely couldn't repeat its miracle, but they couldn't confirm. Unconfirmed, they daren't move. Just like Zaft had firepower to re-engage the 8th but wouldn't gamble. Both sides Chinese letter bet. Anyone who'd witnessed the miracle-dreaded divine judgment fallen on M. One thing Dwayne Halberton left unsaid. Dawn's quartet's position, dead ahead of the Menelaus, Dynams and Virtue's barrels aimed their way. Try any funny business and they'd be vaporized in a heartbeat. Archangel's status. Dwayne Halberton queried. The Archangel was key, no room for slips. Successful Atmo breach. But Calc's show landing spot off. How? Predicted zone. North Africa. Zaft turf dam. After all that still, Dwayne Halberton seethed all that effort, and the Archangel hadn't hit safe Earth forces soil, doomed to more wandering in peril. Lucky we logged the Archangel and strike data if we beam it to Lunar HQ or Alaska. And they're expendable. Dwayne Halberton iced the adjutant with a glare. Don't dare, but enough. Pointless now, rescue survivors first, then back to Lunar Base for refit. Aye, all right, let's rest too. Feelin' me age, this scrap's knackered me, but rescue ops, leave it to the young uns. Oi Clint, here, it's yours, any issues straight to me. Aye. With that, he shoved the adjutant out of the Menelaus's bridge, no mind to his attitude. As fleet commander, Ristin should have meant dumping work on his deputy. But now, he just wanted the bloke booted from his fleet. no more power in his hands. Pushing the adjutant to his quarters, ordering him to rest proper, he locked the door, changing the code with command override, even posting 2 trusted guards outside for good measure. Only then did Dwayne Halberton head to his own digs, breathin' easy. But no kip for him. Instead, he fired up a private comm line to Celestial being first thing. One thanks and promised pay. They were mercs after all too. He had a fresh gig in mind. We've got other biz, can't take the job, as expected, rebuffed. Whatever their current guise, 4 unknown powerhouses exposed. Both sides hunt M down relentless. That kinda might. Either seize or smash, loose in the wild wasn't an option. So loads on their plate. But Silver Linen, Celestial being skipped his offer but tossed a gem of advice. Try contact in Serpent Tail. Channels say we recommended. Brilliant. That tip flipped Dwayne Halberton's despairing mood in a tick's Serpent Tail was legendary even if hearsay. Their endorsement. Bound to help. Chapter 272. Storm clouds after the scrap eye. Captain, hang in there. Have you pinpointed the captain's position yet? We've got it. Closest allies are Duel, Buster and Blitz. Send him straight away to scoop up the captain and Athron Zala quick. What's our status? All ships intact. Rachni squads Jin down to 3 survivors, port squads Jin to 1. Our team's at 0, fleet into tight formation. Rachni squad fan left flank, port squad cover right. MS squads block Earth forces pursuit, recover the captain and Athron Zala, then immediate retreat. Aye. With the orders barked out, the chaotic troops snapped back into order, ships pivoting sharp as they adjusted course, converging on the Vesalius like loyal hounds to their master. The MS squads quit their panic scatter, forming a defensive wall ahead of the fleet, shields up against the oncoming storm. Having nabbed the same directive, Duel, Buster and Blitz rigs bolted for the coords, clutching the mangled husks of Aegis and Seagu, not daring to pause for a breath, engines roaring desperate through the silent void. At first the trio were proper puzzled. Why'd the relentless Exir trio suddenly peel off? Isaac was even hollering curses, calling M yellow-bellied cowards, demanding they turn back for a fair scrap. But witnessing Dawn Gundam's miracle, the rest of his tirade stuck in his throat, unspoken and heavy as lead. Oi oi, what the hell is that? Earth Forces MS, Dirka asked, heart pounding like a misfirine thruster, fear creeping cold up his spine. Ghost knows. That monster. That bloody monster. Damn it, Isaac played the tsundere, refusing to admit defeat, but terror gripped his shacking hands, forcing him to slam a fist into the console to steady M, the impact echoing dull in his cockpit. Athron, you all right? Athron, Nicol, equally spooked, cared more for his mate's safety, calling out relentless, voice cracking with worry over the static-laced comms. But the channel spat only ZZZT electronic noise, mocking his pleas. Finally, after countless calls, Athron's weak voice filtered through, faint as a dying signal. ZZZZT. Noi. Nichols. ZZZZT. Athron. Brilliant. Hold on, we're getting you back to the Vesalius pronto. Stay with us, Nicol shouted, excitement surging like a power spike. What a disgrace, Isaac. Athron in the redcoat squad of 4, Athron and Nicol were one pair, Isaac and Dirka the other. Always at odds, especially Isaac with Athron. Back in military academy, Athron had outshone Isaac every time, leaving him fuming. Nicol figured Isaac was pilling on, ready to bite back, but the next words shut him up. So you better live, damn it. How else you gonna wash off the shame? Spot on, I wanna clock you one when you're patched up. You can't croak like this, Isaac Dirka, Nicol murmured soft, a gentle smile breaking through. Rivals they were, but comrades too, couldn't not care if one bit the dust. Duel, Buster and Blitz hauled ass back to the Vesalius at max burn, the hangar yawning empty. They weren't leaving just yet, needed eyes on Athron and Crusette getting treated. Docks declaring M stable before Bolton. Cockpit doors were warped bad, had to pry M open brute force, tools grinding like teeth on metal. Once open, the sight hit M like a gut punch. Even soft-hearted Nicol clapped a hand over his mouth in horror. Athron and Crusette were a mess, flight suits tattered rags, visors shattered, at least 4 or 5 shards buried in each's skin, crimson blood floating like macabre orbs in the cockpits. Lucky the cabins hadn't breached, or they'd be space dust already. Quick! Medbay now. The crew gingerly extracted Athron and Crusette from the wrecks, slapping on emergency bandages to staunch the bleeding, rushing M to medbay with urgent strides, the ship's corridors blurring past in a haze of alarm klaxons and flashing red lights. Over on the 8th Fleet's side, Dwayne Halberton snapped back first, barking at the lot like a drill sergeant in a gale. "What are ya all doing?" We're still in the thick of it. His shout jolted them, and they scrambled to hail all Allied units, voices overlapping frantic in the bridge's charged air. "Sir, Zaft Fleet's pulling back, good. Order all units, no pursuit. Left flank spread out, block any U-turns, rest, immediate battlefield sweep, rescue survivors." Understood. The responses came in a chorus, determined as a fleet lignin for battle. Even with Yang Huey and Crew's aid, the 8th's losses were brutal. A third of escorts sunk, MA squads decimated to 1 in 10. And that with Yang Huey's lot pinning the 4 Gundams and Ace Crewset. It hammered home how feeble Earth forces were in this war. Pravin Dwayne Halberton's pitch dead right. Only MS squads could counter MS squads. "Sir," the adjutant sidled up to Dwayne Halberton, whispering low, nodding towards Dawn Gundam and its kin outside. "What are you on about?" Dwayne Halberton's face soured, glaring at him like he'd spotted a hull breach. "You saw that power if we could grab it, no. Celestial beings, mercs, not Earth forces. They just helped us fend off a monster assault we turn on allies. Word gets out, Earth forces reps in the gutter. Atlantic Federation's face. 8th Fleet's pride." Dwayne Halberton roared, laying into him fierce, already mentally sentencing the man to the scrap heap. What rubbish filled his skull? Attacking saviors under everyone's nose. Trample Earth forces' honor into the dirt. Realize how many factions lose faith, maybe even flip to plant. And attack Yang Huey. Believe orbed ally with Zaft next tick, turning guns on Earth forces. Orb was the prize every Alliance member courted. You push em to foes, think Brast let us live. Plus, it's just our lot here if we gag everyone we could. And Zaft. They scarpered far. This, you guarantee what hit Zaft won't smack us too. The adjutant clammed up, his daft scheme leaking like a punctured fuel line. Especially that last bit, stricken deep fear. Dawn Gundam likely couldn't repeat its miracle, but they couldn't confirm. Unconfirmed, they daren't move. Just like Zaft had firepower to re-engage the 8th but wouldn't gamble. Both sides Chinese letter bet. Anyone who'd witnessed the miracle-dreaded divine judgment fallen on M. One thing Dwayne Halberton left unsaid. Dawn's quartet's position, dead ahead of the Menelaus, Dynams and Virtue's barrels aimed their way. Try any funny business and they'd be vaporized in a heartbeat. Archangel's status. Dwayne Halberton queried. The Archangel was key, no room for slips. Successful Atmo breach. But Calc's show land in spot off. How? Predicted zone. North Africa. Zaft turf dam. After all that still, Dwayne Halberton seethed all that effort, and the Archangel hadn't hit safe Earth forces soil, doomed to more wandering in peril. Lucky we logged the Archangel and strike data if we beam it to Lunar HQ or Alaska. And they're expendable. Dwayne Halberton iced the adjutant with a glare. Don't dare, but enough. Pointless now, rescue survivors first, then back to Lunar Base for refit. Aye, all right, let's rest too. Feelin' me age, this scrap's knackered me, but rescue ops, leave it to the young uns. Oi Clint, here, it's yours, any issues straight to me. Aye. With that, he shoved the adjutant out of the Menelaus's bridge, no mind to his attitude. As fleet commander, Ristin should have meant dumping work on his deputy. But now, he just wanted the bloke booted from his fleet. No more power in his hands. Pushing the adjutant to his quarters, ordering him to rest proper, he locked the door, changing the code with command override, even posting 2 trusted guards outside for good measure. Only then did Dwayne Halberton head to his own digs, breathin' easy. But no kip for him. Instead, he fired up a private comm line to Celestial being first thing. One, thanks and promised pay, they were mercs after all too. He had a fresh gig in mind. We've got other biz, can't take the job, as expected, rebuffed. Whatever their current guise, 4 unknown powerhouses exposed. Both sides hunt M down relentless. That kinda might. Either seize or smash, loose in the wild wasn't an option. So loads on their plate. But Silver Linen, Celestial being skipped his offer but tossed a gem of advice. Try contacting Serpent Tail. Channels say we recommended. Brilliant. That tip flipped Dwayne Halberton's despairing mood in a tick. Serpent Tail was legendary even if hearsay. Their endorsement. Bound to help. Chapter 273. Soondir cis and arrogant bro. A few days after the epic dust-up between the 8th Fleet and Zaft Armada, the transport ship lugging the Dawn Gundam, Exir, Dynams and Virtue finally shook off all the sneaky trackers and spies. slipping back to the heavenly pillar like a ghost in the night, the massive structure looming like a colossal sentinel against the star-speckled black, its surfaces gleaming under artificial lights that mimicked a distant sun's glow. "You've proper gone and done summit massive, ain't ya?" Fresh off the ship, a woman with a fierce, heroic vibe, long black hair straight as a laser beam, exuding that high and mighty air, strode up to meet him. The vast port was empty save for her, echoing with the distant hum of machinery and the faint whir of ventilation systems, keeping the air crisp in this artificial haven. "All right, I suppose, Mina." Rondo Mina Sahak, heir to one of Orb's 5 big clans, the Sahak family, along with her twin brother Rondo Gina Sahak, both coordinators from the cradle, or rather from before they even drew breath, pouring their all into Orb's cause like it was their life's blood. Their genes, tweaked for it, adopted into the Sahak fold. In Orb's 5 clans, skill trumped blood every time. They hammered that hyper-realist vibe, keeping the outdated bloodline rule alive through a system that actually worked in this mad world. The Sahaks, unlike the flashy Athas who danced on the public stage like stars in a Harlevid, handled the grubby behind-the-scenes politicking from way back, tied deep to the nation's owned violence, the military that is. So they were knotted tight with Morgenroth, Orb's military-industrial heart, pumping out tech like a forge in overdrive. Craving the political spotlight, that was the Sahak dream. Naturally, most in the family harbored something close to hate for the Athas. Originally, Mina and Gina's views weren't worlds apart, both radicals, pushing for Orb to tower over the world, a lignin with Yang Hui's vision. But the siblings diverged. Mina's take mirrored Yang Hui's closer, hidden Orb's fangs till they could take on Earth Alliance and plant head-on, sitting back watching the giants slug it out till they were bloodied. Gina's angle was wilder, straight up declare war on both, or join one to smash the other, playing vampire all the while, sucking the host dry for Orb's gain, then stabbing M in the back when the moment was ripe. That notion, Yang Hui could only reckon Gina's brain got squished in a door somewhere. Be it Earth Alliance or Plant, recruiting Orb was genuine, but so was the wariness, and wariness won out. Orb, a pint-sized powerhouse with massive potential, sitting with either was like stripping naked for the tack-in. Suck their nutrients to bulk up. Dream on. Where's the brass for that? Especially Gina fancying the Atlantic Federation, thinking they desperately needed Orb's boost. Join M, and they'd roll out the red carpet. To that, Yang Hui could only retort with a sarcastic hee-hee-da sneer. Eurasian Federation weak. At least stronger than current Orb, yeah. So look how the Atlantic Federation twisted M, sold out, cannon fodder, treated like kids. Any big nation vibe left. Plus, you don't even know the Atlantic Federation's shadowy backers, and you wanna cozy up. Your gene tweaks all went to brain got nout. If Sahak heirs were all genotypes, Yang Hui'd find a way to boot the whole lot from Orb, snatch back the heavenly pillar from their grasp. Lucky Mina backed Yang Hui's plan, willing to team up, that saved the Sahaks. You're stunned. It'll wreck our plans, you trying to doom Orb. Fasten Yang Hui's casual vibe, Mina's face was ice cold, her stunning features freezing the air around M, temperature plummeting like a sudden void chill. The 8th and Zaft clash was massive, intense, impossible to hush. Post-battle, spies from all sides got the lowdown. Mina snagged detailed reports first thing. Seeing Yang Hui pilot Dawn Gundam and unleash hell, her initial buzz was excitement, that kinda powered be Orb's anchor. But next tick she wanted to string him up and flog him. Orb wasn't ready, Yang Hui'd exposed too soon. Course not. No one knows it was me. You tacking everyone for mugs. Proof, Mina, proof. Without it, neither Earth Alliance nor Plant can use this as pretext to hit Orb. Heh, didn't peg ya for this naive. Mina sneered. I'm proper doubting if teamin' with ya was right. You won't regret your choice back then, Mina. Yang Hui's lip curled confident like he held all the cards in this galactic poker game. He knew what Mina meant. Course, nations' wars ain't like cop investigations, needin' hard evidence. Feel threatened, got the muscle. Cook up an excuse and strike. But that's simple. Or rather, could Plant and Earth Alliance spare hands for Orb now? Especially with Yang Hui already clocking the threat. Chill, Mina, Yang Hui and the Empress have tweaked the plan. I'm dropping to Earth soon, heading to Alliance nations, Wang Lu-mei told Mina. Mina went quiet, her gaze flicking between Yang Hui, the Empress, and Wang Lu-mei, thoughts whirlpooling like a nebula storm. By the way, Mina, sudden-like, Yang Hui dropped his casual act, unleashing an aura of total control that surged at Mina. shattering her icy mask in a blink like a supernova blast melt in frost. The Astray projects Y popped up at Heliopolis, and completed already. By our plan, it should have just kicked off, and at Morgan wrote, HMPH. I just thought the pace was dragging, needed speeding up. Mina forced calm, answering proud, though her voice wavered slight under the pressure. Why not loop me in? Yang Hui closed in, their faces near touching, but no romance here. His stare was all regal authority and crushing weight, like a king judging a wayward vassal. I fasten this, Yang Hui. Mina's pride couldn't hold. She stepped back, words stumbling. I figured no need to report everything. You've got enough on your plate as partners. I should shoulder some. No next time, Mina. With that, Yang Hui brushed past, Setsuna and Tyria trailing close, Lal shrugging with a low mutter. This ain't no innocent, proper Casanova, before following. Once Yang Hui was gone, Mina's legs buckled sudden, nearly collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. The lingering Empress and Wang Liu may caught her, steady in the falter. Mina, you all right? The Empress asked, concern soft in her voice. Mina glanced at the Empress, wrenching free from her and Wang Liu May's support. I don't need your pity. At that, the Empress and Wang Liu May exchanged looks, bursting into chuckles. Heh, Mina, got a tip for ya wanna here. What are you on about? Tsunder's ailment needs curing. You. HMPH. Mina's composure shattered complete, fleeing in a fluster. But as she turned, the Empress and Wang Liu May caught the cute flush creeping across her icy pale cheeks. Yang Hui entered the heavenly pillar, planning a quick rest before sorting the pillar's next steps with Mina. But barely in view, he got waylaid by someone he'd rather dodge. Yang Hui, a bloke near identical to Mina, blocked his path with haughty strides. Rondo Gina Sahak, Mina's twin brother. Gina, long time. Though Yang Hui and Gina weren't on the same wavelength, surface niceties were due. He was Mina's blood kin, co-heir to the Sahaks. HMPH, hypocritical sod. As expected, ya ain't fit to dance with me. Gina sneered, face full of disdain. Yang Hui sensed trouble, dropping any warmth, his expression icing over. If that's all you wanted to say, I'm off. Hold it. What? More? Yang Hui asked, cold as space. I'm telling ya, I dunno what you and Mina are plotting, but now I've got P01, a stray gold frame, perfect dancing shoes and garb. I won't let you hog the stage anymore. Heh, Yang Hui's laugh was frigid, shoving past to leave, but as he brushed by, he murmured cold, if missing limbs is your idea of perfect, this stage ain't for ya, Gina. You, watching Yang Hui's retreating back, Gina's rage boiled over, itching to vent. But pride held him. He could only dig nails into flesh to stifle the fire. Yang Hui, I'll make you pay. I'll make you pay. No one looks down on me. No one, Gina roared in his mind, fury echoing silent but fierce. Far from Gina, Tyria whispered low in Yang Hui's ear. That one's dangerous, suggest eliminating. I promised Mina, but our plan's bigger. Tyria, don't forget Mina's one of us too. TCH, I ain't acknowledged her. Heh, Yang Hui knew full well Gina was barreling down a path to ruin. Snagging the gold frame had puffed him up arrogant as a supernova. In the original tale, post-gold frame, he'd launched unauthorized strikes on Lo and Guy, hit Zaf 2, lost to Lo and Guy, then got swallowed by rage and hate. Mac and M, his lifelong foes, dying by their hands in the end. To Yang Hui, Gina's antics boiled down to dying for face. Suffering alive, then larcen it all proper brain dead. How old Sahak picked him as heir was a mystery. That's why Yang Hui chose Mina over Gina as partner, keeping him in the dark on everything. All round, Gina lagged Mina by miles. For some reason, a weird but fitting thought popped in Yang Hui's head. Maybe. Old Sahak only eyed Mina from the start, and Gina was the freebie. Chapter 273. Sundir sis and arrogant bro. A few days after the massive scrap between the 8th Fleet and Zaftlot, the transport ship hauling the Dawn Gundam, Exir, Dynams and Virtue finally gave the slip to all them sneaky trackers and watchers, slinking back to the heavenly pillar like a shadow in the night. The colossal structure loomed massive against the star-dotted black, its surfaces shining under fake lights that mimicked a far-off sun's warm glow, a proper beacon in the endless void. You've gone and done summit proper massive, ain't ya? Fresh off the ramp, a woman with a fierce warrior vibe, long black hair straight as a ruler, oozing that high and mighty air, strode up to meet him. The vast port was empty as a ghost town save for her, the distant whir of machines and the soft hiss of air recyclers echoing like whispers from the stars. All right, I suppose, Mina. Rondo Mina Sahak, heir to one of Orb's 5 big clans, the Sahak family, along with her twin brother Rondo Gina Sahak, both coordinators from the cradle, or rather, tweaked before they even drew breath. pouring their souls into Orb's cause like it was their very lifeblood, a devotion burning brighter than a fusion core. Their genes fiddled for it, adopted into the Sahak fold. In Orb's 5 clans, talent trumped bloodlines every time. They hammered home that ultra-realist ethos, keeping the outdated blood rule game alive through a system that actually clicked in this bonkers world. The Sahaks, unlike the flashy Athas who pranced on the public stage like Hollywood stars, handled the grubby backroom politicking from ages back, tied deep to the nation's owned violence, the military muscle that is. So they were knotted tight with Morgenroth, Orb's beating heart of military tech, churning out innovations like a forge on overdrive. Craving the political limelight, that was the Sahak clan's dream. Naturally, most harbored something akin to loathing for the Athas. Originally, Mina and Gina's views weren't worlds apart, both firebrands, pushing for Orb to stand atop the globe, Sinsin with Yang Hui's grand vision. But the twins split paths. Mina's thinking echoed Yang Hui's closer, keeping Orb's claws sheathed till they could claw back at Earth Alliance and Plant alike, lounging back as the Titans tore each other to shreds. Gina's take was wilder, straight-up war on both, or ally with one to smash the other, playing leech all the while, draining the host dry to bulk Orb up, then plunging the knife in their back at the perfect tick. That idea. Yang Hui could only reckon Gina's noggin got squished in a bulkhead somewhere. Be it Earth Alliance or Plant, courting Orb was real, but so was the suspicion, and suspicion outweighed the woo. Orb, a titchy powerhouse brimming with potential, sitting with either was like stripping bare for the tackin. Drain their lifeblood to grow. Dream on. Where's the cheek for that? Especially Gina fancying the Atlantic Federation, thinking they were desperate for Orb's boost. Join M, and they'd be treated like royalty. To that, Yang Hui could only snort a sarcastic hee-hee-dah. Eurasian Federation weak. At least tougher than current Orb, yeah. So peep how the Atlantic Federation twisted M, betrayed fodder, treated like pups. Any superpower swagger left. Plus, you don't even know the Atlantic Federation's shadowy puppet masters, and you wanna cozy up. Your tweaks all went to brawn, brain got zilch. If Sahak heirs were all Gina-flavored, Yang Hui'd schemed to boot the whole clan from Orb, wrest the heavenly pillar from their grip. Lucky Mina backed Yang Hui's blueprint, eager to collaborate that spared the Sahaks. Your move. It'll torpedo our plans, you aimin' to doom Orb. Fasten Yang Hui's laid-back attitude. Mina's face was a glacier, her stunning features chillin' the air around em, temperature dropping sharp as a sudden hull breach. The 8th and Zaft clash was colossal, fierce, impossible to bury. Post-battle spies swarmed with intel. Mina nabbed detailed reports first, seeing Yang Hui command Dawn Gundam and unleash hell. Her gut reaction was thrill, that powered Anchor Orb like a gravity well. But next beat she wanted to string him up and lash him. Orb wasn't primed, Yang Hui jumped the gun. Course not. No one knows it was me. You reckon everyone's a mug. Evidence, Mina, evidence. Without it, neither Earth Alliance nor Plant can use this as excuse to hammer Orb. Heh, didn't peg ya for this green. Mina sneered. I'm starting to wonder if hitchin' with ya was smart. You won't rue your choice back then, Mina. Yang Hui's lip curled confident like he held the universe's deck stacked. He knew Mina's drift. Course, nations' wars ain't cop hunts needin' proof. Feel threatened got the muscle. Whip up a pretext and strike. But that's straightforward. Or could Plant and Earth Alliance spare bandwidth for Orb now? Especially with Yang Hui already sniffing the threat. Easy, Mina. Yang Hui and the Empress rejigged the plan. I'm dropping to Earth soon, off to Alliance spots, Wang Liu Mei told Mina. Mina clammed up, her gaze bouncing between Yang Hui, the Empress, and Wang Liu Mei, thoughts churning like a vortex nebula. By the by, Mina. Abrupt like, Yang Hui shed his casual skin, unleashing an aura of absolute command that surged at Mina, shattering her frosty mask in an instant like a supernova melting ice. The Astray Project's Wyatt Heliopolis. And done already. By our blueprint it should have just sparked, and at Morgenroth, HMPH. I just thought the pace was crawling, needed a kick. Mina forced steady, answering haughty, though her voice quivered under the crush. Why not clue me in? Yang Hui closed the gap, faces near touching, but no spark here. His eyes brimmed with regal might and overwhelming pressure, like a sovereign sentencing an errant subject. I fasten this, Yang Hui. Mina's pride buckled. She retreated a step, words fumbling. Figured no need to report every bit. You've got heaps on your plate. As partners, I ought to shoulder some. No encore, Mina. With that, Yang Hui swept past Setsuna and Tyria on his heels, Lyle shrugging with a muttered "this ain't no greenhorn proper love guru" before trailing. Once Yang Hui vanished, Mina's legs gave way sudden, nearly tumbling like a cut-string marionette. The stay-behind Empress and Wang Liu Mei steadied her, catching the stumble. "Mina, you all right?" the Empress asked, worry soft in her tone. Mina shot the Empress a glance, wrenching free from her and Wang Liu Mei's hold. "I don't need your fussing." At that, the Empress and Wang Liu Mei swapped looks, bursting into giggles. "Haha, Mina, got a tip for ya, care to hear? What's your game? Tsunder's an affliction, needs fixin'. You. HMPH. Mina's poise shattered complete, fleeing flustered, but as she whirled, the Empress and Wang Liu Mei spotted the cute blush blooming on her frosty pale cheeks. Yang Hui delved into the heavenly pillar, aiming for a quick breather before hashing the pillar's next moves with Mina. But barely in sight, he got collared by someone he'd rather swerve. Yang Hui, a bloke mirroring Mina near perfect, blocked his path with arrogant strides. Rondo Gina Sahak, Mina's twin bro. Gina ages. Though Yang Hui and Gina weren't simpatico, facades mattered. He was Mina's kin, co-heir to the Sahaks. HMPH, fake as they come. "Knew ya weren't worthy to share my dance," Gina sneered, mugful of scorn. Yang Hui sensed the venom, drop in warmth, face freezing over. "If that's your piece, I'm off." "Halt, what?" "More," Yang Hui asked icy. "I'm tellin' ya, dunno what you and Mina are scheming, but now I've snagged P01, a stray gold frame, perfect dancing kit. I won't let you monopolize the floor anymore." Heh, Yang Hui's laugh was chill, shoving past to leave, but brushing by, he murmured cold, "If limbless is your perfect, this stage ain't yours, Gina." "You." Watching Yang Hui's fadding back, Gina's fury erupted, yearning to unleash. But ego reigned him. He could only claw nails into flesh to smother the blaze. "Yang Hui, I'll make ya pay. No one scorns me." "No one," Gina howled inward, rage echoing silent but savage. Far from Gina, Tyria murmured low in Yang Hui's ear, "That one's perilous, suggest Cullen. Promised Mina. But the plan trumps. Tyria, remember Mina's crew too. TCH, I ain't bought in." Heh, Yang Hui knew Gina was carrying in towards self-destruction. Grabbing the gold frame had inflated him arrogant as a gas giant. In the original saga, post-gold frame, he'd launched rogue strikes on Lo and Guy, hit Zaf 2, lost to M, then got devoured by wrath and hate, Mac and M lifelong nemeses, Persian by their hands ultimately. To Yang Hui, Gina's antics boiled to dying for pride, suffering alive, then Larson all utter brain rot. How old Sahak chose him as heir was baffling. That's why Yang Hui picked Mina over Gina for ally, keeping him looped out on everything. All metrics, Gina lagged Mina by light years. For some odd reason, a quirky but fitting notion popped in Yang Hui's skull. Maybe. Old Sahak only fancied Mina from the get-go, and Gina was the buy one get one free. Chapter 274. Seeds of a Cosmic Fleet. After a bit of a breather, getting back to his usual self, Mina tracked down Yang Hui, ready to hash out what the Heavenly Pillar's next moves ought to be. But before diving into that, she had somewhat on her mind to chew over with him, her steps echoing sharp in the vast humming corridors of the station, where the air carried that sterile tang of recycled oxygen and faint ozone from the power grids. "Gina come looking for ya." "Yeah, got it, leave him be." "Did you get the gift I sent?" "Yeah, but why hand P02 over to him? And P03's mess, why not snatch it back, you reckon?" "The P-series stacks up to the G-series." "No chance." Joking aside, the G-series was a collab of top labs and arms giants, burning through fortunes for next-gen MS wizardry. The P-series are stray Gundams. Orbs sneaky knockoffs based on G-blueprints. Call M-castrated versions, and you wouldn't be far off. How could they measure up? So the P-series ain't as precious as you think. At best, bedrock for MS mass production. We've got P01 in hand, data and specs locked down, the Astray projects wrapped. P02 and P03. Better off as bait to reel in talent, squeezing max value from M. Alright, gotcha. So what about P04, the green one, and P05, the purple one? What's your play? Ship P04 to Morgenroth as an ace pilot's ride. MS squads are fresh formed, need a couple beacons to rally round. As for P05, he trailed off, but his gaze spilled the beans, sharp as a laser sight locking on. "No need, we've got P01 plenty." P01's P01, it's Gina's. "You gonna let him off?" The answer stuck in Yang Hui's throat like a lodged bolt, but the heavy silence spoke volumes. hanging thick as nebula fog in the room's dim glow. So I don't need P05, P01's enough. Send P05 to Morgenrote too. Keep it at the heavenly pillar. As future commander of Orb's cosmic fleet, piloting someone else's cast-off. Makes Orb look proper stingy, don't it? Yang Hui teased, a smirk playing on his lips, lightening the tension like a sudden starburst in the dark. HMPH. Focus on now. Next up for the heavenly pillars cranking out P-Series full tilt. Nah, mass-produce MS at Morgenrote. Heavenly pillars got other fish to fry. What fish? Mina's brow creased, Orb's plight teetering on the edge. She couldn't fathom anything topping beefing up home defenses right now. The station's vast halls feeling suddenly smaller under the weight of it all. Have a gander at this. Instead of spilling direct, he beamed over 3 design schematics, the holoscreen flickering soft blue light dancing across their faces like ethereal fireflies. This is… Mina's eyes widened in shock as she opened the files, the intricate blueprints leaping to life on the display. Lines and specks glowing with promise. Starring back were designs for 3 warship classes, perfect engines of destruction. Build M and Orb's cosmic fleet, even outgunned in numbers by Earth forces or Zaft, could hammer any foe into stardust. But the rub… Zijai-class escort cruiser, length 320 meters. Max MS carry 6 units, 1 MS catapult, primary power nuclear with 1 plasma fusion drive assist, full armaments. 1 225 cm twin high-energy beam cannon Gottfried Mk71, 2 225 cm single high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk70, 10 Igelstellung anti-air Vulcan guns, 2 8-tube missile launchers. Loadable with all missile types. White Tiger-class high-speed cruiser, length 371 meters. Max MS carry 12 units, 2 MS catapults, primary power nuclear with 2 plasma fusion drives assist, full armaments. 2 225 cm twin high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk71, 4 225 cm single high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk70, 14 Igelstellung anti-air Vulcan guns, 3 10-tube missile launchers, loadable with all missile types. Killing-class main carrier, length 460 meters, MS capacity 24 units, 4 MS catapults, primary power nuclear with 4 plasma fusion drives assist, full armaments. 4 225 cm twin high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk71. 4 225 cm single high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk70. 6 triple secondary beam cannons. 1 positron citybreaker cannon Lohengrin. 2 110 cm linear cannons Valiant Mk8. 26 Igelstellung anti-air Vulcan guns. 3 10-tube missile launchers, also load-up. Quick note here, back in the OO world I never nailed down the White Tiger-class cruiser's prototype. Settling it now, White Tiger's based on UC era's Ireland-class battleship, the fresh Zijai-class escort cruisers from OO world's Bakel-class warship, Killing-class main carriers UC era's Dagos Gyre class. If you wanna nitpick tech levels, funds, resources, manpower making it impossible. Just reckon they look alike, yeah. Cause I said so, these are the blueprints, help ya lot picture it. And in different worlds who says it's undoable. Wait, what's up? Yang Hui blinked. This was the first time he'd seen Mina proper flustered, her usual cool shattered like brittle alloy under stress. You're saying, these are for Orb's cosmic fleet. Yeah, by my calcs, Orb needs 3 cosmic fleets for real deterrence in the black, each led by 1 Killing-class flagship, 4 White Tiger-class high-speed cruisers and 16 Zijai-class escorts. You're dreamin', ain't ya? Want me to knock ya out now? Dreams got everything. Mina exploded, her words sharp as shrapnel, frustration boiling over like a reactor breach. These ships good. Powerful. Bloody hell, yeah. Mina's eyes gleamed greedy, Orb with fleets of these beasts. Ground aside, in space they'd smash anyone. Earth forces and plant. What right to bully Orb then? But building such a cosmic armada for Orb. Call it wishful thinking was kind, it was pure fantasy. Cosmic fleet. 1 Killing-class carrier alone drain Orb's resources dry, not counting onboard MS. And a massive snag, nuclear primary power. What kinda cosmic joke? Under neutron jammers, nuclear's dead weight, yeah. I know what you're thinking, this is our endgame goal. We can start building now, resources and funds. I'll sort Yang Hui said. Mina went quiet, Yang Hui was right, can't bin it cause it's tough now. To hit their shared dream, orbit atop the world, such fleets were must-haves. But She couldn't fathom how Yang Hui'd solve the resource and fund crunch. This wasn't a couple trade deals, it was an astronomical sum. Even the richest Atlantic Federation might balk. Leave it to me, Heavenly Pillar builds what it can. All right, don't let me down. Yang Hui'd decided Mina couldn't sway him. She knew him once set unchangeable. She could refuse, but he'd hand it to others. Plus, though partners Yang Hui led, Mina chafed but couldn't fight it who was more qualified. And this was his promise to her. Orb Cosmic Fleet Commander, Sahak step in from shadows to sunlight, their golden shot. Have I ever let you down? The 8th Fleet, cough cough, expected hiccup. Right, I'm off to Earth, pile of stuff needs handling plus your resources and funds. Sigh, proper drudge life. Heh, Mina sneered, flinging him an eye roll, but soon a mischievous curve tugged her lips. By the by, summit you need to know. What? Seeing that look, Yang Hui jacked his guard to max, bad vibes flooding his brain like warning alerts. Yuzumi reached out for help, eh? They buckling already? Yang Hui frowned, by his reckon Atlantic Federation pressure orb, but without proof plus prepped allies sharing the load they shouldn't crumble this quick. Nah, not orb biz, Yuzumi's personal ask. Don't say it. Bad feeling confirmed. The one thing Mac and Yuzumi swallow pride begging Sahak's personal like. The Atha family's little princess vanished again and intel says she's in Zaf Turf now, apparently leading a gang in some dangerous game. Shut it. I heard Nout, Yang Hui freaked, grabbing at his hair in frustration. Ha 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 ha, seeing him all miffed and frantic swept away Mina's earlier gloom from Yang Hui's pressure. She let out a belly laugh of pure delight. That idiot think Orb's crisis ain't bad enough. Gone mad. Can't she give us a break? If he'd stayed ignorant, Yang Hui could have fobbed off Yuzumi with excuses, avoiding a trip back to Orb. But now Mina'd spilled, and knowing her sly ways, she'd tip Yuzumi he'd known. Then Yuzumi'd hunt him down, begging to fetch Kagali back to Orb. Nah, even if Mina kept mum bout him knowing, Yuzumi'd still rope him in for the grab. Cause in Orb, Kagali was the wild little princess, ignoring everyone's words but one, Yang Hui's. Others daren't or couldn't bear to discipline her, but Yang Hui did, and hard. Remember as kids, once Kagali got naughty, Yang Hui chewed her out fierce. She hid in her room crying 3 days straight, not daring out. Recovered, she went mischief-macking again. Yang Hui chucked her in a dark room for a week, only light at mealtimes. After that, Kagali'd still bicker with Yang Hui, but no more wild antics, or at least not let him catch wind. Sigh. Got it, I'll swing by Orb first. Chin up, that little princess is a right wildcard. Heh, Yang Hui sneered, rolling his eyes. Monkey escaped Buddha's palm. Chapter 274. Seeds of a Cosmic Armada. After a quick kip to shake off the cobwebs and get back to his old self, Mina hunted down Yang Hui. Her boots clacking sharp on the metallic deck of the Heavenly Pillar, the vast station's corridors humming with the low thrum of hidden machinery, and the faint scent of ozone lingering like a whisper from the stars. They needed to chew over what the Pillar's next plays were, but before diving into that cosmic tangle, she had a bit of business to air out with him, her sharp eyes glinting under the artificial lights that cast long, dancing shadows like ghosts in the void. Gina come sniffing round ya. Yeah, got it, leave him be. Did ya snag the pressy I sent? Yeah, but why chuck P02 his way? And P03's mess, why not reel it back in, ya reckon? The P-series measures up to the G-series. No bloody way. Joking aside, the G-series was a mashup of top labs and arms barons, burning through fortunes for next-gen MS wizardry that could rewrite the stars. The P-series are stray Gundams. Orb's sneaky backroom knockoffs cribbed from G-blueprints, call M-gelded versions and you'd be spot on. How could they hold a candle? So the P-series ain't the crown jewels we thought. At best, bedrock for cranking out MS en masse. We've got P01 locked down, data and specs in the vault. Astray projects wrapped tight. P02 and P03. Better as lures to hook talent, squeezing every drop of worth from M in this cutthroat game. Alright, I see. So what's the plan for P04, the green beast, and P05, the purple fiend? How ya handlin' M? Ship P04 over to Morgenroth as a hotshot pilot's throne. MS squads are fresh off the line, need a couple beacons to rally the troops round. As for P05, he let it hang, but his gaze spilled the beans, piercing like a laser sight zeroing in on a hidden target. No need we're sorted with P01. P01's P01, it's Gina's ride. You're gonna spare him. The words stuck in Yang Hui's throat like a jammed airlock, but the heavy silence spoke louder than any roar, hanging thick as the void's chill in the room's dim, pulsating glow. So I don't need P05, P01's plenty. Fling P05 to Morgan Rote too. Keep it tucked at the heavenly pillar. As future boss of Orb's cosmic fleet, ridden someone else's hand-me-down. Makes Orb look proper tight-fisted, don't it? Yang Hui teased, a sly grin creeping across his face, lightening the mood like a sudden flare in the dark expanse. HMPH. Eyes on the now. Next for the Heavenly Pillars full-blast crankin' P-series. Nah, mass-produce MS at Morgan Rote. Heavenly Pillars got bigger fish to fry. What fish? Mina's brow knitted tight, Orb's plight balancing on a knife's edge. She couldn't fathom anything trumpin' beefing up home defenses right now. The station's endless halls feeling suddenly cramped under the crushing weight of it all. Have a butcher's at this. Instead of spilling straight, he beamed over 3 design blueprints, the Hala screen springing to life with a soft blue shimmer that danced across their faces like ethereal wisps from a nebula. This is… Mina's eyes bulged in shock as she cracked open the files, the intricate schematics leaping forth on the display, lines and specks glowing with raw promise, like blueprints stolen from the gods themselves. Starring back were designs for 3 warship classes, flawless engines of destruction forged for Armageddon. Build M and Orb's cosmic fleet, even outnumbered by Earth forces or Zaft swarms, could pummel any foe into cosmic dust, turning the void into a graveyard of twisted metal and forgotten dreams. But the snag. Zijai-class escort cruiser, length 320 meters, Max MS Hall 6 units, 1 MS catapult, primary juice nuclear with 1 plasma fusion drive backup, full kit, 1 225 cm twin high-energy beam cannon Gottfried Mk71, 2 225 cm single high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk70, 10 Igelstellung anti-air Vulcan nests, 2 8-tube missile pods, loadable with every missile flavor under the sun. White Tiger-class high-speed cruiser, length 371 meters, Max MS Hall 12 units, 2 MS catapults, primary juice nuclear with 2 plasma fusion drives backup, full kit, 2 225 cm twin high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk71, 4 225 cm single high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk70, 14 Igelstellung anti-air Vulcan nests, 3 10-tube missile pods, loadable with every missile flavor. Killing class main carrier, length 460 meters, MS capacity 24 units, 4 MS catapults, primary juice nuclear with 4 plasma fusion drives backup, full kit, 4 225 cm twin high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk71, 4 225 cm single high-energy beam cannons Gottfried Mk70, 6 triple secondary beam turrets, 1 positron citybuster cannon Lohengrin, 2 110 cm linear cannons Valiant Mk8, 26 Igelstellung anti-air Vulcan nests, 3 10-tube missile pods also loadable. Q. Uick aside, back in the OO world, I never pinned down the White Tiger-class cruiser's inspiration. Settling it now, White Tiger's riffing off UC era's Ireland-class battleship, the new Zijai-class escort cruisers from OO world's Bakel-class warship, Killing-class main carriers UC era's Dagos Gyre class. If ya wanna gripe bout tech levels, funds, resources, manpower making it impossible. Just imagine they look the part, yeah. Cause I said so, these are the templates help ya lot visualize. And in different worlds, who's to say it's undoable? Wait, what's eatin' ya? Yang Hui blinked. This was the first he'd seen Mina proper rattled, her usual ice-cool facade cracking like brittle hull under meteor impacts. You're saying these are for Orb's cosmic fleet warships? Yeah, by my reckoning, Orb needs 3 cosmic fleets to throw real weight in the black, each spearheaded by 1 Killing-class flagship, 4 White Tiger-class high-speed cruisers and 16 Zijai-class escorts. You're off your rocker, ain't ya? Want me to clout ya senseless now? Dreams got the lot. Mina erupted, words flying like shrapnel from a breached pod, frustration surging like a core meltdown. These ships good. Potent. Bloody oath, yeah. Mina's eyes gleamed with raw hunger, Orb commanding fleets of these monsters. Ground ops aside, in space they'd grab anyone by the scruff and pummel M senseless. Earth forces and plant. What cheek to push Orb around then. But assembling such a cosmic armada for Orb. Call it pipe dream was polite, it was pure lunacy. Cosmic fleet. 1 Killing-class carrier alone bleed Orb's resources dry as a desert world. not even counting the onboard MS Swarm. And a whopper issue nuclear primary drive. What kinda interstellar jest? Under neutron jammers, nuclear's as useful as a dud battery in NIT. I get what you're driven at, this is our ultimate aim. We can kick off construction now, resources and dash. I'll wrangle Yang Hui assured. Mina fell silent, Yang Hui nailed it, can't scrap it cause it's tough now. To nail their shared vision, orb crown in the world, such fleets were essential. But she couldn't see how Yang Hui'd magic up the resource and fund mountain. This wasn't a trade or two, it was a colossal haul. Even the flush Atlantic Federation might choke on it. Trust me with it, Heavenly Pillar builds what it can. All right, don't cock it up. Yang Hui'd set his course, Mina couldn't budge him. She knew the bloke, once decided, immovable as a black hole. She could nix it, but he'd palm it off to others. Plus, partners or not, Yang Hui steered. Mina griped but couldn't contest who was more cut out. And this was his vow to her. Orb Cosmic Fleet Commander, Sahak step in from gloom to glory, their prime chance at the spotlight. Have I ever dropped the ball for ya? The 8th Fleet, cough cough, calculated glitch. Right, I'm earthbound, stack of stuff needs sortin', plus your resources and funds. Sigh, proper slave's life. Heh, Mina sneered, tossing him an eye roll, but soon a cheeky smirk tugged her lips. Oh, by the by, summat ya oughta know. What? Spotting that grin, Yang Hui jacked his defenses sky high, bad vibes flooding his noggin like red alerts blaring. Yuzumi reached out to us for aid. They crumbling already. Yang Hui's brow furrowed by his calcs Atlantic Federation lean on orb, but sans proof plus prepped allies showering the heat, they shouldn't fold this fast. Nah, not orb affairs, Yuzumi's personal plea. Don't say it. The bad hunch hit true, the one thing makin' Yuzumi swallow his pride begging Sahak's personal. The Atha clan's little princess vanished again and Intel puts her in Zaf turf now, apparently leading a ragtag bunch in some perilous game. Shut it. I heard zilch, Yang Hui freaked, clawing at his hair in exasperation. Ha 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 ha, seeing him all flustered and fuming swept Mina's earlier gloom away from Yang Hui's dominance. She burst into gleeful laughter. That fool think Orb's woes ain't dire enough. Gone bar me. Can't she give us a sodding break? If he'd stayed clueless, Yang Hui could have fobbed Yuzumi off with excuses, dodging a return to Orb. But now Mina'd spilled, and knowing her crafty ways, she'd clue Yuzumi in that he'd known. Then Yuzumi'd track him down, pleading to haul Kagali back to Orb. Nah, even if Mina zipped it bout him knowing, Yuzumi'd still drag him in for the fetch. Cause in Orb, Kagali was the untamed little princess, heedless of all but one, Yang Hui. Others daren't chapter 275. Stormy shifts, you green one, I green next. Sigh me life's one long slog, in knit. Perched in the jeep, staring out at the endless golden dunes stretching like a sea of shimmering sand under the relentless sun, Yang Hui let out a weary moan, the hot wind whipping grains against the vehicle like tiny bullets pinging off the metal hide. Quit your wingin', Yang Hui. I was proper comfy up in space, and now I'm your bodyguard chomping on sand with ya. Lyle teased, his voice rough and cheeky, a bloke's banter cutting through the engine's growl and the desert's whispering winds. Heh, like I met ya yesterday. Yang Hui rolled his eyes, knowing full well it was Lyle who'd fought tooth and nail to tag along on this trek to North Africa, hunting for Kagali amid the shifting wastes. Fresh back from the heavenly pillar to Orb, Yang Hui got yanked straight into a meet with Yuzumi and Yang Hongyu. First sight, two old Kajers looking knackered and full of grudges, their faces lined like weathered hulls after a brutal cosmic storm. Yang Hui's jaunt to Heliopolis had sparked a right chain of chaos. Heliopolis crumbling to dust, boarding the Archangel Orb Divin into the G Project, using Lacus as a bargain chip for safety, and that brutal 8th Fleet scrap. A string of curveballs had left Orb's top brass running ragged, fielding grillings from the Atlantic Federation, Eurasian Federation, East Asian Republic, Plant, and every other big player. What the hell's going on? Lucky the Empress had bolted to Plant post-split, steadying M and snaggling massive wins for Orb in the bargain. Then Wang Liu, Mei's dad in this world, and Yang Hongyu, following her tips, linked up with neutral spots and Earth alliances, steady factions like the East Asian Republic and South African Union. Under-the-table deals netted hefty support, curb-stomping the Atlantic and Eurasian pressure on Orb, stabilising the mess. But the 8th Fleet fiasco had proper blown the lid off, sending all factions into a frenzy. The unknown new MS were one thing, impressive scraps but scarce, clearly custom jobs, no real threat. But Dawn Gundam's show, that planted deep dread in every power's core, like a shadow creeping over the stars. In a flash, big players scrambled every trick to contact celestial being, spare no expense, bag M, woo or force, whatever it took to snag Dawn Gundam's tech. Plus, top brass everywhere reckoned celestial beings' merc guys was bollocks. They were Orb's shadow arm. What? No proof. Who needs it? Straight up pressure, even if celestial being weren't Orbs. Using it as pretext to squeeze and sanction Orb was worth it. After all, the sleeping lion wasn't just talk. If it's snoozin', keep it that way. Lucky again, Wang Liu Mei, back in Orb, sprang into action, balancing factions with silver-tongued diplomacy, temporarily fending off assaults while slyly milking perks from each, especially the Atlantic Federation and Plant. Heliopolis' full tide both sides in knots, with ironclad proof no excuse held water. At first, the Atlantic Federation spouted slogans. Earthfolk should join him against Zaft and Plant. Wang Liu may shut him down with one line. Orb's neutral, advocating harmony tween naturals and coordinators, internationally recognized. You disrespecting international law. Radicals tried troop threats on Wang Liu Mei, but she fired back. Fresh from Plant diplomacy, if the Atlantic Federation pushed force, Orb'd seek new partners and protectors. And that new ally and shield. Obvious without saying Plant. Nations stumped, they targeted Wang Liu Mei personal bribes, threats, perks laced with menace. Wang Liu Mei stood firm as a rock, rejecting all. Even a fat-headed official, lust blind in him, tried macking moves on Wang Liu Mei, only to get his third leg crippled by Setsuna, her bodyguard shadow. The Atlantic Federation aimed to use it as leverage against her, but before they could twitch, Wang Liu Mei struck first, rallying media big and small to expose the scandal, hammering how she, a diplomat, got shafted in the Atlantic Federation. In a blink, the Atlantic Federation faced backlash from all walks, especially their own civvies pilling in. Helpless, they sacked and jailed the official, coughing up heaps of goodies to Wang Liu Mei before burying the mess. On Plant End, the Empress took Tyria for another diplomatic jaunt. The Empress was a tactical forecaster, not as slick in diplomacy as Wang Liu Mei, but years in this world watching her and Yang Hui handle politics had taught her plenty. Plus, with Wang Liu Mei's prepped scripts, steadying Plant was a dawdle. Originally, Yang Hui planned a personal Plant trip, but ended up in North Africa instead. What to say? Yuzumi was a right old sod, threatening with marriage. You and Kagali, childhood sweethearts, inseparable since tarts, bond deep as the void. Reckon you should tie the knot. Me and your dad already, you old bastard. Dare that and I'm cutting ties with Orb. Yang Hui blew up, dropping all respect, calling Yuzumi old bastard straight. Childhood sweethearts, inseparable deep bond. He and Kagali bickered from dawn to dusk, ya blind. Their signs clash, born rivals, ya clueless. In the end, Yuzumi wore him down, forcing Yang Hui to agree. Head to North Africa, haul Kagali back to Orb, and check on the Archangel and Meru's crew while at it, though they'd parted not long ago. TCH, that old git's shameless, near threw a tantrum on the floor, Yang Hui griped. Ha 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 ha. Whenever Yang Hui brought it up, Lyle cracked up. One laughing at Yang Hui, who'd he'd never seen so riled if prepped. Lyle'd have recorded it for Promise Fortress laughs. Two, chuckling at Yuzumi, who'd guess a nation's stern, upright leader had such a rogue side. What's so funny? Believe me, I'll get Yuzumi to betroth Kagali to ya, Yang Hui snarled. Ahoha na pass, ain't got the luck for a princess, Lyle sweated, never met Kagali but heard tales of her antics. He didn't fancy that hassle. TCH princess my arse. Ya ever see a princess playin' hooky all the time? Gone mad joinin' guerrillas, ain't there one right now? Orb's princess, Lyle teased. Speaking of Yang Hui, you're really not considerin'? Yeah, decided. Yeah, Yang Hui stayed mum on his rage trigger. Calm, scary. Lyle's hairs stood on end. What are ya up to? Put the PAD away, oi, drive proper. We're flippin'. After the tussle, Lyle quit grabbing for Yang Hui's PAD, and Yang Hui stashed it. Jarkins, introduce Kagali to Lyle. No way. Not just Lyle, no core Promise Fortress member ever. Kagali's wild streak learnin' bout the fortress and their true selves. She'd kick up a storm big as a solar flare. So absolutely can't let her near. Near? Damn, what's up now? Yang Huey's sudden curse jolted Lyle. Now you're getting weirder by the day, your imagination. Heh, Yang Huey's outburst. He'd recalled a future snag, Cagali and that wolf bar. Athron's romance. Truth, Yang Huey still couldn't fathom how Athron fell for Cagali, that bear princess. Athron awakened some mum vibe, fancy and babysitting kids. Coughed, leaving how Athron fancied Cagali aside. Yang Huey's memories had Athron and Cagali in a love-hate tango, full of back and forth greening.